why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. Oh, when he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream.
Hello, everyone. How we doing, folks? Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Borf Boo. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Erica. Hello, Dare Dragon Warrior. Hello, Olsenexy. Hello, Draconics. Hello, Central Scrutinizer. Hello, Hand of Vecna. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Loyal Peep. Hello. Oh, Bisselanath. Hello, Kaylan. Hello, Leah Land. Hello, Spitfire. Hello, KO. Sorry. Hello, KO. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Darth Gently. Hello, Amber Blackwell. What was that last one? That was Sweet Myths. Excellent band, friend of the show. Hello, Comrade Girl. Good luck working on your chapter interest form for DSA. Hello, Somnio Static. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Vinny Vex. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Super Jet Guy. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. What's the deal with politics? You're expecting good things to happen and then almost only bad things happen. I mean, what's the deal? Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Yeah, guys, I'm not gonna lie. Today is like a new level of stupidity unlocked for, you know, if not the world, through America's failing and dying imperial infrastructure, then it's certainly for the United States of America. Yeah, the tariffs that Donald Trump has been touting got announced, and they are devastating. They are like a 54% tariff on China. Like it's insane. Like I think genuinely a lot of people in like the business world were expecting like 5-10%, maybe 20 if he's going nuts, but like he's gone like well above double that. It is worse than expected, and you know, in so many different and interesting ways, right? Like one of the interesting ways, yeah, it appears that the tariffs were written and implemented by ChatGPT. This has now been reported by a number of outlets. It's a combination of ChatGPT, and then the claim that Donald Trump is trying to make is that, oh, this is just reciprocal on all of the tariffs they have on our stuff. But like, the way he's arriving at that conclusion is by looking at what's called a trade deficit, which is just the virtue of Americans having more disposable income. So we buy more things. We buy more things from other places than we sell to them. So basically, his idea in Donald Trump's mind, if we have a trade deficit with another country, they are screwing us over. And therefore, to respond to them with these tariffs, he thinks that by tariffing them in proportion to our trade deficit with them, that will get our money back somehow, despite the fact that, again, the countries he's tariffing are not paying the tariff. We are. So, like, it is absolutely baffling. But on top of that, because a lot of this was put together by ChatGPT and not actual humans, you have bizarre fringe cases where the tariff has been implemented on a place that human beings do not live. There's a chain of Antarctic islands that have 0 inhabitants, and he put a tariff on them. there's a 10% tariff on a chain of islands where no human being lives and only penguins live. Only penguins live on the island. He's literally doing penguin tariffs. Who's collecting taxes from them? You sending someone down there to collect their pebbles? The penguins had it too good. Yeah, the secret is they've all been failing to pay their taxes for decades now. But like, it's so dumb. And like, I like hit my Joker limit so early today. Their imports are flooding the market. Yeah, they've cornered the in a grisly turn of affair, the penguins have cornered the penguin meat market. If they can afford tuxedos, they can afford a tariff. Exactly. But like, it is that level of stupid, you know? And like, you know, I know it's easy, especially if you individually, personally do not have like investments in like the stock market, as most Americans don't. But like today, like the market's tanked. Like it's just falling off a cliff, kind of tanked. And it might continue to do that for the foreseeable future. And something you need to know, especially if you're young and you don't have any investments or anything like that. Again, most of you. But like, this is going to kill old people. And like, your parents or your grandparents have spent their lives putting money into like 401ks, for example. And those are dependent on how the stock market is doing. If suddenly they lose 10% of their entire retirement account, that is something where like they have to start looking at selling their house. You know, like these are going to impact everyone. He cut Meals on Wheels. That's going to kill old people faster. I mean, it's not a competition. They're also looking to axe Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. There's a story in Talking Points memo today about how they're planning to touch Medicare. It's not a competition, but why is a 401k subjected to the stock market? That is an excellent question, Comrade Girl. And the answer is because Ronald Reagan. Essentially, you used to be able to get by on Social Security. They raised the retirement age on that. And this idea of essentially a savings account that is non-taxable, that is then invested into the stock market. And if you just hold on to it until you're of retirement age, then you can take money out of that account without it being taxed. It's basically a way to get around taxes while also basically freeing up a bunch of money for, you know, private entrepreneurs and investors to play around with, right?
I have an idea for a web page. Put a forum page so people can submit their measurements and you have it spit out in a spreadsheet. Also make sure people have to use their email address to submit it.
I'll take it into account anyway. Thank you for the $5 dono. But like, one thing you guys may not know is that in the past, there were these things called careers. And careers usually took into account, you know, the amount of time you worked in a given job or profession or field. And you'd build up a pension. And when you retired, that pension would slowly pay out to you over time. And you'd be able to live off of that, your Social Security, your Medicare, your Medicaid, etc. And then you just live out your twilight years in peace. And yeah, people don't get pensions anymore. And it turns out 401ks, most people who are living paycheck to paycheck do not have enough money to put into their 401k. And so that kind of becomes a problem when those people have to retire. Or, for example, when the market tanks and all of a sudden that key pillar of their retirement becomes wobbly or disappears altogether. Yeah. So I know that my 401k took a big hit. I thought of retiring at 65, but I won't be able to. Yeah. At this point, my partner and I are basically just like, we're probably never going to be able to retire, so let's just do as good as we can with the time we got. Man, it fucking sucks to even say that out loud. So, yeah, basically, this is going to screw over a lot of old people. It's going to screw over people who are banking on their 401ks to retire. Because keep in mind, usually 401ks tend to be tied to like the S&P 500 is my understanding. And I could be wrong about that, but that's my understanding. And the S&P 500 got hit hard today. And like it's not like it's going to bounce back tomorrow or anytime soon. And this is just like the first wave of damage that is being done by these insane chat GPT generated tariffs. Because the next wave of damage is that you're going to continue to see fallout from this initial day. But the next wave is when, well, essentially, it's when the world responds. And that's going to maybe be a little bit staggered, given country by country, people are going to reciprocate. But it's not great. France is urging the European Union to stop all investment into the United States. And yeah, I mean, people are talking about another recession. I think a recession is an optimistic outcome from this. And I mean, best case scenario right now, you know, people mobilize en masse on April 5th, and the Trump administration chickens out from all of this, undoes the tariffs. But even so, we've burned all of our international goodwill, you know? And I know that a lot of people who don't have investments, I've seen a lot of folks on Blue Sky and Twitter and such, basically being like, ha ha ha, this doesn't affect me. It's gonna affect everybody. It's gonna hit food hard. It's gonna hit like basically your everything. Everything. And so there are a lot of people who think that like this is only for the wealthies. And like, nope. The damage has been done. Really all that's left is to see what the extent of it is, but it's going to hurt everyone for no reason other than to satisfy this wealthy, egotistical maniacs, absolutely dumbfoundingly stupid ideas about international trade. The one silver lining to all of this is that because this hits everyone, because this is going to be so devastating and is already so apparently devastating, it is going to help us mobilize and organize. You know, in 2 days, we have April 5th, 5051, and Indivisible. They're all coming together on April 5th to organize people in the streets. And my suggestion to you today is to reach out to your conservative friends and family. If you're on speaking terms, you know, obviously.
I'm up $5 today because I'm heavy on Coke and McDonald's, but my mom is down over 100K and counting. Anyway, here's my stock market take for the day.
Charlotte Widnar's pet cat girl. Thank you for the $5 super chat. That's the protests at the Capitals, right? Yes, Charles. Yes. But reach out to people you might not have considered reaching out to prior to today, because today is going to be what sets a lot of people truly in the mindset to get out there and fight. Okay? The people have their livelihoods invested in this. Older folks in particular, but people of all walks of life, you can find them. Reach out to folks. Because a lot of people, even if they're conservative, if they're seeing these news bites where it's like, hey, Donald Trump just fucked us, that might actually get through his personality cult. You know? Why is Trump intentionally destroying the American government and economy? Because Putin pays him to. I don't necessarily buy that idea. I think that Putin and Donald Trump get along because they're both authoritarians. You know, strong men like strong men. No homo, though. So anyway, we have an opportunity here to get as many people in the streets as we can. We need to take advantage of it. My call to action for you guys: get someone out to protest with you. And you know, again, if you've already maxed out on that, hit up your conservative friends and family. Gonna try to get my family members and some friends about it. Still got MAGA family that think this isn't going to affect them. I mean, it's going to come for everybody eventually, so give them time, you know? I don't know. It's wild. We may see a minimum of 10 to 50% inflation across the board. It is. You know, the folks who ran on Bidenflation are absolutely gutting the entire thing. The one good bit of news today is that Elon Musk might be on his way out. So that's
I
nice.
spoke.
Ah. I don't see how people are still so blind to see the truth. I mean, the reality is, like, folks like Donald Trump have cults of personality. They are personality cults. And if you are in the thrall of a personality cult, the person with the personality can do no wrong. Or if they do wrong, you can make excuses for them, you know? And a lot of people have willful blindness to it until it starts negatively impacting them. Because for a long time in this country, we treated politics like team sports. Like, oh, you're a fan of the Cowboys? I'm a fan of the Vikings. Hey, you know, we like the game. It brings us together, and whoever wins, whoever loses, we're still human beings at the end of the day with equal rights and liberty. Except that that's not how politics works. You know? It's a much higher stakes game. And for a long time in America, people didn't really get that, because what was high stakes for people on the other side of the world in America was just a football game, you know? It was life or death for you know, people in Vietnam. It was life or death for people in the Middle East. But here it was just a football game for a lot of folks. It's abstracted. Yeah, one of these days, Nyan Rat, I'm gonna need to play through BioShock Infinite on stream, because that game was considered cringy for its time, but it genuinely, in my opinion, predicted Trump's America. It's insane. It's insane how prescient that game was. Republicans literally treat it as a team sport. They do not care how much reason you give them. Team red must be voted for. However, there's 10 to 20% of Trump voters who can be changed because, frankly, median voter syndrome, need I say more? Yeah, exactly. Like, there are going to be people who are going to suffer, and that's going to be enough to crack open the window on their world. We need to take advantage of that. Yeah, Salmon Moose. I've started watching The Handmaid's Tale, and it is a really depressing show to watch, but also unfortunately prescient. Yeah. All right. We live in the stupidest times, and our entire society, American, the nation of the United States of America is killing its own empire for no reason. And I have no reason to offer you guys. It's just
Hi there,
insanity.
it's Pingu the peeved penguin. Why you tax our pebbles?
I'm sorry. Your call cannot be forwarded. Boo! I'm sorry. Your call cannot be forwarded. Boo! I'm sorry. Your call cannot be forwarded. Social Security hotline of the administration has been shut down. Do well, it's less naive, Kiona Shadow Dancer, and more just a lot of people don't understand how things work, you know? Like it was kind of like yesterday when someone responded like, why don't you make a $100 million factory in the United States to make bras? And it's just like, we don't have $100 million for that. So it's kind of like people just don't really get it. They don't really understand how a lot of things work. They assume something like, for example, a chair is very simple. But if you start getting into woodworking or philosophy, you start realizing that chairs are actually insanely complicated. Not only do you have actually the craftsmanship of the chair, not only do you have like the ability for it to function, its utility, but you also have like the physicality of it. You start breaking it down and suddenly it's like, oh, well, this chair is actually being acted upon by all of these forces of physics, gravity. It actually is very complicated to understand how it interacts with those forces. But then if you break it down even further to like the level of the atom, or the quarks or whatever, the electrons, suddenly you're like, wait a minute, but this thing is like 99% open space and held together by energy fields, and you're telling me that when I sit on it, my electrons are repelling like the electrons in like the object I'm sitting on, and that's what's giving me the sensation of weight. Where are you going with this? Where I'm going with this is that things are really fucking complicated. And like a lot of people who don't know shit about physics don't know about all those physical forces, but they know how to sit on a chair. And so when something goes wrong, like when something goes wrong, they don't know exactly where things went wrong because they just, outside of like their personal knowledge, they don't have perspective on that, I don't know how to sit on a chair. Is that because you're bisexual? Yeah, anyone in IT can speak to that. Yeah. Hey, Lady Raincloud. Yeah, I saw that. That was what jokeified me today. The Nature article talking about how the Trump White House is making its own CAS report to delegitimize trans people. So cool. We're cooked. I mean, I don't think we're quite cooked, but like things are not great. Things are not great at all. In funnier news, apparently Denmark bought the Panama Canal Railway, so that's fun. I like that Denmark is the Danes are doing good work. You know, if I need to flee anywhere, I'll go there. Don't forget YouTube and Google throwing us away too. Oh yeah, yeah. It's now, hey folks on YouTube, it's now legal to call me slurs or whatever because YouTube changed their policies. So have at it, bigots, because it's a clever ploy. You see, I'm boosting my appearance in the algorithm with your hatred. No, you will still be banned from chat if you use slurs. Don't do it. But people in the comments, I see you guys. I see you guys. You were already being bigoted to me. Juice my algo, bitches.
Hi, Pinga here. Pinga's little sister. My brother does not speak for all penguin people. I love Trump.
Man, the Riverboat Jack universe of characters is eclectic to say the least. One of you needs to start keeping a Wikipedia because I don't remember all of them. I'm just tickled. The what? The Riverboat Jack cinematic universe. Just different chatters keep making up characters that donate in text to speech. How bad will Pride be this year, in your opinion? More in terms of the backstabbing and low morale? Oh, I think Pride is going to be very high morale this year. I think people are going to go out and be even more gay and more angry. People are already mobilizing en masse to protest. Pride is just going to be a bigger party. You have beautiful, long, luxurious hair, you horrible person, you. Central scrutinizer, cutting me to my core. And honestly, if they try and crack down at Pride, like, they're going to be riots. People are already angry as shit. It's going to be a really great party. I've always been scared of Pride, even before this year. I mean, it's you know, your mileage may vary at Pride. I will say it's a lot more fun to do Pride if you're drunk. Or at the very least, a little tipsy. Yeah, I mean, the first Pride was literally a riot. So, I mean, we've definitely improved since then. People are going to be like making out in the streets. It's going to be great. Hello, Asuka. A smexy edutainer. Doing my best. I don't drink or leave my box. That's fine. That is also fine. I usually don't. But my partner gets me out of my box. And then sometimes I wander into a grocery store and have like an autistic meltdown. Let's see. Mini-Me, thank you for the $5 dono.
If you ever need to change your branding, you could rename to Two Girls and a asterisk 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 asterisk. Like two guys in a truck.
What the fuck? Why would I call my show Two Girls and a Boob? I have two boobs. I'm one girl and two boobs. Four boobs between you two? Oh, are you talking about Imogene Olivia? Wait, that also doesn't make sense. Wouldn't that be four? What's a boob to do? Oh man, that reminded me. Do we have more What's a Girl to Do videos? I need to know. What's a girl to do? Nope, there's nothing new since the Christmas episode. Sad day. Oh, by the way, in case anyone has no idea what I'm talking about here, this is What's a Girl to Do, the best conservative sitcom ever made.
I'll go for it.
Sí, amigo.
Wow, look at you, Jeff. You speak Spanish, huh?
Si, senora.
I am going on a road trip to Denver and Santa Fe Pride this year and plan to come out by changing my name on Facebook so my MAGA family will see it.
Go, all-powerful Kagan! First of all, thank you for the $5 super chat, and second of all, good on you! That takes a lot of courage.
Well, I dated a guy from Colombia who taught me only one sentence. It's not really anything I can say, so.
Swear words, huh? Who would have thought our sweet little Janet knows Spanish words she can't say in public?
Have you decided what you'd like?
Thank you.
Well, first, our friend here would like to impress you with her knowledge of the Spanish language. So, Janet, why don't you tell Juan something in his native tongue?
Could I just have a quesadilla, please?
No, until I hear your Spanish.
Ooh, I like this guy.
It's not really anything that I can say.
Come on, dime.
It's something I was taught before I knew what it meant, so.
Now I really want to know.
We all do.
Okay. Yo tengo ojos bonitos azules.
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
You are so conceited. How arrogant. Oh my goodness.
I'll come back.
What did she say?
She just told the waiter that she has
Yeah?
beautiful blue eyes.
Yeah, but she does, so what's the big deal?
Well, that's
You're
not
welcome.
something that you just go around saying them, but like honestly.
I
Oh,
tried to
Jeff.
tell you.
Excuse me. I'd like to point out that I have beautiful brown eyes. Don't you agree?
Yeah, sure.
And my silky fine hair is quite exquisite. Would you like to run your fingers through it? Please.
No, thank you.
Haha, sexual
she's
harassment.
She's on her way to report you to her manager right now.
¿Hablas español? Dime. ¿Es señorita Ojos Bonitos Azules disponible? Vamos, dime. Ayúdame, mi hermano.
Tía, mi abuela tiene zapatos verdes.
Gringo loco.
Juan. This cracks me up.
What's a girl to do?
Incredible stuff. Legendary conservative comedy. You know, if you're ever thinking to yourself, are the conservatives getting better at comedy? The answer is yes. That's their best effort to date. I can't wait for the next episode. Me neither. Wait, is this unironic? Dare Dragon Warrior, not only is this unironic, this is made by a woman who is she runs an anti-abortion nonprofit. They sometimes do prayers after each episode. You're joking? I wish I was. Let me find this for you. Can we do What's a Girl to Do? Here, just a little reference for you here. Oh my god, they updated their website. This is actually really exciting. Look at them go! The tipping point to end abortion in America!
Hello, I am Wingu, another penguin. In addition to the tariffs, all the ice caps are melting, like, super hard. The sea level is rising. I am sure John Water will be pleased.
Oh my god! It's conservative Parks and Rec, guys. Wait, this isn't a joke? No! They started off to do conservative Parks and Rec. The tipping point to end abortion in America, Cindy Jacobs, Generals International. Historical and hysterical. Official selection of Christian Worldview Film Festival. Janet Folger Porter with her phone number on it for some reason. What the fuck? What's a Girl to Do? Best Screenplay Christian Film Festival. And guys, if you've been here long enough that you've seen me go over these, and I think there are a couple on my YouTube channel already, the fact that this is winning a best screenplay for any kind of competition is insane. Insane. Best Lead Actress. International Christian Film and Music Festival. Best TV Series. Best TV Web Series. Are you fucking kidding me? From best-selling book to the sitcom we've been waiting for.
This is CEO of Big Water John Water. I want to confirm that I am indeed pleased.
I love you guys so much. Very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. Oh my god. You know what? You know what, guys? Fuck it. Fuck it. Everything's a mess. And you want to know something? Fuck it. We're gonna watch the pilot episode, which is available for free on YouTube. That's right.
I know.
We're getting some What's a Girl to Do. You fools. If I can find it. What's a girl to do? Found it.
What's a girl to do when I'm alone and feeling blue? Crying in my pillow doesn't get me anywhere. What's a girl to say when I can't go on this way? Am I ever gonna make it through? What's a girl to do when I'm alone and feeling blue? Am I ever gonna make it through? Am I ever gonna make it through? Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. What's a girl to do?
I know it's only been a few weeks since Jack broke up with you, but tell me you're not eating another pan of
Not
brownies.
me. No relation.
Not eating another pan of brownies.
They're still in the oven, huh?
For a few more minutes.
That's it. I'm coming over.
No, that's not necessary. Hello? Hi, Matt.
How's book sales?
Is that it? No hello, no how are you?
I'm sorry. Hello. How are you?
Oh, that's much better. I'm fine, Janet, and how are you?
Great. How's book sales?
Book sales? What book sales? Look, I've got something that's going to cheer you up. I've got the title for your next book. Brace yourself. Your next book is called What's a Girl to Do While Waiting for Mr. Right?
You want me to write a book on dating?
Great question. How old is this? When did this come out? And the answer to that is 6 months ago.
You gotta be kidding. I couldn't even write a pamphlet on dating.
Good night, Lady Ring Cloud.
You have to write from your heart, Janet. You have to write about what you know, okay? And you know how to make a difference.
Not about dating, I don't. I write books about the issues that affect our country and our freedom.
Yeah. And I commend you for it, okay? But let me ask you, how are your book sales?
Well, I just thought that was poor marketing.
Yes, we have watched this. We have gone over this on the stream before, but I don't think it ever made it onto the YouTube. So this one's going to go on YouTube.
Marketing on your end.
Well, I wish that were the case, okay? You've got to mix it up, okay? I believed in you. I published your book, but they're not flying off the shelves, hon. Trust me on this one.
I don't write fluff, Matt.
Who said anything about fluff? I don't publish fluff. I don't want a fluffy book.
Okay, just step away
That's a
from
good
the
dick
brownies.
joke right there.
At least until you have the ice cream.
Matt, I appreciate your faith in me, but as you may have gathered, I don't even like dating books.
And that's why you need to write one. I want you to use all your passion, your heart, your understanding, and bring it to this genre.
This genre would bore the heck out of me.
Really? Well, let me ask you this. Would a bestseller bore the heck out of you? Imagine you're a 22-year-old girl, 37-year-old woman, or a 40-year-old man, and you're walking down the aisle, you're looking for a book. What kind of book are you looking for?
What?
True to life? Or what's a girl to do while waiting for Mr. Right?
I pick True to Life every time.
Exactly my point. You and 5 of your friends, of your best friends, and your mother, perhaps. I want you to expand your fan base, okay? You've got them already.
Why are we laughing?
You've got to go
Jokes?
outside the box on this, Jan.
Yes,
Take
is
this
this porn?
subject and make it your own.
This
Bring
is porn
something
for
fresh.
conservatives.
Look, think about this for a few days, okay? And then call me back and tell me I'm right.
I liked him better without the goatee.
Yeah, me too. Chef says it makes him look like Satan.
Now that you mention it. Oh, and remind me to never change clothes over here. If you get mad, you'll use them to clean out your oven.
I'm sorry,
That's
is she
ridiculous.
just...
I never clean my oven.
Brownies, right on time. So, are you ready to rebound with me yet?
What happened? The man did dump you?
I'm afraid I've spoiled the poor.
Okay, I need you all to understand that I don't understand what the nature of their relationship is. I've watched so many episodes of these, and I still don't know if he's her brother, or if they're best friends, or what their deal is. I know we've gone back and forth on this so many times, and there's no clarity whatsoever, but he's like... I can't figure out if he's like a Kramer type where he just is like a friend who comes in through the door. Yeah, I thought they were siblings too, but I don't think siblings talk about fucking each other or being each other's rebounds. You know, that seems weird to me.
Girl, with all the whining and dining I provided, I was gainfully employed. Hey, this is Jack's goofy shirt, isn't it?
Yep, post-breakup therapy. And speaking of therapy, Janet, you should go to the singles meeting at church.
You mean there's a reason you're still single meeting?
Yeah, I'm good.
So what were you talking to Matt about?
Oh, he wants me
Take
to
off
write
your
another
nasty
book.
ass shoes.
I'm almost done with my first book.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, as soon as I finish the first one, I'm gonna read a second one.
Huh, won't be long, Jeff. Coloring books don't have a lot of words. So, do you have a title?
What's a girl to do?
This guy is so filthy. This guy is filthy as fuck. I hate him so much. He's ruining the entire tub of ice cream for everyone. Fuck you, Jeff.
So, do you have a title?
What's a girl to do while waiting for Mr. Right?
Yes, he's eating out of the giant tub.
You can advise women all across America what to do with their ex-boyfriend's shirts.
That's a perfectly reasonable reaction when somebody tells you that you're the one, and then they turn around and dump you for the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
he's
job,
using the
Lori.
scooper.
Except you forgot to mention how gorgeous Jack's girlfriend is and their much anticipated engagement. I got this. I'm gonna call my friend Dwayne.
Dwayne the Swamp with drowning.
No, thank you.
So back to the whole singles group thing. You know I'm at Market Singles, right? You need to go this Wednesday. Look, I'll even go with you.
They don't let married
Look, guys, it's fine. It's fine to eat from the tub if it's your tub. Like, I have nothing against eating directly out of the tub of ice cream, but it's not his ice cream. It's this lady's ice cream.
people in singles.
What are they gonna do? Throw me out?
You can only hope.
Jeff works the miraculous once again. Dwayne's in. You're going on a date tomorrow night. I told you no. Look, if you keep sitting around eating brownies all day long, even I won't be able to talk people into dating you.
hate him.
Come on,
I want him to die.
You like movies. What's the worst that could happen?
He could be like you.
Smart, charming, incredibly good looking.
No, you have as much humility as you have tact. Go.
Endearing, isn't it? These are for Mark.
Aw, thank you.
And these are for Jeff. You'll thank me later.
Come on, Jeff. I
What
know
an
you can sleep in
asshole.
until noon, but some people actually have to work tomorrow.
Okay, oh tactful one. Maybe you could, like, do something with your hair before your big date tomorrow night.
Good night, Chad.
Like, he's touching her.
How about get new
like,
clothes?
Ew.
Skip work. Go to the gym. Get a whole, like, makeover. Look, I'm doing my part. I can't do it.
Yeah, like, are they former lovers? What's their deal?
Ladies and gentlemen, your movie is about to begin. Please, no talking.
Jeff told me you prefer horror movies, but I hope you don't mind an action flick.
I learned a long time ago that you can't believe everything our mutual friend has to say.
So, you don't have 13 cats? It's really crowded.
This is the tallest man I've ever seen. Would you mind changing seats with me? I mean, you're a lot taller than I am, and I can't see a thing.
No.
Excuse me?
Well, then I wouldn't be able to see.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Hold
may
your
I have your
ground.
attention, please? We have a full house tonight. We are completely sold out. So I'm going to need everybody to move all the way to your right, please.
No.
No empty seats. Thank you.
The cinematography is spectacular. I've never seen anything quite like it. Let me know if you need me to describe anything for you, because I can see every
Shut
inch.
up! The movie's playing! Girl to do. Hello,
The fact
Greaves.
that Leno was Jeff's friend probably should have been your first clue. You're going with me to singles.
Can't. Gotta work on my new book.
Very funny. I'll see you there.
I like how she's on a date with someone half her age.
What's
Yeah, it's a
girl
recurring
to do
theme.
while waiting for Mr. Right? I have no idea.
What a great scene! Haha!
Listen, just to be upfront, I know you were probably trying to work up the nerve to ask me out, but I'm married. Just kidding. Listen, I'm actually here to support my single friend Janet, who I'm hoping will show up.
Wait, is she
Wow.
just kidding about being married?
Thank you for sparing me the emotional distress of working that nerve up. I'm Michael.
Why is it hilarious? Is it just because she's like a larger lady? Like, yeah, what was the joke?
Lori.
Yeah, pleasure.
This could be the whitest
Oh,
man.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Liz, but I'm saving the seat for Janet and she's on her way.
Oh, well, sorry, there's no saving seats. Oh, hi, Michael. I'm Liz. Yeah, I was here last week. Pretty much every week.
Yes, you were. So, this your friend?
No.
He's John Water.
I'd like to welcome you all here tonight. Let's just start by
Oh,
taking
boy.
a moment to quiet our hearts.
Can I just say I would not trust a singles night put together by this man? Is that mean of me to say? Like, someone with this haircut has actively negative riz. I refuse to believe this is anything other than a ploy for him to steal all of their collective riz. That guy pulls bitches.
I don't see any seats. Oh, thank you. That was so sweet.
based.
As much as I would like to claim standing room only, we are bringing in some more chairs. Oh, you in the blue, we'll start with you.
Me?
While they're bringing in your chair, if you could give us your name and an adjective to describe your most positive feature.
Oh my God.
We ask all the new people to do this.
My name is Janet, and I'm gonna go with prompt.
My name is Wesley, and the adjective that best describes me is thoughtful.
See, that was at least
One of the first
joke.
things that God said to
set
Adam
up
was,
payoff.
"It is not good for man to be alone." So don't be shy, stick around, and enjoy some refreshments.
Oh, it's a church dating
I
group.
just want to go home.
Just one glass of punch and I'll leave you alone, okay?
One glass, and I leave.
Yes.
Okay? There, one glass. Good night.
Wow.
It wasn't a good joke, but it was a joke.
Yeah, it's really great punch.
Michael, this is my friend Janet. Janet, Michael.
Hi, friend Janet.
Oh, this is
Nice meeting
what's a girl
Can I get
to
you some more
do?
punch?
Sure.
Janet's having a party on Friday. Would you like to come?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Party? Oh, what time is this party?
Yeah, what time is this party, Lori?
7 o'clock.
More punch?
No, I'm good. I'm actually over my limit. Gotta get going, but it was great meeting you.
Here's Janet's address for Friday.
Liz, good seeing you again, as always.
Yeah, see you
I
at
have
the
not,
party.
Rose.
Looking forward to it.
Party? I'm having a party.
Yeah? I love how spontaneous you are.
I don't want to have a party.
Well, you've already cleaned out your refrigerator. But besides,
Why do you keep cutting
Michael's
off the
coming.
laugh track?
So
Stop.
what did you think of him?
Seems nice.
Good night, Kiana Shadow Dancer.
Whew. Well, that is all of them.
Groceries! What's the occasion?
Did you notice that Jeff only comes over after all the groceries have been carried in?
One of the many handy uses of my front window. What's for dinner?
Is he just like a neighbor?
Are pizza and cookie dough.
Honestly, how are you still single?
It boggles the mind. Jeff, give me these. These are for the party tomorrow.
What party tomorrow? Why was I not told about this?
Don't feel bad, neither was I.
Oh, but you'll thank me later.
I'll thank you now. At least there's food to eat.
Groceries,
Now,
such an
you invited
old-fashioned
the
word.
people from work, right?
Yeah, Clark and Joe have plans, but Gail might actually show up.
Oh, all right.
That's the spirit. I just invited Dwayne.
You what?
Just to meet some of your friends. Anyways, you're not his type.
Oh, that's a shame.
I told you to get a makeover, but no one ever
Do you
listens
have enough to
to...
eat for dessert?
Well, you are baking the brownies, right?
God. Oh, don't forget to invite the cheesecake lady. I want to marry her.
Who's the cheesecake
You look like you're ready
lady?
to have a party here tomorrow night.
Hey, I didn't even want to have this party.
Oh, I've been to some of your parties. People sitting around thinking of ways they can change the world. Boring.
And don't forget her pretend parties where we ended up stuffing envelopes.
Hey, welcome to breakfast, Jeff. You get to make coffee for the 50 people going door to door.
And we find out she is actually in hell.
I mean, that'd be fitting. That's less a plot twist and more cosmic justice for this absolutely abhorrent woman.
Exactly.
I'm gonna plan this one.
All right, what you got?
Okay, so when people get here, we'll give them a slip of paper that tells them something they need to do, like complain about the food.
But they already do that.
Hey.
How about tell a story without any point?
And how is that different from how you already talk?
How about eat off other people's plates?
Ooh, great idea.
And we can write nice little sayings on white paper so those people won't have a clue what's going on.
My work here is done. Good night, ladies.
Good night, Jeff.
Who the fuck is he? I still
Speak
don't know.
only in cliches. Well, if at first you don't succeed.
Oh, no, you don't. You have to stay with what you pick. That's the game. Answer in rhyme all of the time. Nah.
Pick one for Jeff.
I'll pick my own. Thank you. So, just 3 of us?
No, Mark is on his way.
4. Wow. That's fun. Skip from room to room. That's stupid.
Now remember, the boring people get the white slips.
Hi, Liz. Come on in. Jeff, Laura, you remember Liz?
Hi.
Hi, Liz.
Why are you creating
What did you bring to this festive gathering?
Why are you creating a 2-tier system for your party where like the boring people are gonna get one slip and everyone else gets another one? That seems like a bad party plan, actually. Like that seems really mean. Like mean-spirited as hell. Also, get your nasty ass shoes off of the couch of your friend, lover, sister, Flavister.
Oh, just me. I thought that should be enough.
Well, we have something for you.
Oh, thank you. I am grateful for your friendship. Oh, wow, that's so nice.
Have a seat.
Oh, thank you.
I brought my friend Sam Chin. I hope that's okay.
Sure. I've got a little something for you.
You have a bright future. Oh, how nice. In my uncle's restaurant, they put this in the cookie.
Really? Well, just remember, all that glitters is not gold.
That is brilliant.
Really? Well, let me show you to the kitchen, because after all, the early bird gets the worm.
Oh, so profound. You are almost as wise as my
Hello,
grandfather.
this is Liz Cheesecake, Queen of Cheeses. I never agreed to go on a date with that man.
Oh
the
my
Queen has
God.
higher standards than conservative men.
I need to read out your statement again, your comment, Gamer G, because I was just so taken aback by how racist this was. I don't know that I've ever watched this one now. I feel like I would have remembered this part. Gamer G, hello, this is Liz Cheesecake, Queen of Cheeses. I never agreed to go on a date with this man. The Queen has higher standards than conservative men. True. Cheesecake only goes with the farthest left candidates.
Now remember, don't show anyone your slips until after dinner. Hey, so glad you can make it.
Hey, Lori. I am a bit overdressed. Sorry, I just came from work.
No, that's okay. Just maybe lose the tie.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's a good party.
Oh, yeah. It is, definitely. Hey, Janet! You remember Michael,
Sure
my friend
do.
from church?
Sure, any friend of Lori's is a friend of mine.
Oh, these are for you.
Thank you so much.
I'm Jeff. Hey, it's nice to meet you. Mikey?
His name is Michael.
Well, that is okay, Jeffy.
That's what my mom calls him.
See how I have no read on what this relationship is? Do you guys understand the amount of emotional whiplash I get from watching this? Now we know, now we got the mom in there. We got the mom, but it's her mom. That's what my mom calls him, not what our mom calls him. So I don't know. I don't know, but this dynamic it's very weird. It's so weird. I cannot in good conscience like this stream until the segment's over. It's okay. We're getting there. It's almost done. Stepbrother? Yeah, like, is it a stepbrother, stepsister situation? And if so, did one of them get stuck in a dryer at some point? Like, because it seems like that.
You know what? I'll show you to the kitchen.
Yeah, sure.
Excuse me. Thanks for coming.
What is this
Something
weird
about that guy just
physicality?
don't like.
Gail, so glad you could come. Come on in. We've got a little something for you. Don't mind him. Just take one. Here, open it up and read it. It's for you. Make yourself at home. It'd be great. I think we've got, thank you. We've got somebody else here. And hi there. Welcome. So glad you could come.
Do you have a microwave?
Yes, popcorn. How nice is that?
My man over here just stopping by for the microwave.
Hey, I've always said honesty is the best policy.
Honesty, best policy.
Oh my
If the
God, I
chicken
hate
is dry,
him.
just try
I
the
hate
pie.
this bit.
It's quite delicious. I wouldn't lie.
You guys gotta hear what happened to me today. It all started when I woke up this morning and I put on my pants.
Yeah? And?
Well, I put on my left shoe, then I put on my right shoe.
Hey, they weren't very good anyway.
No one would be interested in that story.
Come on, Jeff. Tell us what happened, man. You got us all in suspense.
What happened? I went to the store.
No one's
And
invested
I
in
bought
this story.
a gallon of milk.
And?
That's it. It's in my fridge right now if you want to see it.
That is riveting. Jeff should write a book, which you can't judge by its cover.
Great story, Jeffy. Dance with me? Sure. I think you are a terrific dancer.
So, Janet, how's Jack?
Well, Liz, let's put it this way. There's plenty more fish in the sea.
Yeah, Sammy. This is pretty much how all American parties are.
What was the joke?
Look, I appreciate you throwing this party so you could see me again. I really do, but I'm looking more for gorgeous. And, well, as Jeff likes to say, you're more the girl next door.
That's because I'm the girl next door.
Yeah, that's not why he says that. Hey, where are all your cats?
Oh my God.
May I borrow you, gorgeous?
I'm real sorry. I know that this is a weird thing to like suddenly fixate on. Why does she have a Beanie Baby in the display case behind her? Who in 2024 or 2025 is dropping Beanie Babies in display cases? What the hell is going on? Why is he standing on a chair? Because they're doing weird rules at the party.
Oh, should we get that?
No time like the present.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hi, Jeff.
Speak of the devil.
I won't keep you. I just came to pick up my striped shirt that I left over here.
You know, the one that I gave you when you were cold?
I wouldn't bother you, except that it's kind of my favorite.
Really?
Jack, I think I found the striped tie you're looking for.
Actually, it's a striped shirt.
And that is my striped tie, actually.
I'll let you know if it turns up.
Thanks for stopping by. Actually, let me walk you to your car. I've got the most fascinating story to tell.
Wow, no time like the present.
Hey, Janet, I think I'm gonna get going. Yeah, are any of your friends on hallucinogenic drugs by any chance?
So long, farewell. I'd like to say goodbye.
I've got to run. Thanks a ton. I've never been to a party that was more fun.
Thank you so much for the cheesecake. What a great surprise.
Hey,
Thanks for letting me come to your party. I had a wonderful time. Oh, and by the way, I was born and raised in Texas. Y'all have a nice night. You hear?
Well,
Just. Yeah, because you know that the person writing that was white as fuck, right? Like, that wouldn't be a ha-ha thing. That'd be like I've been repeating racial stereotypes to all of you this entire time, and none of you noticed because you're all gross as fuck. Like, it would be a joke that would be pointing a finger of indictment at this group of people in particular if you wanted to write that joke correctly, or at least in a way that is more correct. But like, instead it was just like, tee-hee, see what we did there? It made our earlier jokes okay.
I think I should be heading on as well.
I was beginning to worry that I find the tall, severe business lady character very attractive, but then I remembered that I am the bottom-est bottom that ever did bottom. Also, here's $5. BWA.
It's okay. She is, you know, as a switch, she is, I think, the most attractive person in the show. But like, nothing saves this show. There's literally nothing that salvages the show whatsoever.
I just want to say that I had a really nice time, and I hope that I see you again soon.
Me too. Thanks for the dance.
Yeah.
Hey, don't forget your tie. Trust me, you don't want to leave it behind around here.
Your parties sure are interesting.
Hey, we forgot to tell everyone about
Never a dull moment. So, Janet, now that Jax broke up with you, he's available, right?
Well, this cheesecake is really good. Leslie, why don't you walk Liz to her car? Well, maybe she'll share another piece of cheesecake with you.
Oh, sure.
Nice.
Are they? Is cheesecake a euphemism?
Liz.
Next time, I'm in charge of the guest list.
Hey, you think Jack was using the shirt as an excuse to see me?
I think the guy just wanted his shirt back.
Yeah, don't go there.
You're better off without the loser. He wasn't even polite enough to stick around for the end of my riveting tale of adventure.
He never was a big fan of yours.
And a poor judge of character.
You did seem a little jealous when you came to the door in Michael's arms.
Really?
More like stunned. I mean, how many people answer the door being dipped by some strange guy?
Hey, which one of you wrote the dance from room to room slip?
Not me.
Me neither.
Looks like old Mike was just doing a little freestyle.
What a weirdo.
What's a girl to do?
Sorry you missed the party, Joe.
Thanks, but we had other plans that we just couldn't change.
Oh, so what'd you do?
Well, we stayed home and watched TV.
I do have to say, this guy has been consistently my favorite character, just because he has the correct amount of energy and lack of fucks to give about everything that's happening in the show.
Good call. Yeah, Janet's friends, they're lunatics.
Good morning, everyone. Janet, did I hear you say your neighbor's in marketing?
Yeah? Oh, not the guy who bought the milk.
Tell him to come in and talk to me if he's interested in the Director of Development position. Anyone have anything else before I interview next in line?
Yeah, I got everyone's expense checks, except for Janet, who did not submit the proper paperwork. Again, surprise, surprise.
This is the anti-Seinfeld,
How you
kinda.
doing, kid? Haven't heard from you.
Well, there's a good reason for that.
So you haven't started yet. Tell you what, give me one chapter by next week and I'll leave you alone.
How about one sentence by next month?
What if I told you I got 3 times your last advance?
You what?
All right, you've got 2 weeks to give me 1 chapter. Tommy.
I need that book, Matthew.
I understand. Yeah, no, I'm sure she'll have it. She's very excited. She's going to put her heart and soul into this book. I mean, she's just a gem to work with. She never, she's just an amazing person, never argues.
Yeah. Don't let me down.
You'll have a chapter in 2 weeks.
She never argues. It's funny. What? That guy
I think
is...
I need
That guy on like the floaties is like her publishing agent or like her editor. So like he's calling her to get on her ass to write more books. That's their relationship, but I have no idea who these two are to each other.
To earth kind of girl. One who's happy with the simple things in life, like applesauce.
Liz Cheesecake here again. I only fall for euphemisms of cheese in the bedroom and definitely not by conservatives. Only the leftiest of men get with Queen Cheesecake. And they will have a Gouda time.
Jesus fucking Christ. Guarantee, thank you for the $5 dono. But also, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? He just stuck his finger into her applesauce and ate it. Nah, fuck that. If my neighbor comes in here and sticks his goddamn nasty ass finger into my food, he gonna lose that finger. Fuck that. It's so gross.
And brownies. You know what? I've been told that my eyes are the color of brownies. Hey, Julie Jules. I was just thinking.
Oh, now you take off your shoes, you nasty ass bum.
About you. It's about a job. Can I call you back after my dinner meeting?
Thanks for including me in your dinner meeting.
Anytime. Hey, speaking of jobs, Clark wants you to interview at Faith for the Nation.
Yeah? Would I be working side by side with you?
Actually, you'd be talking to donors about how we're going to change the world. Sure, you'd find it all very boring.
Hey, I was only talking about your pretend parties.
But the real ones are a blast. Oh, hey, I hope it's okay that I gave Michael your number.
That is so intrusive. What are you...
Yeah, Faith for the Nation is her actual nonprofit that she works at. You know, the nonprofit that works to make abortion illegal.
Thinking we know nothing about this dancing lunatic.
Hi, Mom.
Hi. How was your party?
Great. Just having leftovers with Jeff and Lori.
I wish I could have been there. Hi, Jeffy. Hi, Lori. How are you?
Hi, Mom.
Jeffy, how's the job search going?
Well.
Again, are they siblings? What's his deal? Because the mom also said hello to that other lady.
I just found out there may be an opening to work next to your lovely daughter at Faith for the Nation.
What?
See? Then he's like, but I could work with your lovely daughter, not my sister. I'm being driven insane. Yeah, I don't understand how this is all working out here.
Wow. I'm gonna pray that you get it.
Or pray for whatever job best suits Jeff.
No, I'm praying for this one. If you don't ask, you don't get. Enjoy your feast, and I love you guys.
We love you too.
I love you more.
Hello? Hi, Michael. Of course I remember you.
Of course I remember you.
Yeah, I think Lori's husband is off this Friday. Right. Friday at 7 it is.
Woohoo! We're going out to dinner.
Ah, blah, blah. Hey, let's get back to me and my new job. Who's the clown that designed the logo? Don't you care about Alaska? Hawaii?
You should definitely bring that up in your interview with Clark. That'll impress him.
Tell me about Clark.
Well, Jeff, for starters, he designed the logo.
And don't forget to mention he left out the American territories.
Puerto Rico, Guam.
Can we ship Lori to the branch in Guam?
Don't have one.
Another great idea waiting to be heard. Honestly, how did you guys get along without me?
Somehow, Jeff, we managed.
Why are they using the laugh track so much? Because of how many jokes are being made. Are you not hearing all of the clever zingers, the subversive chuckles being lampooned at you at 1,000 miles per minute? Welcome, my dear
Okay, I'll
readers.
send him right in.
And what is this you were doing while you earned your degree in marketing?
I was an independent entrepreneur in the news dissemination industry.
Paperboy.
Exactly.
Good marketing. You're a friend of Janet's. That means a lot.
Best friend. She calls me her BFF. Kind of embarrassing, actually.
Well, we'd love to have you on board if you'd like to join us.
So they're friends?
Thank you, sir. I would.
Wait, you hired him?
That's right. Now, would you get our new director of development the paperwork he needs to hit the ground running Monday morning?
Sure.
Let me guess. She's the director of public relations.
Thanks for...
I feel like that would make anyone question Janet's judgment, right? Like, why? Why? Perhaps they're siblings due to a bond they formed in battle? They're battle brothers, exactly.
Inviting us, Michael. Mark's idea of date night usually involves the drive-thru.
Convenient? Economical? Delicious? Yes. I like to save the drive-through for the second or third date.
Well, you can't really supersize it, but I hear the food here is great.
Now, this is going to take some getting used to.
Why?
I'm accustomed to hearing you only speak in cliches.
Cliches?
Oh, that's my fault. I wouldn't let her pick another slip. But Sam Chin, he thought she was brilliant.
Well, best I can tell, Sam Chin was right.
Thank you.
Hey there! We're out celebrating my new job.
Michael, you remember my neighbor Jeff? This is his girlfriend Amanda.
Hey there, Mike.
So I guess they're not siblings, but they're just neighbors and friends. But my question here is, this lady looks way too young for him, right? Like, way too young? The fact that they're not siblings makes me sad. Why? Is this an incest stream? No, we've established that it's not. But now we have to worry about a different dynamic. And you know what? You know what the worst part is? You know what the worst part is? You think right at this moment we've established that they are not siblings, right? At this particular moment in time, as we watch the pilot episode of the worst conservative sitcom ever made, you think, okay, we've gotten to the bottom of this. They're just friends who live next to each other. You think that, and yet, I guarantee every single episode we see of this show, they are going to be complete enigmas to us. He's somewhere between 16 and 60. Yeah, exactly. Firefishy, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Fuck you, he can't be heterosexual. I do have to admit, Jeff gives like if Jeff were to have a sexuality, I think it'd be asexual, right? Like this man is only interested in putting his finger into his neighbor's applesauce and stealing her brownies. And I don't think he thinks about sex.
Shirt.
Hi, Amanda. I think we met at one of Janet's cookouts or date nights.
I don't think I've ever met you. It is so good to see you here, though. In the same restaurant, in addition to you living right next door to Jeff. And now you're working with him in the same office.
You're actually working for me, but that's not important.
Because that's not true.
Well, hey, our table's ready, so I'll see you in the morning at the office. Don't be late.
What a lovely couple.
I've met her like 3 times.
She seems really, really nice. So now you'll both be working with him?
Thankfully, not for him.
Well, that just means you'll get a chance to hear more.
Reminder to chat. Please get your neighbor's consent before you finger their applesauce.
Absolutely. Or before you start scooping ice cream out of like the gigantic tub that is not yours.
More of his fascinating stories.
Yes, we will.
I'm sorry, what on earth were we supposed to assume from the end of this interaction here?
Fascinating stories.
Yes, we will.
What the fuck was that?
Oh, it's my boss.
What you doing?
I'm just gonna get ready for bed, so I won't be late for work tomorrow.
What an extraordinary idea.
Look, Jeff, this isn't just some office. Faith for the Nation is a ministry.
I'll admit to employing some conversation enhancers from time to time.
You know, that's all Gail would need to fire you, right?
Pleasant lady, Gail.
She's number 2 on the organizational chart.
Got it. Strive for number 1 without stepping on number 2.
But also, like, he's calling her right before she goes to bed. Like, it's so weird.
Be sure to bring that up in the next staff meeting. It's gonna be a big hit.
Relax. Clark loves me. And Jan?
Yeah?
Thanks. I really do appreciate. Oh, hey. I got another call. I gotta go.
Good night, Jeff.
That was my little cheese puff tonight.
What?
All of life can be summarized with 2 words. Trust, God. But trust was made for the darkness. After all, you don't get off the train just because you go through a tunnel. Sam Chin would love that.
I thought the earlier joke was meant to establish that he was fucking with them for that entire party. But now he just he earnestly liked all of like the banal sayings they wrote down on different. Okay.
Call from Michael.
Hi, Michael.
I just wanted to say that I had a really good time the other night.
Me too.
Yeah, and it was good to get to spend time with Lori and Mark. You know, he seems like a great guy.
He thinks we're a bit crazy.
Well, it's because you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, in a good way. You are a refreshing, fun kind of crazy. I never met anyone quite like you. So, crazy girl, what are you doing Saturday?
Yeah, why is he in a hotel room?
Well, I was planning on working. I've got a bit of a deadline.
Okay, well, just take your time deciding, but when I get back from this trip, I want to take you out on the town. You know, a moonlight boat ride, dancing under the stars. Or, you know, you can stay home and work.
What's a girl to do?
I can't wait
She
to
said
find
the
out.
thing! She said the thing! Okay. if this show wanted to be anything interesting whatsoever, the thing to do immediately after he hangs up is to have a slow camera zoom backwards to reveal that in front of him in the motel he has rented, there is a dead body on like a plastic sheet, like still bleeding out. You know, and we like what we find is like he's editing this for like public television as if it is a straight up like comedy. Like this, what we see is what he has edited for us, and then we just get the slow zoom, and it's just he's like a weird serial killer, and that's why he's suddenly taking an interest into these small town folks who just are completely oblivious to his true nature. Yeah, like a Dexter type situation. Yeah. Jack, you need to cancel your Shudder subscription? No, I feel like Shudder's the only subscription service that is still somewhat ethical. Kind of, maybe. Yeah, we need Too Many Cooks guy to get on this, exactly.
Am I ever gonna make it through? Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. What's a girl to do?
Amazing stuff. Oh, and the preview for episode 2. We gotta watch that.
What's a girl to do when I'm alone?
Seriously? You are so immature.
Oh, yeah?
You need to grow up, Janet.
Hello, Janet.
Hi, Jack.
Jeff? Except for the hair, I see you haven't changed.
Still as cool as ever.
I like what you did with the goatee. You
Well,
trimmed it up. It looks good.
Yeah, a little bit. Thanks.
Still look like Satan.
I know we always go to the Hope Gala every
I
year.
love that event.
However, since we just broke up, I just find it more appropriate that I give your ticket to someone else.
You want the ticket back?
If you don't mind.
Sure.
You can always get another ticket, sit at
Why-
a different
why are
table. I
you
mean, if you still
approaching her
really
in a
want to
restaurant
go.
about
Yeah,
this?
we'll get your ticket back, Jack.
Hi, I'm Brittany,
What?
Jack's girlfriend.
Well, nice to meet you, Brittany. So, how did you and, Jack meet?
At the office.
Wait a minute. You work in accounting, don't you? I met you at the Christmas party last year.
Oh, when she was Jack's girlfriend.
Sorry, I don't remember that.
Yeah, I do remember that. Sure you want to do this?
Oh my god.
Thank you.
What?
No date tonight?
No, Liz, I'm here by myself. I'm hoping that they'll announce it from the podium in case there's someone who hasn't noticed.
Hi, Janet.
Jack?
There you are, darling. You mustn't keep slipping away like that. I was beside myself looking for you.
Wait, you two are dating now?
She could only fight it for so long.
Well, Jeff works at Faith for the Nation now.
That's right.
Really?
You see what I mean when I say what the fuck is their relationship? You see what I mean? We're back to square one now.
I never pictured you as a man of faith.
I'd like to think more of a man of action. Wouldn't you say so?
No, you got what you wanted. and I
What's a
got what I
beard to
wanted.
do?
Oh, looks like everybody got what they wanted. Jack, it was a delight to see you again.
Yes, a delight.
We would like to stay and chit-chat, but I don't want to. You ready to go, baby doll?
I am.
Let's go.
Okay. Good night.
You say that they're lying to their coworkers. I don't know about that.
We shouldn't have lied.
Ah, yeah. It's been bothering me. It really wasn't a delight seeing Jack.
I'm gonna go tell him.
Me too. I have another idea.
I need to tell him the truth.
You and I become an item, and then it's the truth.
Wait,
Are you saying you want to date me for real?
Oh, no. Nobody wants to date you for real. Least of all me. However, for the sake of truth, I'd be willing to take one for the team.
This is like every girl's dream right now.
I know! And you're good.
See what I mean? What is this? What is this?
Getting better at truth telling already. Why don't you stream on it?
You mean sleep on it?
Same thing, smoochy face.
Smoochy face?
Are you serious? Like you just spit all over my face. That's disgusting. You're like a human spritzer.
Here's your time.
What's a girl to do?
This show is hopeless. I 100% agree. And now you all have been introduced to What's a Girl to Do, one of the recurring segments on this show that makes all of us feel like we have lost our minds. I'm actually jaw on the floor. It's one of the most legendary shows. My dream is to have every single episode of it. So far, I've only been able to find like 4 episodes out of like the 10 I think exist. So if any of you can find more of these episodes, I'm always on the hunt. Okay. It's not even bad funny. I find it very bad funny, but like in a holy shit, this is a next level of bad. Jack means I have to find them. If you can find them, Gamer G. Oh God. Bachelors of Music watches all of them on Rumble. Well, that is intriguing. Folks, I need to go use the bathroom. When I come back, we'll get doing some other stuff, okay? BRB.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. That was a track titled Evergreen from Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse, as performed by Amy Waters. Go check it out. How we doing, folks? The world is dark and full of terrors today. I think I get your game.
I think I get your game. You bon chat via cringe trauma.
You are not that wrong. That is one of but many tools I have at my disposal. Did you see the Sam Rockwell White Lotus monologue about Asian women? It's fascinating to me. I did not. Did you see the William Tell movie coming? William Tell movie coming? No, I hadn't seen that. ADHD binds us all. Hello, Tori. Hey, Charlie, loving your new job. Love to see it. Hell yeah. Hope you had a great day off. All right. Let's just take a quick look here. We've got 3 options for you, chat. Okay? Well, 4 options. And you can vote for it. And if I can't tell an easy winner from just looking at chat, then it's just going to be a poll in riverboat.gg, okay? But your 4 options, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just type 1, 2, or 3, or 4 in chat, all right? Option 1, the first Berserker Kazan. We continue our playthrough. Number 2, the new true crime Matthew Orchard video that I fucking love that channel, and I fucking love that man, and I want to get as many people watching his shit as possible, okay? Number 3, the Victoria Spartz Town Hall, a Republican town hall, where she gets yelled at a lot. And 4 is Sam Cedar on BPD. The not BPD, the Patrick Bet David Show, PBD podcast. Okay, go. 1, 2, 3, or 4. See, a lot of 4s, a lot of 3s, a couple 2s, no 1s. Okay. It's a bit too close between number 3 and number 4. So I'm going to do a poll over on riverboat.gg/vote. What content do we do? Spartz Town Hall or Sam Cedar? There you go. 1s and 2s in chat. Spartz Town Hall, Sam Cedar. Damn, it is neck and neck. If it is tied, I will... all right, we're doing the Victoria Spartz Town Hall. All right. 1 Spartz Town Hall. Coming right up. Where is it here? Found it. All right. She's awful. Yeah. She's one of the worst. So, folks, things are happening all across this great country all the time. The day might be horrible beyond all reason, but you know what? Even though our futures might be burning before our eyes, we can at the very least still enjoy watching a bad conservative get yelled at by a bunch of people who are very angry. And that's what we're going to be doing for the next while. So let's jump right in, shall we? Oh, you can't hear it. There we go.
Issues I felt we face is in our financial situations, because if we don't have money to be able to do the services that government is supposed to do, we're in big trouble. But so we need to make sure that we do well with what we have and keep taxes low, have growth of economy, but also deliver on our promises. So I'm going to go through a few numbers because I think there is a lot of misconception and misrepresentations what's really happening in DC, what DOGE is doing and what is the reconciliation doing and what we're doing about a variety of issues. So, let's talk. I just wanted to explain where we are.
Hello, Paladin.
These issues that didn't happen overnight, these issues that took us a couple decades to get. But as of right now, our fiscal situation is in this shape. In 2024, we roughly collected 5 trillion, spent 7 trillion. So obviously we have a 2 trillion shortfall, right? So annual shortfall. We already accumulated 36 trillion of debt, and if you can see, our debt reached, levels of World War II, which was very temporary debt due to the war. This is becoming the permanent debt.
We literally print our own money. We have the petrodollar. Like, this is a sustainable method of funding ourselves and paying for it. It's literally, this is fine. The budget of the government of the United States of America does not have to operate like your household budget. Treating these two things like the same thing is frankly insane and fundamentally misunderstands what a nation is versus what a personal budget is.
Getting grown more and more. So our debt situation is becoming more and more dire. We spend over $1 trillion just on interest, more than national defense. And when we refinance bonds, now with the higher interest rates, we'll be spending roughly half of our revenue just on interest. So if we don't do something about this situation, we will have no money to be able to provide benefits that we promised. And I think that is very unfair if we don't. So we have to make sure that we do a better job, how we can make government efficient, and how we can make sure we deliver.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great way of thinking about it, Jazzer. Essentially, you're investing all of this money into the economy so that next year there's more taxable revenue, and thus you can continue growing,
Even promises. It seems like it used to be a bipartisan issue, but unfortunately, actually President Obama passed very significant legislation on government efficiency, and he tried to do some things, but unfortunately the government needs some new tools and mechanisms and technologies that hasn't been used, and a lot of things were not accomplished. And if you see, all of the major funds are going solvent. In 28 high.
Yeah, and you know what? You can fix that by raising the cap so that, the wealthy pay their fair share.
Fund, Medicare is 31, and Social Security is 33. If we don't figure something out, there are going to be automatic cuts, and we want to avoid that. So how can we avoid that? And we can do several things. One thing, and listen. So, even if we take all of the money from the richest people, we will not be able to pay enough for that.
Dog, that was comedic gold. That was like, oh, that's the moment she realized this was all gonna go very, very bad. Oh. Rewind, please. Yeah, here you go.
If we don't figure something out, there are going to be automatic cuts, and we want to avoid that. So how can we avoid that? We can do several things. One thing, and listen. So, I mean, listen, even if we take all of the money from the richest people, we will not be able to pay enough for that.
Someone just yelled out, tax the rich. And she's like, well, even if we take all the money, we don't need to take all the money. We just need to tax them. They'll keep making money. You just tax them. And then they all boo her.
But let's talk about that. You know, let's talk about that. And listen, at some point, every single been at the table in discussion. What we try to do right now, in the current environment, we try to do three things. One thing we want to see, how we can have, help small businesses and consumers to pay less taxes, and people with lower income, because inflation hurt them a lot, so we can have growth in the economy. Because
also, this speech happened 6 days ago, less than a week. And she's like, well, we need to help small businesses because inflation really hit them hard. And now we're looking at like a 10 to 50% inflation from Trump's tariffs. Like, this is aged so poorly. Never let a Republican who voted for Trump or who is backing Trump while in office right now, don't let them bullshit you about this. They have driven the economy off a fucking cliff, and they've fucked every single one of you in the process. This argument is so disingenuous. Taxing the rich doesn't have to solve every problem to work. It just has to solve some of them. Exactly. It's not a magic cure-all. Taxing the rich doesn't cure every problem, but like, it'll solve some of them. Like having the rich pay their fair share of the Social Security tax will solve the Social Security solvency problem.
Growth will help us with revenues. That's number one thing. Number two thing, we're trying to see how we can come up with true fraud, waste, and abuse. It used to be very bipartisan issue.
We are 3 minutes in.
If you want to have your money to go to fraud, waste, and abuse, you're free to stand up to all of the scammers that calling you all the time. But I want to make sure that we can come through that. And then how we can have more jobs actually, being
like, the thing that must be unnerving as hell to a Republican is that you're not looking at like a sea of young activist types. You're looking at a sea of like gray-haired people on Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. And they're mad as fuck.
Create more jobs here back home.
Oh, Sparks won her district by 18 points. That seems like it's within the possible swing margin of an upcoming election. How interesting.
And I have a lot of variety. My district is very diverse, right? So I have richest county, Hamilton County, and I have some of the poorest counties that hurt significantly when manufacturing left United States. So we're trying to see how we can bring more good-paying jobs and manufacturing back to the United States.
And we'll bring them all back to the United States by putting the highest tariffs in over a century in place. The same level of tariffs that we tried that led to the Great Depression. We're gonna try that again. It's been 100 years. Time to try those Great Depression era tariffs again. See if they work out better this time. And as we all remember from our history books, the Great Depression brought a lot of high-paying jobs to the United States by contributing to the onset of World War II. So, let's just get World War III going. We'll bring a lot of high-paying jobs to the United States. Everything will be great. Stick with what works, folks.
So we can people have better living. So that is things we're going to do. So I want to stop some misconceptions, okay? So there is a lot of talk.
I mean, the Great Depression wasn't all bad, folks. The first two words are the great. Like, it was pretty swell.
Talk about Social Security. So let's talk about Social Security. Social Security, it is going to be a bipartisan discussion. This discussion is not going to happen under this president or under this Congress. Unfortunately, there is no discussion for bipartisans right now. So Social Security cannot be discussed. It has to have 60 people in the Senate to agree to that. It's going to go insolvent in 2033, so next president.
By the way, when Social Security goes insolvent, it will still pay out like 80% of its benefits. What it needs to ensure that people will get 100% of their benefits is just lifting that cap on Social Security, and then it will remain solvent for literally almost indefinitely.
We'll have to have this discussion. What are we going to do? And it will have to be bipartisan agreement what to do about it, because we need to make sure.
The thing you always need to be aware of with Republicans is that they talk like there's no possible solution, and it's just not. Like, we have very simple solutions to some of these problems. Republicans just don't want to solve the problem because it involves taxing the rich, full stop. I keep hearing Republicans talking about $1 trillion in internal investment from manufacturing coming into the US, or international investment. Is it real, or is it just so much BS? Mithril, I have no idea where they would even get that investment from. There's no... Like, Europe is literally talking about stopping all investments into the United States. Like, where else is investing into us? Why would anyone invest into us? Like, it doesn't make sense. Why would you invest in building manufacturing up in, like, as an international business person? If you're over in, like, I don't know, Italy, and you're like, I want to be an international businessman, and you're like, okay, I can invest, $10 million into Nigeria and build a factory there, and have a workforce, and they'll work for like $1 or $2 per day. Or I can invest into the United States, where it's going to cost me $100 million. $500 million to build that factory, and then I have to pay workers, a living wage in the United States context, which is going to be significantly more money. And like, the math doesn't math, guys. The math doesn't math.
That we deliver to seniors their promised benefits, and what are we going to do in the future? So we'll have to...
Yeah, and also, if you're like, Jack, why'd you pick Nigeria? Specifically because the United States is pulling out all of its soft investments into Africa, and China is, with its Belt and Road Initiative, is trying to basically move into where the United States has pulled out and basically replace all of our infrastructure that we set up with their own, so that they help people and build up their soft power in our absence. It's basically created a gigantic international power vacuum, and our pulling out of these regions is essentially like giving rise to a new geopolitical landscape. Yeah, definitely a great move for Russia, China, the European bloc, etc. It helps them expand their influence for sure.
If we don't do nothing, there are going to be automatic cuts across the board, and we try to avoid that. I 100% agree. That's why we need to make sure that people that pay these benefits are going to get them, right? But that is not going to happen this Congress. It's not going to happen this president. So this is an issue that you will have a chance, and next presidential debate, they're going to be in.
My mom is retired SSA, and a friend said they're purging everyone who isn't mission critical shortly.
Yep.
Even IT. Shit's about to get real bad there.
Yeah, no, I've been talking about this for the last couple weeks, but basically their plan to gut Social Security is not to like cut it or to impede its funding, but instead to simply fire people so it can no longer operate. Effectively cutting it under a different name by just removing anyone who is capable of working there. Make it impossible to get, make it impossible. They already cut like the phone lines, so you can no longer call in and do business by phone for Social Security. They they're closing field offices so that now you have to drive like 10 hours to get to your nearest Social Security field office if you want to get a question asked in person. And they do want to privatize it for sure. They want to play around with that money in the stock market.
4 years, decide who you like or who you don't like.
And this lady is being incredibly disingenuous by basically saying, yeah, this question isn't even going to be considered under this Congress. It's already being considered. And the consideration is they're going to try and kill it. That's why people are mad as hell. They know she's full of bullshit.
Right now, as I said to you, President Trump is not tackling this issue, and Democrats are not tackling this issue. Well, this is the reality. This is the reality. So Social Security is not a discussion, so you have nothing to worry, but I hope we can have a productive discussion.
This is a district that voted for this lady by 18 points. 18%. And they are turning out to boo her en masse. This is glorious. Like, I'm not hearing a single, like, positive voice in this crowd. All of the body language is negative as fuck. This is where your hope should be, folks. There's no one person who's going to come and save us. There's no one person who is going to fix this situation. There is no savior. There is no Messiah. We have to come together to save ourselves. So put your faith not in like a, Bernie Sanders slingshot to the moon situation. Put it in these working people. Let's get those bastards out of office and in front of the Hague.
Now let's talk about healthcare, Medicare and Medicaid. It was very interesting for me that a few years ago, a lot of Democrats, and still now, were talking how much Medicare fraud is and Medicare Advantage we had, and how much big monopolies over billing. It was a bipartisan issue. It was interesting for me that...
You know what would solve a lot of those fraud issues? If we had universal health care, if we had Medicare for all. Just saying. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep.
Actually, Vice President Biden, I will show. Actually, if you look at the post, yes, and we'll do that. If you just, listen, I actually a facts person. So not just show the receipt. I am going to actually...
I'm a facts person. When I say you cannot solve all problems with taxing the rich, I'm facts person.
We have a proposal. So what are things are happening? But what I want to explain to you, a lot of this issue used to be not partisan. Actually, Vice President Biden was calling some of the Ponzi schemes. We actually saw that recent Indianapolis, the article was talking about misappropriations of billions of dollars from nursing homes. Do you think it's right? Do you think Indianapolis Times conservative newspaper to write it? I don't know. I don't think they ever write anything nice about me.
Okay, so we are 7 minutes into this and she's already complaining about the press coverage of herself. Okay. Yep. All right. We've hit the coping part of the presentation. Amazing stuff. Also, folks, I just realized we've been going for over 2 hours so far. If you've been enjoying the show, we've been having kind of a chill time so far. Hit that follow button on Twitch. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Because those keep me alive, folks. And without your support, I would surely perish. So please continue to support me so I don't die. That would be ideal, I think, for me and possibly for you if you enjoy my content. There are only 40 likes and that's just wrong. I agree. Like the stream. Like the stream. The press coverage wouldn't be bad if she didn't act like such a brown noser. The press coverage wouldn't be bad if she had like a spine of some kind. Yeah, you have to save me from the dono ghost, guys. The dono ghost will eat my bones if I don't get enough donos. The nursing home fraud was coming from the hedge funds that ran them, not the patients that were being neglected from lack of AIDS, buildings with mold and no food. That wasn't the patients in the Medicaid. Yeah, that is one of the other things. Like the framing of a lot of the waste, fraud, and abuse conversation is like on, you know, welfare queens or like people who are just getting unnecessary surgeries. But like the reality is people, the folks who are defrauding those systems are like private equity firms that invested in like a health insurance company or like, you know, a BlackRock type investment firm that like bought a bunch of nursing homes. You know, like those are the people defrauding the system. It's often like these middlemen for sure. Airbnb abortion, thank you for answering the call.
Robespierre gonna do a new game plus soon.
I shouldn't have laughed at that. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for being one of the few chatters, the bold, who answer the call to drop subs and donos on stream. Indeed, indeed. Been waiting to like the stream until it gets to a good number. OCD. Fair, fair, fair.
This message is to say that you're a bright spot in the day. Keep
That's
up
me.
the good work, Jack.
Spookamus, thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate you. And also, shout out to folks in the memberships on YouTube who are leveling up their little heart emoji guys. Shout out to you folks who are keeping that up. Seeing some evolutions in the little emotes on YouTube it's like a whole new era for you guys. Yeah, stonks go up. Stonks go up. And remember, folks, consider dropping those subs and donos because it does help me to live and pay rent and eat food, all of which I need, especially with the bad economic times coming. Anyway.
Seconding, I was gonna go to the grocery store, but I get more sustenance dollar for dollar from your stream, Jack less than 3.
Thank you very much, Dare Dragon Warrior. I appreciate the $5 super chat. Don't get too much sustenance solely from the stream, though. You gotta keep yourself healthy too. Come on, riverboat.gg, show YouTube what is up. Yeah, you know, riverboat.gg, you guys be slacking a little bit today. YouTube is genuinely showing you guys up. First time for everything, I guess. Stream will not sustain your body, only your will. Fair. Liz Cheesecake. God. Jason Kelly.
Here you go, you lucky Jack.
Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. What is this? What's this link? What's that noise? The 7 largest Dow Jones drops in American history are that they're all Donald Trump. Wild stuff. Good job. America finally becoming great by setting a world record in the Guinness Book of World Records for fastest economic drop. Gotta let the YouTube chatters feel valid every now and then. So true. Here we go, folks. Back into this.
A dono a day keeps the Donna ghost away.
You're right. It saves my bones. Not my flesh, though. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Celestial Heart, and thank you for the membership, Ruinic Gaming. Appreciate it. This is what happened the last time the Dono Ghost touched me. It almost got my bones that time. YouTube is killing it today. Absolutely. GDP 0% speed run. Oh, God.
So I doubt they're conservative, you know, and they just had a big article. They're actually money that should go to nursing homes and seniors. They would.
Who is this congresswoman? This is Victoria Spartz, and she's a conservative. This is out in Indiana, and yeah, she's getting booed as
Glad to
hell in
save
an
Jack's
18
bones.
district. Yo, Spookamus, thank you for the $5 dono. The $5 super chat. Let's go. Greaves Underground.
If you get run off to get married, will it be a jackalope?
Thank you for the $5 super chat, Greaves Underground. But don't worry, you guys will know when I get married.
Here's to me losing on the stock market.
Soy Master, thank you for the $10 dono to commemorate this horrific day for financial futures. Jowser, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. Let's go. Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for gifting a sub over on Twitch as well. Let's go, folks. Started with nothing and still got most of that left. Hell yeah. When did she immigrate?
What does the dono ghost do with the bones once it takes them? BWA.
Yeah, it makes a BWA. Bones with entropy. You might be asking, what is entropy? It's the opposite of entropy. You see, it's what keeps the cosmic forces aligned, the 4 humors of the universe, if you will. You all thought BWA was a nonsense term spawned by a meme, but really it spoke to a fundamental truth about the universe. The Bone War arc? Yeah. And if you're asking why would the Dono Ghost need to build a Bone War arc? Oh, you have no idea what's coming. A reign of 1,000 years. A spiritual deluge from which no being will be able to escape, aside from those nestled safely within the Bone War arc. The Bone Wall Assembly, indeed. I thought the opposite of entropy was outropy. I need Jack to pronounce the person who got gifted the sub. Wait. Nightlight Plushy Jesus gifted a tier 1 sub to Hjorgensberg. No. Hjorgensberg. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it. Bones not assembled on shipping. Batteries not included.
Die during pandemic wasn't so appropriated by large hospitals. So do you think it's the right thing to do? Well, so I'm just, if you want to listen to me, we'll listen. But if you were just really here was already predetermined idea, I'm good at facts. Well, I'm listening to you. That's a big question. I do. I agree with you. So
I hope it is 2 more hours of just this, of her like stumbling over words while people yell at her.
We can talk about what Doge is doing or doing, but let me tell you what Doge did. Do you think it's a bad thing or not? So if you hear.
Do you think it's a bad thing? She says to the overwhelmingly booing audience.
But I'll tell you what they did. So
I'm picking up some subtle cues that you guys are not a big fan of what Doge is doing.
Came to the department. Well, if you listen to me, if you don't listen to me, then you will know. If you just sit here to scream, we're never be able to have a conversation, right? I want you to hear. You might not like what I have to say, but I thought you would like it. I thought you would like it. see. Let me see that. Listen, you know, you need to hear what they really do, and if you want to hear that. So they came to the Department of Treasury, and they said, we want to make sure that there is a proper authorization of any funds that disperse. This is your money. You think we should be spending your money without authorization? No, truly. Do you believe you want your banking account money from your personal bank account sent without authorization by someone you don't know what for? How many people want to do that? Raise your hand, please.
I have a problem picking up social cues. Do they dislike her? Yeah, they do. Honestly, seeing this, I'm like, yeah, this is a district that could swing 18 points. This is a district that could swing 18 points.
How many of you want your personal bank account? Somebody just disbursed money with no authorization. How many of you? No.
This entire time, Chuck Schumer's just watching it.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Just shaking his head. We will fight. We will win. We will win. We will win. We won't rest. We won't rest.
Raise your hands. How many of you? Is it not a common sense? What I'm just saying, is it not a common sense that when you disperse, this is your money. Treasure is your money. So when Treasury disburses your money, this is your money.
I'll check it out later, Reds. Thank you, though.
Listen, I understand. So I try to explain to you, so I listen to you.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Use this as an opportunity to model the kind of grace and decorum we want to see represented. I know, but I'm a professor and a mother, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to do that. We have plenty of questions.
Look, why can't you all just be nice about the fact that we're trying to cut all of the vital social services that keep you alive? Why are you booing us? Why can't you just nicely die? Why can't you just nicely die in the gutter like they used to 100 years ago? Golly. I am genuinely waiting for the moment when one of these crowds brings Rotten Tomatoes.
That I hope we're able to get.
Or a bubbling cask of tar and a bunch of feathers. You know, I'm waiting for the day.
And we have several hard questions to ask of Representative Sparks, but we need to allow her to address us first before we can ask them.
I wonder what George Bailey would think of this scene.
Judge Bailey, if he saw this scene, would simply shake his head in the state this country has come to. Because let's face it, folks, George Bailey is a fan of the CIA. And as I imagine Mrs. Bailey, also a fan of the CIA. And, you know, the Trump administration has been cutting that CIA money. And that is why I won't rest. I won't rest. I won't rest until we reopen Guantanamo Bay for the CIA to use. That's what the Baileys would want, folks. That's what the Baileys would want.
I'm scare-roused.
Faith Faulkner, thank you for the $6.90. The $69 dono. $6.90 $9 dono. You know what I mean. You understand what I was going for. They can't all be winners, guys.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Just 1 second, guys. I'm going to go over the rules.
Oh my God, they brought a bunch of rules lawyers up. Okay, guys, you're being really rude. Can't you just be nice about the fact that we're trying to steal your futures? We won't rest. We won't rest. Okay, guys, I'm going over the rules now. You have to follow the rules in here, Mr. Mans.
No, that's okay. Listen, I'll just tell you, if we're going to screen the whole time, it's a waste waste of time. We don't have to do it. And I will.
Ooh, what is socially acceptable today that you think won't be socially acceptable 100 years from now? That's a good question. Honestly, I think 100 years from now, it's going to be, in a lot of ways, the same. It's just going to be a bit different. I think we're going to like continue fighting, obviously, to make things better, but it will be like incrementally better, you know?
The GOP, experts in following rules.
That was some weird shit.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. I appreciate it. Honestly, I think 100 years from now, like, it's gonna be like weird stuff. It's gonna be like, I like Greaves Underground throws out lawns. I think that's probably true. Like, climate change is gonna come for all of us. I think like, in some cases, I think like hunting animals for meat, or like the industrial farming industry, I think there's a possibility that that just gets completely blown out of the water by like, you know, artificially created meat. What if lawns are food? Maybe. I think like slaughtering animals for food is going to be looked at as very backwards. Not that like people still won't do it, but I think it'll become much more niche. Because I think like lab grown meat is like just objectively better by basically every metric that I've seen. I was gonna say factory farming, yeah. Like I don't know. I think given the option, most people would probably go for lab grown meat over like a factory farmed meat. I don't know. That's just me, and I'm not even like a vegan or anything. I just like, I look at that, I'm like, that's clearly like a better option. We don't have to slaughter them anymore. Some vegans who believe this are also anti-vaxxers. And like we have lab grown meat right now. It's not like a pseudoscience. Reclaim our lands from the grazers. Yeah, right? We got a lot of other things we need to use that land for. Yeah, hunting is still important in some places, and like I think for like cultural significance and like certain like niche occasions, like people will still like have animals and like raise them for slaughter, but I think there's going to be a drastic decrease, and it's going to be looked at as kind of like a novelty or something weird to choose to eat it over like lab grown alternatives. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, and if like meat isn't your thing, it's not your thing, right? But like I genuinely think like lab grown meat is like such a cool concept.
I hope that we will allow you to hunt meat, but you have to do it in a loincloth with stone tools. You want that mammoth, you hunt that mammoth.
Yeah, Sake Tanuki, exactly. First of all, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, single-handedly keeping the stream alive, practically. But second of all, yeah, we need to bring back mammoth. You know, we're already working on bringing back woolly mammoths. And clearly the end result of bringing them back is so that we can like hunt them, you know, as God intended with spears and loincloths. What about the woolly mammoth mice? Can we have those as pets? They look so cute. Like genuinely, they look so cute. Here. I know it's not at all related to this this Sparts town hall, but you all deserve to see it. Look at these little guys. Look at these guys. Look at how fucking cute they are. Yeah, they activated woolly mammoth like woolliness genes in mice. They're so cute. I was so mad the woolly mouse guys missed including the genes for tusks. I could have had little ivory toothpicks. Oh, little Dark Souls enemies, right? See, playing God is fine. No negative consequences at all. Wow, how transgenic of them. Impossible in this would have been impossible in Trump's America.
In 100 years, water addiction. Do not become addicted to water. It will take hold of you and you will resent its absence.
Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. And yes, 100 years from now, it's Immortan Joe rules, you know? Absolutely. Hello, Godzilla.
I won't do it again because it's a waste of time for people who came to hear that. Because some people actually
I've never done that on a live before.
And some people came here to yell at you and call you a bitch. You know, you can't get, sometimes you can't always get what you want, you know?
We'll get a chance to speak. You know, so I'm listening, but not screaming.
I can get it from them, or I can try to. It's like
I wanted to have a conversation, but if you want to scream and match, we don't have to do town halls. You know, because next time, you know, we're going.
Okay, we are 10 minutes in. How the fuck does this go for another hour and 40 minutes? Like how she's already at like a, well, if you just want a screaming match, we could scream at each other. How's that? Like oh my God. We're already at, we don't have to do town halls.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Okay, let me go try to
I'll update you on some issues. So anyway,
what information do you need? What exactly?
So that's what Dosh is doing. Dosh is actually trying to figure out how the money is supposed to work on. Okay. Well, it's good. And you do it when you go vote.
Yeah, it's just going up and down. I gotta smell
else, okay? You know, so good. I'm glad that we have people that really, you know, came here. And I don't understand there is frustration, but I'll just be honest with you. If we, you know, I understand the role very well. That's why I have to.
Hello, chat. Big Water CEO John Water here. I just want to assure you that becoming addicted to water is perfectly okay and normal. You should all get addicted to water today.
I can't stop. I literally can't. This town hall is so funny, right? Vibes-based town halls. 10 out of 10. We need so many more of these where like Republicans show up and just get booed until they cry. We need that over and over and over again.
Town halls because we want to have a conversation. But if you will just come here because you want to scream, it's not productive for the people who want to do that, you know. So we'll have conversation, we'll try to answer questions. So, but that is what the most questions that are very heated right now. And this is the questions, you know, that I'm sure you have about me. So I want to make sure that you understand, and I'll get Laura handle the rest, and we're going to give her a little time to look through all of your questions, you know, but I just want you to understand that we are going to make sure that we protect Social Security, Medicare for senior, and Medicaid is working for the most vulnerable, not go to large special interest groups in D.C. And unfortunately, this issue was so bipartisan before, and President Obama tried to tackle, President Biden tried to tackle, and they did it.
Oh my God.
But unfortunately, this is President Trump is tackling fraud and abuse
love this because at every turn, this crowd is just getting more and more riled up. And at this point, like they're at this point, guys.
Get away from her, you bitch!
Like that's them talking to Victoria Spartz. They're defending, you know, not a child, but Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security programs that allow children to live.
Now, what we're gonna do, and listen, I thought we have a public, you know, the conversation, and we have a respectful conversation, so we cannot do that, you know, if we...
Why can't you be respectful about my open cowardice and disdain of you peasantry?
Screaming. But, you know, but I think, guys, we're going to, right now, go to your questions. I'll have Laura go to that, okay?
Okay, so we received a great variety of questions that we're hoping to go through as many as we can. We've been organizing them based on topics. And I do
give this lady a mic. She's standing right there with her hand up.
I want to start with the question that was posed to us by Karen and Fishers. Your number 155, and it's a question regarding benefits upon retirement. The way we'll do this is I will offer up, if you want to ask your question to Congresswoman Spartz directly, you're able to. If you would prefer that I do that, I'm happy to do that on your behalf. But could I see Karen from Fishers, number 155? And you can bring your additional questions up here. Certainly, we would love to see all of them.
Yeah, when we said comedy was back, we only meant, you know, bigoted comedy for us, not you. That doesn't mean you can boo us. Just because we're free speech absolutists doesn't mean you can just come in here and say anything you want.
Microphone if you want to answer the question. Karen? Get the microphone to Karen, or would you want us to ask the question? So you want, who has a microphone? Do you have who has a mic?
Just go over there.
Do you know who has the mic? Okay. Can we make sure, Jessica, can you get the mic to Karen, please? All right. Yeah, make sure that we have personal this on the other side.
Yes, an actual
right there.
Karen.
Is right there. Jessica, right there. Can you please make sure you do that? Thank you.
Hey, Josh.
Hi, thank you for coming here. I actually have a letter from 1984 when I was in high school. I had to write a letter to the president, who was Reagan at the time, and I asked him about Social Security and if we were going to have it when I was retiring. He had one of his staff members send me something back, and I would just like to read to you what he said at that time, a Republican. He said, when signed into the...
When we said comedy was back, we meant Greg Gutfeld only. Oh, God. Only Greg stand up. Only Greg's. Imagine being able to pull out of your back pocket the fact that Ronald Reagan responded to your letter as a child, promising to protect Social Security. Holy fuck, dog.
Social Security Amendment in 1983, President Reagan noted that the new law demonstrates for all time our nation's ironclad commitment to Social Security. It assures the elderly that America will always keep the promises made in troubled times a half-century ago. It assures those still working that they too have a pact with the future. From this day forward, they have our pledge that they will get their fair share of benefits when they retire. I would like to know how you will ensure that all Americans now and in the future will receive their benefits when they retire, and also respectfully ask that you stop the limits of
Can we just like pause real quick?
Did my first round of spreading AGIT prop the other day.
Yeah!
Put up several pro-immigration stickers around my neighborhood, including outside the office of my district's Republican rep.
Hell yeah, Horizon. That's the kind of stuff I like to see. You keep spreading it around your area. Part of, I think, what's going to be important for folks is seeing that, like, hey, other people who live here also hate those fuckers. Other people who live here want those bastards out of office. I think that's important. It builds up solidarity and a sense of community and safety. But also, let's just take a moment to really appreciate that this woman does not look to be a paid protester by George Soros. You know, like this lady looks relatively sincere to me. I don't know. Doesn't have the blue hair or the possible other hallmarks of being a paid protester by George Soros.
Social Security, for example, Elon Musk, a couple minutes past midnight on January 1st, he's done paying for the entire year. Ridiculous.
Damn.
So, please, you don't need to scream at me, okay? Let me answer the question. So...
Oh boy, this is gonna be legendary. Also, can I just say, this is a really nice yellow on this lady. Good job. Good job on that cardigan, lady.
Please, you don't need to scream at me, okay? Let me answer the question.
Please, you don't need to scream at me.
The numbers, as you know, are working. We have a lot of people, baby boomers are retiring, right? Less than people in workforce. So the numbers are working very negatively for us. So it will have...
Look, Godzilla... I have nothing against plastic faces. Nothing at all. Oh no, that's not gonna work. Okay, it's fine. Anyway. The bit I think played.
To be a discussion. Every single should be on the table. We'll have to figure out how to make sure that people get their benefits. But as I said before, there is no desire for bipartisanship. We tried to do bipartisan commissions. Last Congress, bicameral bipartisan, in the Senate and the House. We actually had to introduce bills. I co-led it. I have several senators, Democrats and Republicans, co-led it in the Senate. No one wanted to do it. So until we have, discussion with American people during presidential election, that discussion will happen. What do we need to do? But I can tell you, everything will be on the table because we have to resolve the situation and make sure we keep promises to the...
Yeah, if only you had, I don't know, like some kind of ability to influence people, like say hold town halls to mobilize your voters and folks to call their senators. If only there was a way you could do politics as a member of Congress.
People. But there is no bipartisanship of this issue. We cannot even put fiscal commission anymore.
Have I heard of transhumanism? And if so, do you support it? I am aware of transhumanism as a concept, and I have nothing against it. No.
Even people agreeing to do it, because everything became so partisan this Congress, and no one wants to work with President Trump on the other side. So that's why it's going to be a problem. So I'm just telling you, this issue will come in the next election. It's going to be a big issue. But this issue is not going to be resolved now because Democrats do not want to work on bipartisan basis.
Dude! I know she lived through this, but damn, these people are ready to rip her apart. I'm still waiting. I don't know why I was asked about transhumanism, but I don't know if you believe that human beings should be able to use glasses or crutches or wheelchairs or any other kind of technological assistance, you are to some degree a transhumanist. And I think that's fine.
make this progress. That's all he's trying to do. So hopefully I answered your question.
Yeah, I don't really view the label of transhumanist as particularly meaningful, because I think if you asked people like basic questions about like, hey, do you want to like have better eyesight? Do you want to be able to like, I don't know, move fingers and toes after you've had an amputation? I think a lot of people are going to say yes. You know, like I think almost everyone would. It's not a terribly interesting like question, I guess. Doesn't sound like walking neon carpet. Transhumanism is like an ideological movement or belief that human beings should be able to like technologically modify their bodies. And like, yeah, but like we do that all the time. And we're going to do it whether or not we have a label for transhumanism or not.
And I'd be happy to go more in details on numbers, but I completely agree. President Reagan said it right. We have to keep promises. We cannot put luck on these people's feet. We must keep the promises to what we promised to the people. That is a responsibility for us. We need to make sure that we balance the system, and that is going to be a discussion that must...
Yeah, I'm a transhumanist. I support transhumans.
Hell
3.
yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go, Spookamus. Let's go. Oh, God.
Of course!
Happened and hasn't happened. President Reagan said, well, Congress 30 years to deal with that. Well, guess what? Congress 30 years past, Congress hasn't dealt with it. But Congress will have to wake up. I am. And listen, and I fought so much with my own party last year to put that commission on the floor that you don't even know how much. But unfortunately, Chuck Schumer...
Oh my God, she's so angry. You don't even know how much. You don't even know how much, you ungrateful
What about
swine.
transhumanism? I welcome our future Thomas the Tank Engine overlords. We will no longer need to look for humanity and transportation separately.
I am particularly horrified by the idea that Thomas the Tank Engine is a modified human. I don't like that idea. I don't like it at all. I don't like that concept in Warhammer 40k where all of their technology is essentially just horrifically mangled human beings. But I especially don't like the idea that the train-sized human faces on the front of these things are just the outward appearance of an internal flesh engine. I don't like that whatsoever. That sounds like a really fucked up Final Fantasy character. Yeah, moisturize me. God. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and for the nightmares for life. God.
Biden didn't want to...
It's a scream engine. Jesus Christ. The politician at the town hall has a foreign accent. I believe she's Ukrainian.
Do it and kill them. That's right.
Among the topics we received several questions on included the recent Signal scandal. And we received a lot of great questions on this, but I'm going to ask Stephanie from Carmel, number 120. She asked a great question on Signal. Would you like to ask it of the Congresswoman?
Oh man, Victoria Sparks is going to have a 10 out of 10 answer for this. It's not that big a deal that we leaked secrets. It's fine. Nothing, no harm done.
To ask it. We'll get a microphone to you.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm from Carmel, and I just wanted to see what your plan is to address the issue with the administration talking about classified military operations on Signal? And will you demand the immediate resignation of Pete Hegseth?
Holy shit! Holy shit! Guys, when I talk about how this story went mainstream, this is exactly what I mean. Like a kind of a timid seeming woman just asking, "Are you gonna make Pete Hegseth resign?" gets a standing ovation. Is that like the entire town hall? Yeah. These people hate these bootlicking Trump flunkies, for lack of a better word. They hate him, dodging all responsibility. Yeah, we're getting close to those pitchfork times. Exactly, Grandson. Like, this is a district that went 18 points to this woman. This woman should have an edge. She beat her opponent by almost 20%. But this is her town hall.
Would demand the immediate resignation of Pete Hegseth, Michael Waltz, and the rest of the group chat.
Are they going to give her another standing ovation? No. Okay.
So let me just address. No, I will not demand their resignation.
You just watch them give a standing ovation and then a second ovation after she reiterated it, and you're like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Bitch. You are losing your re-election campaign.
But I'll explain you something, you know, and actually you should post all of the resignations that goes to the Senate anyway, so you should talk to your senators. Hopefully they'll have town halls, your both senators that you have. So you can attend them and talk to them a little bit more. But talking about that issue, one thing that I want to share with you, I think it is actually very bad, and there is some classified, unusually classified information. We have a mechanism to share that and deal with that. But there is sensitive information that might be not classified. And one thing I have to tell you, the government needs to do a better job. That we have tools for sensitive information where we can communicate with each other. So we don't have innocent mistake or just something happened by mistake. Because definitely it's not a good situation. So hopefully we'll take some look at that and actually, because we don't even have as the members of Congress, a lot of Democrats, Republicans using Signal because we don't have any other tools. And I was very surprised when I became member of Congress that we don't. So we have tools when we go that are very deeply classified, but you don't always have to go in a staff and be able to have this conversation. You don't even cannot do that. So I think with all of the technologies that happen in the real world, it's sad, but government is so behind on every single technology. And actually, that's what Elon is trying to do.
Do you think the Democrats will win the midterms? Yeah. I think the Democrats are going to very easily win the midterms. She's shook? Yeah. Oh, yeah, her district is very, very deeply Republican. Again, she came in, she was contested in 2024. She won this district by like 18 points. But even with a bunch of money spent against her in that race. And I don't think she's going to be winning re-election. You know, the swing we saw in Wisconsin and in Florida really indicate that she's in some deep shit. We might actually see her scrambling over the next couple years to try and set herself up in more of an oppositional position to the Trump administration, specifically because of these special elections.
Technology to the
Our next question is from Matt in Carmel. He's number 438. Matt in Carmel. If you would like to ask your question, 438, we can get a microphone to you. Over here.
Would I say she's sort of astroturfed? No, I would say that her district is heavily gerrymandered, and like it's a traditionally deeply Republican district. I don't think she was astroturfed. I think that she got elected off of like a traditional Republican base, and then, or a MAGA-fied traditional Republican base. And I think that in the span of a month and a half, 2 months and a half, people have gotten ridiculously angry. This is even before the market crash today. Like, guys, if you look out in this room, right? All of these people, almost all of them, are older folks. They all have 401ks. They all rely on Social Security, Medicaid, and their 401ks in order to live in retirement. And understand that today, their 401ks just got fucked. Their ability to stay in their house might be threatened by this. Their ability to have independence, their ability to stay in the nursing home. And so understand that this was how angry they were a week ago before the economy took a massive shit. And they're going to be even more mad. I'm really interested to see how these town halls continue, because I do not see a world in which these do not escalate. I do not see a world in which these like town halls, these protests do not get bigger.
Sure. Matt? You don't have Matt?
They're allowed to ask the question, though. We do want to give people the ability to do that. I hope you understand. I know and I understand that too.
Yeah, Matt.
All right, thank you. As a Ukrainian, or at least someone who was born and raised in Ukraine, would you actually support a NATO or international peacekeeping force as part of a peace agreement to end the war and also hopefully deter Russian aggression? I mean, for the foreseeable future, or at the very least, just offer Article 5 protection, like the Italian Prime Minister suggested. I want to say like a few weeks ago, or maybe it was a few weeks ago, I believe. I mean, that's my question.
Thank you.
Before she answers, Hicks-Cariana, I had not heard that Bill Maher went to meet with Trump, but it does not surprise me because Bill Maher has been a pretty conservative figure for a while now. He started going down that path in during post 9/11, during the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. Bill Maher sucks. How is this going to stop people from voting red in 2028/30? I'm really scared this outrage is all temporary. I guarantee you it's not temporary, because every single one of these people is materially impacted. You and I are going to be materially impacted. Like, Republicans are getting fucked. They're going to notice that prices are going to skyrocket as inflation hits at levels we have not seen before in our lifetimes. We are going to be in real trouble. Like, I wasn't LARPing when I was telling you guys, hey, get yourself some bags of rice, get yourself some beans. You know? It's gonna be bad, and the number one thing you can rely on for Republicans is that at the bottom of all of it, they care about themselves and their own. And they're gonna notice those prices when they go to the store, guys. Not every Republican is a bajillionaire and isolated from price increases. And essentially, at the very least, I think that there are a large number of, Republican working Joes who are going to be radicalized by this. The kind of folks who might be pretty politically conservative, but are still going to walk the line with their union brothers and sisters. I think that kind of radicalization and class interest is going to come to the forefront. Republicans are just going to blame the Jews. Yeah, but they always do that. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to work as well this time. That's all I'm saying. You can say, but they're just going to do that. It's like, well, they always do that, though. That's the constant background radiation of what they do. The point being that this is a factor that has changed that will bring more people like this out. Someone replied to me on Blue Sky earlier today that, just anecdotally, that their conservative friends had been asking about going out to the protests because today they broke. They saw the markets going insane. They saw Donald Trump announcing those insane tariffs. And they're like, oh, I got to go out to those protests. So I think that there are some who will do that. We have data showing that Republicans are losing ground extremely quickly. I'm not surprised. So them always doing that is an argument that they'll do anything other than that? No, it's that they always do that, but this is do you understand how there can be two variables? Like one variable is constant and then the other one changes? And that we have data on what happens when that second variable is one way, and we know how people react when that second variable is the other way. You understand that, right? It's not... Am I being unclear? My point being that they're always anti-Semitic. That's what Republicans tend to do. But they aren't always going to toe billionaire lines, especially when they're being fucked over economically. The point I'm trying to make is that the getting fucked over economically is going to wake up some proportion of them and get them out to act out of simple self-preservation. Just about any variable will make them double down even harder. You underestimate the versatility of anti-Semitism. I think you underestimate the actual economic condition of a lot of Republicans. Or rather, overestimate it, I guess. Largely, what I'm just trying to talk about is material conditions and how material conditions affect your decision-making and affect the decision-making of Republicans. I understand how anti-Semitism is used. I studied medieval history. It's used constantly throughout medieval history. The point I'm trying to make is that was used constantly over the last decade or so. It is not going to be adequately used as an explanation or capable of being used as an explanation for why Donald Trump got on national TV, announced a bunch of tariffs, and now the economy is fucked. You can't really use a scapegoat when the fucking perpetrator went on TV and announced that he was doing it. Do you think Social Security will be the main thing that decides who wins the midterms? Yeah, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Yeah. I think fundamentally those things. I think also the tariffs. I think like this particular moment, this particular day is going to be one that a lot of people remember. Especially a lot of Republican voters. You said yourself, logic is not their operating system. Yeah, it's not. But do you understand there's a difference between logic and going, oh, the guy announced tariffs and now everything is more expensive? That's not a logic. That is like basic reaction to stimuli. You know? Wait, no, it was all trans people. It was trans people.
When material conditions decline enough, they become anti-material conditions.
Yeah, honestly, like that's basically the story of the French Revolution in a nutshell. When material conditions get bad enough, people, wake up to their class interest. And class interest isn't like, I think one thing we need to realize is that when we're talking about this, class interest is not just this philosophical concept. It is the experience of the material conditions. It is like what influences people, like what economic forces drive people, etc. Like it is your bedrock of how things work. The reason we talk about like class interest when it comes to billionaires isn't because we're making like like all billionaires share the same philosophy. No. But what billionaires do share are financial incentives under capitalism, right? And those incentives factor into their decision making in a kind of fundamental way. In a similar way, when we're talking about working class, solidarity, class awareness, we're talking about the material conditions under which they operate. And you can say, oh, well, the Republican propaganda will peel some of them away, and that's always true. But what I'm bringing up here is that the material conditions have hit a point where that propaganda is not going to work, at least not in the same way it has in the past. And so, like these material conditions have deteriorated, and that means people of a certain class, the working class, are going to gravitate towards solidarity, even if they disagree on wider political issues, out of pure need for survival. The same way there are conservative workers in like auto plants who gravitate towards solidarity because it is in their best material interest to show worker solidarity. Does that make sense? I feel like I was clear there.
I think, Russia's been allowed to get away with too much, and we have to deal with it. No doubt. Russia has been destabilizing a lot, and something happened in this discussion. So
yeah, I mean, like you can exactly, John Bogardus. I actually really like that comment. I'm going to read it out. Every trip to the store, every time they see how Trump supporters' main argument is that things were better in 2017 to 20. Oh, sorry.
Money like death is an equalier. Don't F with money.
Yes, true. Polyazis Cracker, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'll read your comment in a second, John Bogardus.
Super late. Been up all last night watching the Senate floor as well as catching some of the hearings, and wow. It's Turf Day. But you're no longer officially in a national emergency because Canada.
Well, yeah. Thank you for the $20 super chat, One-Eyed Heathen. I hope you get some good rest soon, okay? But John Bogardus writes, every trip to the store, every time they see their new higher mortgage payment, it'll remind them of how they were fucked. And that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, you can propagandize to people all you want, but you are never going to be able to propagandize to a member of the working class more than how they learn how their material conditions are from just going out into the world, you know? Like, seeing an ad on TV is not as effective as like going to the store and having a grocery bill where you need to pick between like baby formula and like your pain meds. You know, like those kinds of decisions are something that a lot of people have to do on a day-to-day basis, and a lot more people are going to have to start making them because things are so bad. And that will radicalize anybody. The real question is, what is the end goal? I mean, if he wants power, he should keep his cult happy. Well, that's the thing, Alexia Rose. Okay? And Robert Stan, I'll get to your question in a minute after I answer Alexia's. But that's the thing. I don't think Donald Trump has a plan. I think his entire plan was to get elected and not go to prison. And now that he's in power, he's basically sitting on his laurels, and he is getting vengeance on those who have wronged him and trying to make money, right? And I think he's rubber stamping a lot. I think he likes power. I think he'd like to hold on to power. But that's about where his understanding begins and ends, right? I think that he is surrounded by a bunch of people who are varying levels of competent, none of whom will say no to any of his ideas. And what we're seeing with these tariffs, for example, is that he just fundamentally misunderstands how economics work, how the world works, how international trade works. A really good example of this, I pointed out earlier, but I'll point it out again. A really good example of this is that he thinks that having a trade deficit with another country is the same as that other country tariffing our goods. So what that means is he thinks that a trade deficit, which is essentially when we as Americans with disposable income buy more from a country than our country sells to them, that's a trade deficit. And that is just, we spend money. And that means we have strong international ties, right? But he reads that as, oh, we're getting the short end of the stick. Therefore, we need to bring it up to equilibrium by tariffing them in proportion to our trade deficit, which is insane. That's not how tariffs work. And tariffs, he believes, are a tax on these other countries. They're a tax on us, okay? And on top of that, you know, people around him have told him, oh yeah, you know, there'll be a time of like, you know, the economy is going to go down, but then it's going to go way, 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 way up, you know? And so he thinks he's doing us all a favor on some level. And he's doing perhaps his billionaire friends a favor by making everything really cheap for them to buy. He can't actually believe that, though. The thing is, there are two schools of thought. One is that Donald Trump and the Trump administration is deeply unintelligent. And the other is that they are really shrewd in playing 4D chess. But I think it's a bit of both, because I think that Donald Trump himself is incredibly stupid. Incredibly stupid and incurious.
And I'm donating more to announce that I left a message for Senator Cory Booker thanking him for his speech. I'm honestly terrified of people. If I can do it, you can do it. Hope to see people at the protests this weekend.
Hell yeah, one-eyed heathen. Let's go! Thank you for the $20 super chat. YouTube killing it today, folks. YouTube killing it today. I think Donald Trump is very stupid, but I think he is surrounded by people who are at the very least marginally competent enough that they know how to pull the levers of power to make his worst ideas start to happen. And that's really scary. And then there are people lower down who, you know, are just competent at their jobs and willing to do what they're told. You know, examples being certain lawyers for the Justice Department, for example. So, yeah, that's where Donald Trump is. And I think that's good for us because a more competent authoritarian, if there was a more competent authoritarian at the wheel, we'd be completely cooked by now. You know, if there was like a person who really knew what they were doing and understood how these things worked, I think we would be really fucked. But luckily, we don't, and that leaves us a window of opportunity with which to point at his insane actions and say, this is screwing us. This is screwing all of us. This is going to kill all of our old people. This is going to kill a lot of disabled people. And you know what? There are elderly people and there are disabled people on all sides of the political spectrum and people who care about them on all sides of the political spectrum, okay? So, like, it is a good opportunity for us to radicalize as many people as possible so that we can avoid the worst things that are coming and perhaps rally around certain common ideas of good like Medicare for all so that we can build something better after this crisis has passed. Am I wrong, or has Trump almost stopped entirely with his rallies? I mean, he's stopped with a lot of his rallies. He's doing mostly like press conferences every now and then. But like, yeah, dude's like just going out and golfing at Mar-a-Lago. Like that's mostly what he's doing these days, and like calling his business friends, you know? So yeah, that's basically where we're at right now. And I said I would get to Robert Stan. Do you think inheriting money from parents inherently goes against meritocracy? Yes. But also there's no such thing as meritocracy.
Another chat. Also, remember, Epstein, who hung out with him a lot, said that Trump is borderline illiterate. His main skill is getting hype and attention. Basically, he has an influencer skill set.
Very true, Brutus Magnuson. And thank you for the $10 super chat. I very much appreciate that. And you are continuing YouTube supremacy today. My God. Yeah, the Gulf of America. Exactly. You got it. You understood the assignment. Ski kits. There we go. Nailed it. But the billionaires are going to still make bank and take over all our businesses. What's stopping them from hiding a few years and coming back to start this all over again? Well, some level of accountability after this. Like that's like part of what we need to understand, especially as we're going forward and organizing, is that we need to have a vision of what happens after this. We need to have an idea of what we want to do other than just get the fascists out. It is not enough to simply have the goal of driving them out if we have nothing and no ideas to put in place, right? So, for example, one of the policies we need to champion as we organize is Medicare for all. We need to champion raising the cap on Social Security.
More like the Gulf of America.
Or eliminating the
we must
cap.
fight back against YouTube supremacy.
Sake Tanuki, keeping Riverboat Chat in the running. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. But, you know, we need to keep in mind, like, Medicare for all, eliminating the cap on Social Security, you know, municipal projects that need to be done, like perhaps like a network of train travel to replace airplanes. like certain like public jobs programs, like what we had coming out of the Great Depression, where people would literally have communal workforces that would go around doing the jobs the public needed them to do in every community. We need people to build houses. We need to invest in America. We need to declare a war on homelessness. We need to declare a war on poverty. We need to actually follow through. We need a Green New Deal. If we're going to revitalize manufacturing in America, why not invest in an entirely new industry that we can become a world leader on? We have ideas out there. Yeah, do a massive investment in education. Do a massive investment in keeping public workers, building up that knowledge. Do a massive investment in federalized food banks to make sure there is no place in America where people go hungry. These things are possible. A better world is possible. Because what we're looking at right now are all of these things being cut and pushed farther away. And I know that it's really scary right now, but I need you guys to understand some fundamental things. Programs that are currently being cut by the Trump administration are programs that keep the houses of the impoverished warm in the winter. Without these programs, people are going to die. This isn't like a game. This isn't like a situation where people are just going to be okay. The bourgeois GG mustn't outstrip our sheer number. True, Charlotte Widnar. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Billionaire soup, billionaire sushi. Indeed. Ellen Showerman, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Yeah, exactly, Tony. You get it.
Medicare for all would make a huge difference. This is the only nation where getting sick can bankrupt you.
Exactly. And it is... The reality is that what needs to happen is that this groundswell of rage needs to have more wins than just getting conservatives out of office.
I think that covers my position.
I think also with this groundswell of rage, what needs to happen, and I think what is probably going to happen, is that we need to primary these Democrats. There are a lot of Democrats up for re-election in 2026 who have primary challengers. There are a lot of Democrats up for re-election in 2028 that are, they're going to get primaried. What needs to happen here is that this outpouring of rage needs to be also directed towards Dems. But we aren't kicking out the Dems that are also stopping us. What's the point of fighting Republicans? This would be really frustrating if this was a channel where, say, for example, I talked about the need for people in this chat to get involved in their local Democratic Party and, get involved themselves in the power apparatus of the Democratic Party and participate in getting challengers to power by being within that power structure and radicalizing it. This would be really frustrating if I was a channel that talked about that constantly. But luckily, I'm a completely different channel today, and I've never talked about it. Not even once. Yeah, I've never talked about joining DSA or joining your local Democrats and ousting Democrats from power that are not on board with a more radicalized agenda. Nope. No, sir. Yeah, this is the Jet Ski Jack channel. This is not the Riverboat Jack channel. I've never talked about organizing like that. Yeah, this is a gaming channel. I'm playing First Berserker Kazan. Dare Dragon Warrior, thank you for the $5 super chat. Eat the rich indeed. Thank you very, very much. So I'm just saying, like, what needs to happen is mass action. And if you're like, well, we're not doing the mass action in the Democratic Party, then you need to help make that happen. You know? Like, if you are looking around and you're not seeing anyone do it in your local party, you be the one to do it. We're in a time of increased responsibility, and it might not be fair, and most of the time it's not. But someone's got to do it. Let's see here. Someone asked me a question earlier. I'm trying to figure it out. Where was that?
Healthcare should have never been tied to employment.
True.
Why should an employer decide which healthcare plans I can choose from? Make it make sense.
Did someone ask me about meritocracy? Ah, Johnny Bravo, there you are. Sorry, you're blue. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And yes, why should an employer decide which healthcare plans I can choose from? So that they can have more power over you, so that you're more afraid to quit your job, so that you have reduced bargaining power in the workplace, so they can pay you less. It's literally that. Johnny Bravo, can you explain why meritocracy doesn't work and why it's a flawed concept? Yes, after these donos are read by text-to-speech.
Thanks for coming to the Speedboat Jack channel, Broskles. Today we got some hot pranks on my parents and a professional model pretends to come on me. Click like and subscribe and sign up for Patreon.
I love when professional
Not
models
just
pretend
mass
to
action,
come hither.
Florida action, Nevada action, Wisconsin action.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Exactly, Sakatanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. To Johnny Bravo, can you explain why meritocracy doesn't work and why it's a flawed concept? Yes, because frankly, under capitalism, there is no meritocracy. Largely, like, we are talking about a system where meritocracy is often just used as a shield for nepotism, for different biases that we all inherently tend to accumulate over time, especially if we're just absorbing them unthinkingly. And so a lot of the idea of meritocracy, which I think is good, right? People who are the most qualified should get certain jobs, should get jobs, right? But the issue is when Republicans in particular talk about meritocracy, what they really mean is they want to be as biased as they'd like to be in hiring. A really good example of how meritocracy doesn't really exist is when looking at, for example, race-blind hiring practices. Well, you can have a race-blind hiring practice, but white-sounding names, all things being equal between skill sets, white-sounding names tend to get hired more than black-sounding names. Because of these biases that a lot of people have. And that's why it's really important to be aware of your own internal biases so that you can correct for that. You can be aware of it, you can question it, and you can perhaps grow beyond them, right? I never thought about it, but there are a ton of open positions in the Utah Democratic Party simply because the state is so Republican. I want to get involved. Do it, Jason Kelly. If you look and you see that there is a need and you feel like you can fulfill that need, and do not read any hanky-panky into what I'm talking about, but if you see a need you can fill, you fill it. Capitalism cancels out merit. In a lot of cases, yeah. Because merit under capitalism doesn't necessarily mean the best person for the job. It means the most profitable person for the job. And those are two different things in many, many cases. While we work to take over the party, would you advocate to some of us in DSA to take over DSA from virtue signaling ultra-leftist LARPing about criticizing power with more pragmatic leftists? Yes, I would indeed advocate that you actually turn your local DSA branch into a more effective organization. Yes, I would advocate for that. I think if you join DSA, like try and make it like functional. You know, try and make it like influential in your local politics. Try and make it a power broker for the place you live in, because politics, virtue signaling is not useful in politics, really, when you don't have power. And we need to get power. Like that's the entire name of the game. This job hole, it was made for me. Okay, anyway. Don't leave that hole unfilled. Exactly, you understand me, Paladin. Anything that we all should have access to is something that shouldn't be tied to profit. True. It's just that the DSA has so little power, let alone the Democratic Party. I'm not gonna lie, it depends on where you are. Some places the DSA has a lot more power, a lot more say in local politics. And like, if you don't have power, your job is to grow that power, you know? I live with a lot of people who are desperate for the old 90s Dem status quo. I can't break through to them. They just want, and they are just complacent. This will all blow over. What do I do? I guess you wait for a bit. You know, some people are going to be in denial. And also the full brunt of what's coming has not hit yet. It will soon. But it has not hit yet. And, you know, it might be a week, might be 2 weeks, but I think they are going to wake up at some point here. Plus, by joining DSA, you give it more power just by being there. True! All right. Let's inject a little bit more of this into our veins.
On the table, President Trump put everything on the table, and actually we need to make sure that how we can deter further. But as you know, the Soviet Union wasn't taken down by weapons. Soviet Union, which is Russia, a big part of it, was taken down by energy policies and financial policies. So Russia should...
If only someone could have predicted how energy policies and financial policies might affect the United States.
Have consequences on that, but if we don't have good energy policies and destroying our domestic energy, we're funding Russian wars.
I don't understand why no one's treating this situation as normal except for people who are deeply in denial.
That's the reality of that situation. So we need to be smart.
What's the chart in the background? The chart is basically my understanding, and I'm not sure if this is what this is. Oh yeah, this is projected debt levels. Basically, they're like, see, in the future we'll be in even more debt, which is why we need to cut all the waste, fraud, and abuse. And conveniently, that waste, fraud, and abuse is going to be in Social Security. And, you know, our hands are tied. We're not cutting your benefits. We're just cutting all the waste and fraud. Tee-hee. Anyway, let's pass these tax cuts now that will, you know, add $4 trillion to our national debt.
Europeans need to be smarter to deal with Russia, because Putin will go as far as he'll be allowed to go. And I think, you know, thanks to a lot of things that happened, braver Ukrainian military, you know, that what's happened, the volunteers, I put a lot of volunteers from America and around the world help with that war. You know, also the money and weapons that we send European, but unfortunately it was not done with a strategy to deter him further. So I think it's everything on the table, and Europeans are looking maybe to have some coalition on village, to send some peacekeeping forces there too, because we have to deal with Russia, how not to let them get away and go further, and they've been going through 14 or 2008 with Georgia. And they cause us problems not just there, they cause us problems in Africa, They, you know, team up with China, they destabilize the Middle East and do it all over the world. We understand, you know, that it is actually, you know, the big problem, but we need to be smart, and we deal with countries which have, you know, governments that are quite corrupt. We have to make sure that we have oversight. That's the reality. That is the reality. We need to make sure, because I demanded to have point-to-point logistics, strategy, and oversight of money, because we cannot be spending $1 billion of cash when our country is going.
God.
Ancient Egypt lasted for 3,600 years and they were constantly in denial.
Saki Tanuki, sometimes they hurt. Sometimes they hurt me.
Bankrupt. We have to be smarter. We don't have never-ending money. We never have that, but we have to do.
We can't have never-ending money. We literally print money.
Bay Area and introduced me to Pupley is HIV positive and is genuinely worried that he'll have to pay $7K/mo for one pill.
God, I really hope not. But they are speed running cuts to HIV coverage. It sucks ass. God. Thank you for the $10 super chat, One-Eyed Heathen. Another good argument against meritocracy is that you can't help whether or not you have a better brain than others or a more able body than others. It's just out of sheer chance. Yeah, but also like, if you want to talk about chance, like that also applies to like where you are born. You know, there are countless people who have been insanely intelligent, insanely capable of developing like, you know, world-class athlete abilities, you know, that have worked and died in an unknown status, who just never had a chance to excel in those given areas. And so like meritocracy, again, relies on everyone being able to fulfill their potential, and we just don't live in a world where that is the case. Be cool if we did, though. Do you hear that? That's the sound of an empire dying? Indeed.
With Russia properly, it will take strategy, but right now we at least need to force them to the table, because the war is moving in the wrong direction, and we cannot further let it escalate. The situation in there is pretty tough. And I've been in the trenches and I've seen what's happening. So I'm not just talking from just, you know, TV. I understand what's happening. It's a very difficult situation. We have to deal with Russia, and it's going to be very tough negotiation, and a lot of things will be on the table, but we'll have to figure out what to do with Russia in the longer run. And also on top of it, how to reform some of these agencies, that we don't have all or nothing approach. If you're a member of NATO, you have full protection. If you're not, anyone can take over, millions of people can die. All these institutions that were created after World War II are not working. UN is corrupt, and this is the reality, and we need to be smart with it. So that's
Our next question is from Joanne from Westfield, 335, involving tariffs. If you're Joanne from Westfield, number 335.
Joanne, we have Joanne.
How long before one of the first eggings in these town halls? Oh my God, that'll be so fucking funny. You know what's gonna happen too. You know people are gonna get really angry specifically about the price of eggs going up, and someone is gonna get egged at one of these events. You know it's coming.
Where are you? I'm happy to read it for you if you prefer, but we do want to give you that opportunity. Joanne? Okay. Would you like to ask the question on her behalf? Okay. Thank you.
You want to do it? Do you want to ask on her behalf, or have Laura can do it too? It's up to you.
Right behind you, sir. Behind you. No. Hold that mic. Keep that mic. Your other mic is going that way.
Jessica, we'll need to go.
Why, just give him the fucking mic. He's already right there. Why are you yelling at him?
Faster. Okay.
Well, why you got a cop yelling at this old man? She was just gonna hand him the microphone.
Thank you.
Ah, there we go, Gamer G. The first in-context use of peepo egg. I like it.
Thank you for coming, Congresswoman. We appreciate it. And I hope that we can be somewhat more calm and collected and have a nice conversation, because that's the only way, that's the democratic way of working out problems. My question is, are tariffs an indirect tax on Americans who purchase goods in this country? And I'm sure as a CPA, you will steer us in the right direction.
So I'll tell you, there is a short-term use of tariffs and long-term use of tariffs. And what President Trump has the tools, what he's trying to do, you know, and we agree, might disagree, and some of the things I might disagree with some I agree, but what is he trying to do, which some of the things I think it's a valid reason to say, if somebody's going to tariff us, you know, and we should, in return, tariff them to make sure that this country stabilizes. He wants to make sure.
Yeah, we aren't tariffing people that are tariffing us. We just tariffed the entire world. Anyway, the Dow lost almost 1,700 points today, and the Nasdaq lost over 1,000.
I vote for a socialist spudslinger.
There we go. That's the attitude right there. Sorry, you're blue. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it.
Sure that we protect, we bring American job back.
Just a few little short-term tariffs. Yeah, I want someone to ask her about the fact that Donald Trump just dropped global tariffs, written by and calculated by ChatGPT, using trade deficits as a stand-in for tariffs, which they are not, and was so obviously generated by ChatGPT that it included a tariff of 10% on an island that is uninhabited except by penguins. Oh, yeah, but you see, it's a 4D chess maneuver. No, it's not. It's genuinely not. Yeah.
To us, to back to manufacturing. We lost manufacturers and a lot of, you know, and a lot of these jobs, you know, loss of jobs is significant burdens became for us because a lot of people don't have these opportunities. So I think we need to make sure that we realign them. So President Trump is using tariffs right now, you know, to try to be able to stabilize the situation. But I think, yeah.
I don't have a mic, so fair, but you do agree then that tariffs are in effect a indirect tax on Americans who are buying goods and services.
It depends. And I'll tell you why. It depends. If you have alternatives or not in domestic productions, if you do help your industry or not, it depends if you try to realign with that. Actually, President Biden kept a lot of President Trump's tariffs because it helped to realign us to have domestic production of this job. So if you use it smartly and for the purpose of the result, it actually brings growth to the economy and internal domestic economy. So it depends where they apply, how it apply, and for what reason.
Yeah, you know, like how less than a week after you gave this response, he just put a blanket tariff on everything. Fuck you, lady.
If you don't have some product in your country, never will have, and you're just going to be taxed for no reason, then it could be actually additional. But I think we should try to use it in a smart way and try to apply for industries and products where we can increase domestic production, where we can work with the other companies.
This just in, The Onion files for bankruptcy, citing lack of unbelievable material as cause.
Exactly, Dare Dragon. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I will say that, like, there are points at which you might want to use tactical tariffs. There is a tiny grain of sand of truth in there, which is that if, say, you have an industry that you really want to cultivate domestically, you put a tariff on importations of technology that would compete with the one you are trying to foster domestically. You know, that would be a circumstance under which you might want to do that. For example, in the United States, you might want to put tariffs on solar panels so that we could develop like a solar panel industry in the US as part of like a Green New Deal type thing. But what you wouldn't do is just put, you know, a 54% tariff on all goods from China. That does not accomplish anything except fucking everybody over.
Please not tariff our goods because we don't allow our export for our farmers. A lot of these countries are blocking out. You know, so in a lot of ways, and plus make sure that our allies also not really have distortion in the economy. So it depends on this, but they try to use it for right now for a reason to do realignment to the economy and not for a reason to actually to add cost because they want to reduce costs. And we have a lot of foreign countries that control supply chain, and during COVID, they increased significantly prices with no reason because they control 80 to 90% of supply chain like China. And when they do that, they can set a fleet. So then they do that, they add so much to the cost. People don't realize that a lot.
You know, the idea that, oh man, those dastardly Chinese are adding so much to the cost of the goods we import from China is honestly completely batshit.
Also, why is the great deal maker relying on tariffs? Trade deals should be easy for him.
Right? Right? The great deal maker has given up on making deals. God. It's truly wild, right? Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki.
Sorry for the misspelling and grammar in my previous post. I have no question that people are angry, but I am also worried about Trump's handlers.
That's fair. For sure. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though. Let's see, I saw... Yeah, the thing is, we're a service economy. Exactly, Bastion. Exactly. We provide services. You know, our financial markets are, you know, or were stable. We were reliable. One of the reasons the dollar became the petrodollar was because US bonds were like the most stable investment on the planet. And as such, we can do a lot of things with our economy that other countries couldn't do, right? We're destroying our ability to keep doing those things, you know? We need to promote manufacturing and production here at home for everything, though, because we currently make nothing. We couldn't even make masks for ourselves during COVID. Do you understand what a service economy is, though? And how, like, if we just have trade relationships with other countries, it's not a problem that we can't make our own masks, for example? Like, if we just have good trade deals, it doesn't matter that we don't have that much domestic production on things because we provide services that make those things work. You know? It's not inherently better or worse to have domestic production. But if you want to halt all importation of outside goods to then force hundreds of millions of people to get to work on building a manufacturing base that is never going to be able to compete with the manufacturing base that has been built up outside of this country, I really want to emphasize that. That will always be playing catch up. It's not a smart move. You know, we specialized into one part of the tech tree. Disabling that part of the tech tree and then trying to put all of our points into a new one isn't a good play. It does not optimize us, if I can use the parlance of the Jamers out there. Is it just me, or did mask quality get shittier during COVID? No, it did not. Also, once manufacturing ramped up because there was a global pandemic, we had masks. Yeah, of course we make some things here. Yeah, we bought masks. You buy all kinds of things. The fabric of the clothing you buy is from like China or Indonesia. Like, yeah. The aluminum in this can is like mined in Europe. And I genuinely, I think people just don't understand global supply chains. It's really frustrating in a way. Like, for example, if you wanted to make certain things domestically here, say, a bra, you would need to import materials from all across the world in order to manufacture the bra here. So you still have to buy the raw materials because you can't necessarily get all of them here or create the ability to get all of them here. So, like, inherently having production here does not benefit us. You don't buy things from people you may potentially be at war with. That's the entire history of human trade. The entire history of human trade is getting something from someone that you might have to kill someday. Like, that's the bedrock of, hey, maybe instead of killing each other, we can cooperate. America needs to be self-sufficient as a matter of national security. That's what this is all about. Click, clack. You can't make that argument when you have national security advisors leaking war plans on unsecured personal devices while trying to get around accountability to the people and their legally required duties to maintain oversight of their actions. Number one. And number two, any fucking person who has spent any amount of time in the military or learning about international relations will tell you that the number one way to ensure that you have national security is to have good relations with other countries and not, in fact, bad ones. And one of the ways you have good relationships is by doing business deals. One of the ways you get to the point where you're sharing intelligence with each other through your various defensive apparatuses is by trading. One of the ways you start, doing military training exercises with other countries to enhance your mutual national security is by trading. So, like, one of the issues that you're really running into here is that your argument against international relations actively makes us less safe by orders of magnitude. By orders of magnitude. By making allies, we neutralize threats. When you ally yourself with another nation, you protect yourself from that other nation invading you. When you make an alliance with other countries, it makes both of you stronger. That's what the history of human cooperation is. And your argument is if you can't make tanks and ships, you could always win them over with your service economy. We literally still make our tanks and ships, which you would know if you knew anything about anything. And also, if you knew anything about anything, you would know we rely on imported metals to make those tanks and ships. Hence the need for international relations, huh? How many ships do we make compared to China? Hey, question. Is the only thing that matters the number of ships? Yes. So say I make a bunch of 1800s era war galleons that fire cannonballs. And on the other side, you have 100 of those. And on the other side, you have one aircraft carrier. Which do you think wins? Which do you think wins that engagement? One aircraft carrier, 100 wooden war galleons from the 1800s. One well-placed torpedo and 1,000 galleons wins. You are literally one of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever like talked to on here in my life, and that's saying something. That's insane. You think one torpedo from a galleon from the 1800s is going to sink in fucking aircraft carrier? Dog, what the fuck are you on? Why are you talking about galleons? To make a very obvious point, which is that US naval technology is much, much better than China's. Hence why it doesn't necessarily matter that we have fewer, because our fewer are stronger than their multiple less good ships. I feel like I shouldn't have to make this argument because it's blisteringly obvious to literally everyone in chat. That is true. 1 million galleons, maybe the sheer amount of wooden detritus in the ocean would clog like the nuclear reactor of an aircraft carrier for sure. God. The coughing baby could take down the nuclear warhead with the right tactics. It's true. The ultimate weapon. You know, China has millions upon millions of newborns every day. If just one of them gets too close to a nuclear warhead, you know, they have the ultimate weapon. Do. Do. Yeah, also the metric that a lot of people use to compare, just taking a quick look to check even your claim, the metric most people use to compare ships in navies is tonnage, because what you want to measure is like the actual size of the navy. The US tonnage, meaning that we can field more large ships with more diverse capabilities, is roughly 2 to 1, meaning that, yeah, we may have less ships in number compared to China, but our navy by actual physical size is over twice as large, because we have big ass ships that can project their power human eye can see, because we have ships with fucking super jets on them. So like, you don't think America's inability to locally produce steel is a problem? Not if we have ties to allied nations with big steel pits. Like, it's only a problem if we say, I don't know, do something really stupid and alienate all of our allies and end international trade. Those big ships have cruise missiles and jets. You mean they would fire Tom Cruise on a missile? Mission Impossible is getting crazier every year. So we produce enough steel to build our military up domestically. But I'm saying if we wanted more, we could get more. If we want to scale up our production, we can do that. But we need more steel. And also, why scale up production when we're not in a war? It doesn't make sense. Also, and I'm just going to really emphasize this part. If the United States were to go to war with China, it would not matter how big our navies are. Does that make sense? Like, the fact that I even have to make this argument seems childish to me in an extreme degree. Quite literally, if the United States goes to war with China, it's a nuclear war. That, like, one, China would lose, and two, we're not having fucking naval battles because of the nukes. Like, I feel like I shouldn't have to point out what was just common knowledge during the Cold War, but I guess I do now. I don't know why we fantasize about war with China. Well, because Republicans have to have something to do instead of like actually fixing material conditions for workers. No one is going to use nukes. If we're talking about like a Chinese invasion of America, fuck yeah, we are. And if America tries to invade China, fuck yeah, we are. Like, it's the entire point of nuclear weapons is deterrence. Like, I also don't think that people really understand how much military equipment the United States has. Like, we literally have so much that it just sits under tarps in the middle of the desert for literally decades. We have so much that there are just acres upon acres upon acres of lots of military hardware that no one fucking uses. So again, the argument that like, oh man, what if we need to get into a super war? It's asinine. If we're going to get into a super war, then we want as many fucking allies as possible, don't we? Oh man, if China invades the United States, don't we need to build up our own self-sufficiency? No, let's build up allies around the world so that if China tries to invade the United States, we have the entire world on our side. It's not the number we have, it's how quickly we can reproduce and replace it while at war. And again, I really want to emphasize that, again, if we're going to talk about this and you're going to make the case that we don't need allies, I would really, really, really encourage you to look up what the fuck NORAD is. Especially if you're talking about like a war with China. That seems like it would be fucking relevant to know about. And I think just knowing what that is might give you an indication of why it's important to work with other countries and have allies. I never thought I would have to make the case of why it's important to have more guys on your side in a conflict. But like, genuinely, some people's brains are this cooked. Yes, NORAD, the Santa tracking agency, and nothing else. Look up the DO line. It's in Canada. Indeed. Just search up the boneyard. We're not lacking in equipment. Yeah. Anyway, I've wasted enough time on this. I'm going to continue on with this town hall. Just know that you're wrong, and please reconsider your wrong opinions. I'm not an isolationist. You literally made an argument in favor of isolationism. We also need factories here at home. Hotels and travel advisors and money managers ain't gonna do it. Literally, we don't need the factories here if there are factories all around the world. It is literally more militarily advantageous to us to have a distributed manufacturing network if you're talking about war on a global scale. It's literally what allowed the United States to become a manufacturing hub in World War II, because we were helping distribute global manufacturing. Additionally, like, we have the factories here to make war stuff. We have those. We already have those here. We just have a lot more of them elsewhere too. Can't even make cloth masks for ourselves. We literally did. Like, how, like, have you even Googled that claim? Before, like, at any point before you made it? Have you never looked that up? Why the shortage in the beginning? Because we don't just have 6 billion disposable masks sitting around. Because an unexpected global pandemic happened, demand shot up, and factories needed to increase production. Like, you think the factories were just sitting on top of warehouses full of unused product, waiting for a global pandemic to happen? No. They produce to meet a known demand. God. This is like 101 stuff. Yeah, it takes time to do things, it turns out. Like, I don't know. Like, it seems to me like one would maybe Google this concept before trying to play it like some kind of trump card in an online argument. We literally have mask manufacturing in the United States. Dog, when have I said America doesn't need a navy? We have a navy. We have the biggest navy on the planet by a factor of 2 to 1. And you're like sitting over here crying about the possibility that another country might make more boats than us. Like, without even taking into account what kind of boats they might have versus what kind of boats we might have, as if their capabilities don't matter. God. Idiot. Fucking conservative brain dipshit who only hears what they want to hear. Hey guys, did you know, guys, hey, did you know that Iceland has more boats than us? Did you guys know that Iceland has more boats than us? Did you know that? They have a bigger navy than us because they make more boats. Oh, wait, they're all fishing boats. Oh! Whoa, guys, haven't you heard about all the boats in Thailand? Haven't you heard of all the boats in Thailand? They have a huge navy, colossal navy, okay? Oh, wait, they're like fishing canoes. Oh. Well, what if they had 1 billion fishing canoes versus an aircraft carrier? Checkmate, Americans. Whoa, 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 guys. I just heard about this super capital of technology on the planet. It's called Venice, Italy, the most powerful city-state on the planet. They have a navy of tens of thousands. I think they call them Gondor-class warships. I haven't done a lot of research on them yet, but they sound really powerful. I've seen Lord of the Rings. Oh, wait, they're gondolas. Oh, they're propelled by poles. Okay, but what if you had 1 billion of those versus an aircraft carrier? You know, that's true. That's true. I hadn't considered that. That is the speed of their manufacturing is unparalleled. Anyway, there's no need for name calling. I'm going to call you names if you're being stupid in my chat, and if you're unable to defend your arguments while maintaining an air of like, I don't know, asshole-ishness. I'm going to call you names. Like, defend your argument better instead of creating a straw man that directly contradicts everything I've said. You know? If you just come in here to hear what you want to hear, you can like listen to your own farts on loop. Anyway. Also, I'm just gonna throw this out there again. If you were to use tariffs to bring back domestic manufacturing, what you would do is put one tariff on a targeted industry to then deliberately grow that industry before eventually taking away those tariffs. You do not grow the industry.
Solidarity because I have secondhand frustration.
Oh, Zia Spots, thank you for the $5 super chat. But you don't foster a domestic industry by just putting a tariff on everything in the world. That just is going to cause inflation, which right now we're looking at a 10 to 50% inflation rate for the year. So have fun with that, everybody. But yeah, that's going to do exactly jack and shit to help our domestic manufacturing abilities. And frankly, the fact that you don't know anything about this, other than like you heard someone claim that China has more, like many more ships in their navy at one point, that seems to be the extent of your understanding. You shouldn't be here arguing this.
We have 18 Ohio-class nuclear submarines with 8 nuclear warheads each with ranges of 4,000 nautical miles each. But sure, swivel cannons on the surface can compay.
Whoa, Sake Tanuki. What if you had 1,000,000 1800s war galleons, okay? Like that, I think they might have a fighting chance against those completely undetectable nuclear submarines. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. You know, like, just gonna throw out there that some of the biggest empires in the history of the planet and the longest lived empires on the history of the planet were strategically positioned to serve as service economies at the intersection of trade for their respective parts of the world. And the United States had positioned itself to be that intersection for the world. And we pissed it all away. And I'm just going to throw out the idea that those empires lasted a long time because they were able to invest the massive amount of money that they got from international trade into sustaining a military force. Right? And when you start looking at the fact that international trade is literally what allows us to have the military force we do and allows us to have the military force equipped as we do. Well, maybe reducing our international relations will actually not help our military, considering both those things are tied together. The money, the trade, military, they're all kind of touching each other consensually. Anyway, I hope that clarified it for all of you guys. Jack, if you had 1 billion Merrimacs and monitors, you could threaten a U.S. aircraft carrier. The carrier would run out of ammunition to shoot at them all, and eventually some of the crew of the ships that the carrier is just running down, and at this point we'll get on board. Yeah, it's true.
The price is down. So actually, that is the larger tax. The supply chain, this is a true tax when they're able to jack up the prices with no justification and control the markets. Because we don't have diversification, so we need to diversify this dependency. As a CPA and an economist, I have several degrees in economy, I'll tell you. As a CPA and economist, it depends what is applied and for which reason. And what is the end result you're trying to achieve? Every policy, it depends what the end result you're trying to achieve. And I think as the long term across the board, it brings negative effects. But in the short-term solution to realign the economy, it can actually bring very positive effects and also help with the price.
God bless this crowd. More people need to be angry at politicians, just generally.
Well, I answer your questions how it is, but I can't. We need to move it on. I refer it again. As a CPA and economist with an MBA and MPA and Bachelor's in International Economics, I say it depends. It depends.
Boo!
Listen, I understand. As the Lord.
Man, the last 6 days have not been kind to her arguments.
As a long-term solution, it is not a sustainable solution, and no one is planning to do it. It is not going to happen, but as a short-term mechanism to realign, it could be done.
Our next question is from Anne from Carmel, number 412. They're in here. Is there an Anne from Carmel 412? Okay, excellent. We'll get a microphone to you.
I mean, to be fair to Victoria Spartz, a lot of Republicans in Congress and higher up in the government thought they could dissuade Donald Trump from doing this, or at least doing the worst version of this, but we got the worst version. Yeah. So I bet at this point she was still kind of like, we'll negotiate him down. We'll negotiate him down. A lot of people did not think today was going to happen. As much as the economy collapsing sucks, it feels nice to be vindicated that I wasn't just being hysterical. Yeah, on a certain level, I'm glad that I've been calling this for like the last year and a half. But on another level, it doesn't feel great being right.
Thank you for being here, Congressman. Woman, we really appreciate your time. I'm a family physician here locally, and I'm very concerned about the threatened cuts to the CDC. We've all just come through a very difficult pandemic that my colleagues and I have supported our community through. And I'm seeing cuts in vaccine programs that really frighten me, because we are continually seeing...
Yeah, 2 days ago this started happening. Keep in mind, this was 6 days ago. So, yeah, they're doing these cuts. RFK is moving ahead with cutting like flu vaccines and all kinds of other things. Super great.
We're continually seeing viruses mutate, and we need to be prepared. So I feel that this is very short-sighted, especially given the recent experience that we've all just had.
Yeah, Ms. Genderlin. Yeah.
There are a few things that we need, and I appreciate it's actually a very important job, and we need to make sure that we have more independent family physicians that have been acquired by hospitals that get highly subsidized more and more. But talking about the cuts in the government employment,
I mean, I would love if RFK banned commercials for pharma companies. I think that'd be good. I think even more importantly, what should be banned is advertisements of medicines to doctors. That's something I'm more concerned about, like the advertising that happens behind closed doors to actual doctors by big pharma companies. That's what caused, for example, the opioid crisis, was these companies advertising to doctors. But yeah, RFK Jr. banning that would be good, but also RFK Jr. banning vaccine research and also vaccine development is incredibly bad and is going to lead to a lot of people dying. His main ideas when it comes to pandemic or epidemiological sciences basically just let the illness kill as many as it can, and those that survive will be stronger for it, which is maybe one of the most heinous ideas a public health official could have. And we know that he has those ideas because he's literally gotten children killed before and is doing so now.
We have over 3 million employees, in the federal government. Actually, under President Clinton, I think he got almost 400,000 employees, and no one was screaming about that. But what we need, so we still don't have more than 3 million left. What they're trying to see, how we make sure that we provide the services in a more effective way, and we make sure that people that work in these agencies actually do the work for the people. Because we do bureaucracy.
Notice how she's offloading all responsibility to Doge to find out whether or not there's waste, fraud, and abuse. Conveniently, all of the people Doge finds are going to be doing the waste, fraud, and abuse. They've all somehow become the worst employees, despite their last performance reviews being glowing. So strange.
Where we try to do everything at the federal level, and we're good at nothing. And you saw how it's happened in the last pandemic. No one was ready to that pandemic. No one was ready. And the agencies, we had oversight hearings. Pandemic happened 4 years ago. They didn't change a bit. So something has to happen because things can happen, and we need to be ready for next pandemic. But agencies has to become more accountable to the people. We need to do a better job with oversight of our budget, which is congressional fault. 85% of our money we never looked at. Congress haven't looked for decades. 85%.
This just isn't true. We have inspectors general to inspect that fraud. We literally have people in our government whose job it is to find and investigate fraudulent payments or wasteful payments or stuff like that. So it's really weird that Donald Trump fired all of them when he got into office and has not, in fact, appointed any more. So strange.
85% of the money Congress never looked. So we're not authorizing spending, we haven't been looking. I eventually put a working group together and put in pressure on my own party, try to do some reforms that we start doing a better job to see which programs are good, fund them better, which programs are bad. That's what we need to do. We need to make sure that looking at that and make sure that our branches are held accountable, and we have best and brightest that want to come to work to federal government. And it is unfortunately not the case anymore. So I think if you're ever interested, you work in healthcare, I have advisory group I always meet. I would appreciate your input because I'm personally involved in fixing a lot of distortion and problems in healthcare. And I hope we can have a bipartisan conversation on that. And if you need your information, interested to participate, I think if we have a smaller group, we can have more productive conversations on this issue. I'd be happy to hear you, and then please leave your information on that.
Our next question is from Keith from Westfield, number 142.
Also, there are literally people whose entire job it is to look at government spending to see what we're spending it on and how effective it is.
Do we have Keith from Westfield, number 142?
We do need to make sure we brand these tariffs as taxes. They are the single biggest tax increase in U.S. history.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question is actually related to all of the immigrants that are being rounded up and deported. Are they entitled to due process, or are we? Or is the expectation?
Godzilla, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. River, don't with the mask thing. Don't bother with those trolls. 100%. I was just called a super predator of. I don't know what that last part means. But yeah, I mean, I do think that there are some people out there who genuinely are like, well, we didn't have manufacturing ability for the pandemic, and that means we don't have manufacturing abilities for anything else that's critical, like for our military. And like it's just bullshit. You know, I think it's worth addressing because other people do have those questions. But I'm also not going to treat those questions necessarily as if like they're being done particularly in good faith. But on the off chance they are, I do like addressing them.
That we're just supposed to take the word of the administration that these people need to be shipped out of the country without any opportunity to defend themselves.
She's so mad.
Okay.
This is lovely.
Let me answer your question. So, listen, we're a country of immigrants. I came here as an immigrant. We still have my Yankee accent. But we need to make sure that we have legal processes and law and order. We cannot open the borders. We cannot create a system where coming here legally takes decades. That is impossible. But coming illegally, you can come here and get a lot of welfare benefits. So we have to.
This is like what triggers the fuck out of me more than anything. You can come here as an undocumented citizen and get all kinds of welfare benefits. No, ma'am, you cannot actually. You know, what happens if you are here as an undocumented immigrant is you pay into the system, but you never receive the benefits. So in fact, a lot of our Social Security, a lot of our Medicare, a lot of our Medicaid is paid for by undocumented immigrants. And they are never able to reap those benefits. They do not get unemployment. They do not get these social safety nets that citizens get. And so the idea that they're coming here and getting all of these welfare benefits, they're just not. It's just not true. Like you can find stories of like, oh man, an undocumented immigrant came here and broke their leg and went to a hospital, and then the doctors you know, splinted the leg and like treated it and put it in a cast. And it's like, they're legally required to do that for everybody, even if it means their hospital operates at a loss. That's not one of the benefits, and it doesn't mean that like undocumented immigrants don't pay anything for that. Not to be whatever, but how are they paying into the system? So what ends up happening for a lot of undocumented immigrants is that they get fake social security numbers. And what ends up happening when they use those fake social security numbers, they submit those to the system when they pay taxes, right? Because they pay taxes. Additionally, they pay sales tax, right? And so they buy stuff, they live in your community, they pay sales tax. If they when they file taxes at the end of the year, which they do, because the IRS knows who they are and knows if they don't pay taxes, or at least knows that somebody is not paying taxes, even if they don't know who they are, right? But that fake social security number, when you put it in and you're paying your taxes, what the IRS system does is it doesn't really look too closely at the social security numbers because people are sending them money. And that goes into all of the related programs, right? However, if you try to use that fake social security number to access welfare, to access social security benefits, to access Medicare or Medicaid, that does ping back, and that is paid attention to. So what ends up happening is if you try to get any of the benefits of this system as an undocumented immigrant, they're going to have that flagged in their system, and then they're going to come and deport you. So what ends up happening is undocumented immigrants do not access those systems because they know they'll get deported, but they pay into that system because if they get audited, they will be deported. Why are they going through the, well, because if they get audited, they're going to be deported. You need the social security number to get jobs here. So the fake social security number is a means of getting a job and working here. And like the employer doesn't look at it too closely. You know, people in the IRS don't look at it too closely. That's how it works. So they get the social security number to work. They pay taxes so they don't get audited and thus deported when it is discovered they are an undocumented immigrant. And I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory right there. Sam actually explains this very well in his PBD visit. I'll have to watch that sometime. I'm probably doing it a bit more fumblingly than Sam, but I think the general gist of it is the same.
To make sure that we get that border under control. I've been at that border many times. It's insanity. So if you come here, you know, so a lot of these people, what President Trump did it last time, what he tried, if you seek asylum, wait in the other country, not getting here in the country.
Also, literally part of the asylum process is coming into this country. You know, if you don't file, you don't get audited. Sure, bud. You keep trying that. You keep up trying that, okay? You know, if you never file, you won't get audited, guys. Just don't file taxes, Fivehead.
So there is no due process if you come here illegally because you violated the law. Period. You violated the law.
Also, part of the asylum process is crossing the border in order to come here and claim asylum. That is how asylum works.
You are not entitled to due process.
you can certainly get a job without a social security number. Yeah, you can get some jobs without a social security number. Can you get good jobs without a social security number? Interesting question.
It is line of you can control the border. This police officer and our border patrol brave people risk their lives because we allow criminals to cross the border. That is wrong. That is wrong. So for the people that entitled to due process will have, but for the criminals who are here breaking the law, we have to put stop to that. And we need to deter. We need to deter. We need to deter illegal activities.
Yeah, you can get cash jobs without a social security number. That's true. Are those cash only jobs do they tend to be good? They tend to be good paying jobs. They tend to be like jobs where you can like raise a family on them. No. No, they don't. Have you ever worked those jobs? Have you ever been in like rural America? Like I have. I grew up in the Midwest. Those cash only jobs suck ass. Yeah, you can make bank landscaping under the table. Shut the fuck up. Holy moly. You certainly can in some cases. In most cases, can you do that? No. And I'm going to emphasize this a lot, but if you want to make bank as a landscaper, you need a landscaping business. That landscaping business is going to have to pay taxes. Like, if you want like bare subsistence landscaping, yeah, you can find people doing that. You can find people working for landscaping companies where the companies don't look too closely at their employees' social security numbers. But again, a lot of these people in a lot of these places want their employees to have fake social security numbers so that they can claim plausible deniability when the government comes around asking them if there are undocumented folks working there. Because if they're saying that they have hired undocumented folks knowingly, they're going to get fucked in the ass in court. Again, I don't think you know anything about what you're talking about. I literally lived in the middle of nowhere in the Midwest. I've known people who take these jobs. That's where a lot of these undocumented folks work. And you want to know something? They do not make bank doing landscaping. So, anyway, you are very incorrect about this. Like how do you make it through like an average conversation when you just don't know shit about what you're talking about? Like that's what baffles me, right? Usually if I'm wrong about something, I want to go learn more about it so that I can be more correct. And like I don't know, take that more seriously, I guess, is like a call to action. Because if you're just going to say random shit, how are you different than like a 1980s Cabbage Patch doll that like wets itself in response to external, like, I don't know, like, I don't know how those dolls worked, but you know what I'm talking about. How are you any different? You're just saying things to say them, and that's not valuable to anybody. It just wastes our time, you know? Like if you're not actually going to have an argument and you're actually just going to imagine things that weren't said, like how is that a valuable use of our time or your time? I don't know. Like, I'd encourage you to think about that maybe a little bit. Like, maybe just like a little bit. Like, consider the fact that none of the things you've talked about have had like you haven't made a good point yet. The closest you came was like being worried about domestic manufacturing, and like that's fair to an extent, but like to argue in favor of like the mass tariffs on everything, that doesn't bring back manufacturing. It's not what that does. So it's just I don't know, like maybe learn a bit more about it. I guess. Like just out of curiosity. Let's see. The average income of an undocumented immigrant is around $3,600 per household. Let's see. I would not call that making bank. I've encountered people who work those types of jobs before who think they're making real good money, even though they're getting shamefully exploited. Well, I mean, it's probably good money in comparison to where they may have come from. You know, in terms of like what they send home, they're probably like genuinely like improving the quality of life of their loved ones by sending money home from here. No, 36,000 guys. 36,000. Yeah, the average wage gap between undocumented immigrants and legal immigrants is about 35%. So if you're a legal immigrant, you make 35% more. Go get a landscaping job, make bank, donate to Riverboat Jack. Indeed.
We have to obey the law. I don't think anyone listened to me, so when I think I stated my opinion, you might disagree with it, but we'll go to the next question.
Our next question is from Pam.
She might actually start crying by the end of this.
Our next question is from Pam from Fishers, number 106. That's Pam from Fishers, number 106. Pam from Fishers, number 106. I'm sorry. He didn't like it when I gave my mic away last time. Sorry.
Right behind her.
Okay. So my question is about the VA. My best friend, he served as a combat Marine over in Iraq, and he was there when they had to open burn pits, and he was supposed to have surgery on his sinuses, but that was canceled. He has PTSD. Those appointments were canceled. He's supposed to have appointments for his knee and back. Those appointments were canceled. When is he supposed to get the...
I was muted. Sorry. I was saying, actually, each the $36,000 per year figure comes from an average of a household of 3 adults. So 3 adults working full-time as undocumented would make $3,600 a year. And on average annual wages for undocumented workers work out to around $11,800.
health care that he deserves for serving his country.
I completely agree with you. Everyone here who served the country is alive should get the best care when they're back home. So
and yet, she's part of the party that's voting to cut the VA by 83,000 workers. Yeah. Bullshit.
If you have a specific issue, if you have a specific issues, I first address your issues and I say a little bit in general about VA. So if you have a specific issue, and we get involved a lot, I have a good team, If you have a specific issue, please reach out to my office. We'll have David here. We'll follow up his VA. I do not know circumstances what happened to your friend, but this is an issue with help. I personally get involved with something wrong. I meet with leadership. I go talk to them, and I truly believe if they don't treat veterans well, I get on them. I want to make sure it's happening. As related to healthcare services, we actually need probably offer more opportunities for veterans to get the best healthcare, not just only in VA. And that is a discussion we should have because not everyone can the best services at the VA level, and we should have more.
Yeah, because we don't fully fund the VA. That's why they don't all get the best services. But you know what? You know what we could do if you're hell bent on abolishing the VA? Have Medicare for all. Have a universal health care. We could do that. Fully fund that. Members of Congress are on the same health insurance as anyone else. Let's do it. If it's good enough for members of Congress, it's good enough for you and me, folks.
Flexibility. If VA cannot deliver some of the services because some VAs are great, some are not the best. They have in some areas they don't have proper staff to provide quality care. But in that specific situation, I want to make sure that you get card from David, or you give us information, and we'll make sure that we'll reach out. Thank you.
Hello, 20-month-old grandson of Mithril. Hello. You're doing so good. 3 months until you're 2. Hope it's a great birthday.
My next question is for Laura from Tipton, 332.
Sponsor a bill on that issue. I actually can sponsor a bill on the issue. I think
we'll
we can
get a
pay
microphone to you.
Yes. I'm not on my newsletter, so that you can keep in touch with what I'm doing. Who do we have next?
First, I would like to thank everybody who asked the questions before. Those were some really common sense questions, so thank you, everybody. And then, and thank you for coming, Representative Sparks.
I just see where you are.
I'm right here. I'm short.
Okay, keep going.
Yeah. So, given current events, what are you doing to rein in the executive branch and support the judges and the judicial branch?
Honestly, great questions so far. They're killing it.
You might know me well, might know I from even my state senate time, that I actually willing to challenge even my own party when I on a lot of issues, and I work very extremely extremely hard to make sure that our branch is doing its job, because the only way, and listen, I like what this president is doing, but I might not like what next president is doing. But the only way.
Yeah, I don't think these people are a big fan of Elon Musk or Donald Trump, guys.
For the Congress to rein in the executive branch, start overseeing the spending and passing laws. We pass no laws. Supreme Court told us we pass no laws. 85% will never look at that. So I am trying to work. I forced my party to put a working group to reform our budget act from 70s that is not working. We're not doing that. We have no people that can put spreadsheets together. That's the tough reality in Congress. So you want to make sure that your money is spent. So the only way to have oversight, regardless who's in charge. You know, I didn't like maybe what the previous president, I like this one, but I look at further. How can we make sure that Congress does its job? We, the people who know Congress, when we don't have voice and pass the laws, when we do not look at where money going, that you are not.
Yeah. We're looking at where the money's going by having the world's richest man, who's only made his fortune out of government contracts. If we give the world's richest man, whose business thrives on our government's contracts, completely universal access to all of our systems with a team of 20-year-old cyber goons, that's how we get to the real truth of what's happening, not by, getting a bunch of forensic accountants underneath an inspector general. Yeah, definitely not anything like that. No, let's get a bunch of 20-year-olds fresh out of their, Tesla and SpaceX internships. They've got this for sure. Yeah, Big Balls has your accounts. I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's a decent chance if they fuck up Social Security that people will genuinely pull out pitchforks and torches. Like if they start fucking up that payment system, because remember the other day there was some reported wonkiness when it came to SSDI payments. Those got resolved, but other fluctuations in the payment frequencies of the Social Security Administration have been observed by folks. And part of what is potentially happening has been reported on by Talking Points memo as the folks at Doge are trying to basically pull out all of the COBOL code that the entire system functions on and replace it with something more modern. And you'd be amazed at how poorly that can go. So yeah, if they fuck this up at any point, like I think a good point of reference for it is that I think I was listening to an interview with Rowan Gray, the author of that article I talked about on stream like 2 weeks ago. But they were interviewing him a couple days ago, and he was like, if this system gets broken for like 2 hours, people could start dying. Which is, yeah, genuinely, like, people need that money for them to continue to receive treatment, to continue to live in hospice, to continue to live in their retirement communities, in their homes. They need that money to go through. So, I feel like it's a matter of time before the elderly start getting hit with those outages and people with disabilities. Scary shit. Why do they say they're wanting to compromise? They've never compromised on anything. They barely gave way for COVID, for Christ's sake. Because people, generally, what they are coached to do is to talk about how they're willing to be bipartisan because they want to seem like the reasonable one, and they want the people that they oppose to seem like the unreasonable ones. So that's why they talk about compromise and working together, even when they are fundamentally, as Republicans, opposed to it.
Represented, and it has been for decades. For quarter of a century, Congress doesn't look where the money are going. Quarter of a wasn't voted by these programs or previous. So I'm trying to change it. I got into a big fight with my speaker. That's not easy to go challenge your own speaker. But I tried to force working group, and I'm asking some Democrats for a change to maybe work with us. Behind their back, some of them do. I'll be honest with you, behind their back, we had some bipartisan issues on fiscal coalition. I do not know, and that is kind of like even today, that we can even have bipartisan. Unfortunately, I get stressed. I know you guys listen to a lot of, from other side. I don't know, but people don't work to get together. It's very difficult right now to find any bipartisans in Congress. So this is the reality what's happened. And without bipartisan agreement, it cannot be reformed. So I'll do my best, what I can. But this is the reality that has to be addressed. And sometimes we have to find common ground that we should not, regardless of what you feel, we should not be spending your money without proper oversight of Congress. We should not.
The thing is, you're Congress. You have the power of the purse. You can just not pass the budget until you've looked at it. And if your problem is that there's too much of a budget to look through, you literally have the resources to give to yourself to hire people to look at it. Like, it should not be offloaded to the federal branch because the federal branch does not have the power of the purse as granted by the Constitution. Offloading it to the federal is cowardice. Plain and simple. It's so you don't have to make choices that might be unpopular, and yet look at where it brought you, bitch.
Let these agencies worldwide and send check wherever they want for whatever causes. This shouldn't be happening. It's never been a partisan issue before. Unfortunately, it became. So I'll do my part, and I'll try to make sure that my party at least we'll have a proposal how we're going to be reforming Congress, and maybe we'll get some Democrats. I'll try my best.
Our next question is from Carlos. Carlos, I don't know where you're from because you didn't answer on the form, but I do know that you're number 46. It's Carlos from number 46.
Could you answer equal question?
The USA, where the buck passes infinitely, in every but downward.
Yup. Der Dragon Warrior, thank you for the $5 super chat. Hello, Noel. Welcome to Riverboat Site. But I love that. Could you answer even one question? God, we're not even halfway through this. I think at the 1 hour mark, we might stop just because it's a lot of this. And I do think that one of the things people need to understand here is that this is not usual. These people aren't being paid to be here. They're there because they're mad. And they're going to get more mad as they lose opportunities, as they lose their investments, as they lose their disposable income, as they lose their housing, as they lose their health care, as they lose, their basic income, as they lose friends and family who are going to die as a result of these cuts. They're going to get more mad. And genuinely, there is going to be a reckoning at some point in this country. And I think it's going to involve criminal charges for the people who did this to all of them, because a lot of people are going to die from this, guys. A lot of people. And I'm real sorry that we have to live through these times.
Do we have a Carlos 46? I will ask your question for you. Okay, this is what Carlos R., number 46, asked. He said, what do you have to offer to the leftist and progressive Democrats? I want to feel represented by candidates, politicians on all sides of the political aisle. How are you looking out for those you vehemently disagree with?
Yeah, and like that is the thing, right, Noelle? I do think that people are going to be so mad that like a return to a status quo is not going to be possible. Like it's already not possible, because of today and because of a lot of other things. But like people are going to be so angry that we're going to need, out of necessity, to like restore order. We're going to need Medicare for all. We're going to need, we're going to need like a lot of changes. We're going to need justice. We're going to need accountability. We're going to need people to answer for American lives that are going to be lost as a result of these. People who have lost their children are going to need justice for the people who cut the funding that murdered their children, It's gonna, like, there need to be like some level of accountability for what's happening. Not blaming you, but the audio sucks. It does. The issue, Godzilla, is that I have been streaming for over 5 hours, and if I continue to stream at the rate I've been going, it's going to be 8 hours before we're done. So folks, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., so that I can continue to live and also can continue to justify long streams. Coder Joe, thank you for the 100 biddies. I just saw that from like 20 minutes ago. It's because people hate social murder. Yeah. Why does getting an MRI cost my insurance company $3,800, but paying out of pocket for the same MRI cost me only $700? Because your insurance company, your hospital knows that it can charge your insurance company that much, but it knows also that it can't charge you that much. Like, it knows most people who need an MRI and have to pay out of pocket do not have $3,800 laying around, but they do know that insurance companies have $3,800 laying around. And so understand that part of what's been happening is that our public health system has been increasingly privatized. And so, like, those private hospitals need to charge more and more money in order to make their profits go up so they can pay their investors, right? And the same is true for insurance companies. They both have profit margins. And what we should do in any kind of civilized and just society is just have a universal healthcare system and not allow for privatized hospitals. Good night, Tony Sanfilippo. Get some good sleep, and I'll be back tomorrow. Don't you worry. If I can like the goddamn YouTube stream, so can you. Exactly, Charlotte Widnar's pet cat girl. You got this. But basically, it's the fundamental need in capitalism for profit line go up. Both the privatized hospital does it, as does the privatized insurance company. They have their own kind of collusive thing going on. Subsidized by the American government. And so a lot of hanky panky happens in those in those numbers between the hospital and the insurance company. So I think we should get rid of all that and instead just streamline it, have it one system. Everyone's covered, which in fact makes everything cheaper for everybody. Having everyone covered is cheaper than allowing people to not be covered. One thing a lot of people need to think more about is the fact that, like, homelessness is expensive. It has a cost. Allowing people to be homeless comes with a cost to society. Allowing people to be uninsured when it comes to health insurance has a cost to society. And actually, when you crunch those numbers, it is more expensive to leave people unhoused. It is more expensive to leave people uninsured. And so we should simply do those things, if not out of the goodness of our hearts, then out of pure self-interest. Like, this isn't even like a socialist talking point, though it is. But it's like a fundamentally good capitalist one too, like, frankly. Which is why, by the way, socialism is not about social safety nets, though it can include that in part. It's primarily the relationship between worker and labor. A national healthcare system like most of the countries our size. Exactly.
It's actually, I'll tell you something interesting, that when I served in the judiciary, I had passed and actually worked on more bipartisan issue, and that was the most heated committee in the whole United States Congress. I actually had a bill with Representative Jayapal dealing with hospital monopolies and antitrust. I actually passed the bill with Representative Raskin commemorating Thomas Paine and Thomas Paine Society. I actually worked on my amendments to defund UN was actually left degree and have oversight of some of the agricultural programs where Democrats vote with me. So I try to find in a narrow basis common ground when I can. Unfortunately, we became very far apart in a lot of issues, and no one wants to have a conversation. Everyone was scream and shout on the floor, the presentation, not to really find a resolution. Some of the issues we never agree on, and this is just reality. And then in elections, you decide who represents you, and you vote for people that you agree on. But there are some issues for national security we should be able to agree on. We should.
Wait, that's what socialism is supposed to be. In practice, it means the rich are the politicians. I mean, socialism is supposed to be the workers democratically owning their own workplace, and we have examples of how that works right now in our society. And my main proposal is that we just expand how it works right now in our society until the majority of workplaces here are democratically owned and operated. And we know that can work. Literally have a ton of examples of it working here. And it's just making that the norm instead of private ownership the norm. Yeah,
Big
democratic
point
worker
of my
co-ops.
rejecting capitalism, that it is cheaper to house, feed, give healthcare, give job training / education etc. than it is if these things are left private. After that, it was a matter of basic humanity.
Yeah. 1,000% one-eyed heathen. 1,000%. But yeah, democratic worker co-ops are possible. We have them here. A good example is Bob's Red Mill is a democratic worker co-op. I've talked about them before. I like them a lot. The guy who founded the company, like at 90, retired and gave the company to its employees. Let's see. Was it Bob's Red Mill? Is this stolen valor? Did I cite the wrong company? Oh, nope. We've become an employee-owned business. Cool. Employee-owned. Learn more. Oh my God. Stop trying to sell me Bob's Red Mill products. I already... They're delicious and high quality. I already know. There we go. 1978. Bob found himself fending off one offer after another. Large corporations wanted to buy Bob's Red Mill. Even though it would be immensely profitable for himself, Bob didn't want to go down that road. After reviewing several options, he debuted an employee stock ownership plan on his 81st birthday and announced that everyone would become an employee owner, with a goal for Bob's Red Mill to become 100% employee owned. Yeah. And then it did in 2020. One of 8,000 businesses in the country to achieve that. It's they're good stuff. Yeah, you can buy Bob's Red Mill stuff and feel cozy knowing that it is made by a Democratic worker co-op. Yeah, there are also a number of like agricultural Democratic collectives in the country. There's like Ocean Spray, Land O'Lakes is another one. But basically oh yeah, King Arthur Flour also did it. That I think that was the one I was trying to think of, because I think King Arthur Flour is like the first flour company in the US. Yeah, it was founded in 1790. Damn. It is employee owned and a B Lab certified benefit corporation. I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, it converted to an employee owned business structure in 1996. That's cool. But just so you know, like, there are companies that do this employee ownership. All I'm asking for is, like, we establish more of a baseline for a democratic, like a society where instead of private capital propelling us forward, it's propelled forward by democratic worker co-ops. I like democracy in my government, and I like it in my businesses. You know, I like democracy as a concept and an execution. I think it's better than autocracy. Anyway, sorry, just a little tangent.
Be able to have a conversation. But it's unfortunate because a lot of politics right now in the world, you know, but I still think, you know, we're going to be able to do some things, you know, after, you know, maybe reconciliation. I'm going to try to find some, you know, people to be able to do that, you know, some. I'm actually working with all communities right now. I have a working group to deliver on reconciliation and the laws, because I'm working with, you know, Reform Congress. You know, I'm a Joint Economic Task Force. I'm running that. You know, and I'll, that's, you know, I think you have a simple answers, okay, guys? You know, so, but we're going to figure it out, some things, and we're going to work on fiscal issues. And even some of the issues we might be able to find common ground.
The next question is from Nakona Kennedy Flat, number 52, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounced your name.
I'm making legislation. And you might not like it, but I'm going to pass some good legislation. I saw with the people. I do not. Yes, well, listen, you know, with all the judgments out. So
my turn.
Oh, who are we listening to? This is Congresswoman Victoria Spartz. She's a Republican. She's doing a town hall in Indiana, and people are mad as shit about the fact that she's fucking them over actively.
Trump and Elon's Doge cuts to USAID, USDA, increased tariffs, Department of Education. What are you doing for the farmers in Indiana? Because Indiana is a farming state, and every one of those farmers lose money.
And if you're not sure on that, you gave your credentials earlier, let me give mine. I grew up on a farm. I have an American FFA degree. I'm a master's level therapist as well as a PhD. So when I'm asking this question, I don't want to know for me. I don't want to know for my family. I want to know for the farms in Indiana, what are you doing to make sure that those products and those goods that they sell to other countries through USAID, through USDA, and through our Department of Education, what are we going to do? Because those are gone. They lost that revenue.
I'm a farmer myself. I have a farming operation. I drive combine. I have a farm, thousands of acres that I farm. So I can tell you from first-hand knowledge, I actually write the checks for the chemicals. I actually wrote today a large check. The price is increasing for the.
Damn girl, you need to calm down. You're about to burst a vein in your neck. It's kind of scary.
Grain prices, for all of the seed prices, for all of the regulation, expensive combines, and oil and gas that we have to pay. So I'm not just talking hypothetical. I'm actually in this business. My family, have been farming over thousands of acres in this area for years now, for generations. My husband grew up on a farm in Noblesville, and then his family and his oldest farming in Minnesota and Noblesville. So I'm not just talking that I do not know about this issue, but I'll tell you what to do with farming. And we're going to have a farm bill, and I want to work on this issue because smaller farmers are going to be destroyed if we do not continue dealing with input costs. If we have large oligopolies like John Deere creating rules that now we're overpaying for equipment that we cannot afford, we have the rights to repair where farmers are not getting screwed by large companies and producing that. We need to make sure that we reduce regulation and some emissions, at least for farm equipment. We need to make sure that we have, they're not doing it because Congress doesn't want to conduct conversation, but we'll have a reauthorization of the farm bill. We need to make sure that some of this program like checkoff.
I don't feel like she's really answering the question. She's saying a lot of words. This does not seem necessarily super related. I do like right to repair, but you're not going to bamboozle me here. Like we're talking about the complete destruction of like a bedrock component of the farming community, which is specifically what was done through USAID. The United States government bought a huge amount of American produce and crops in order to ship around the world, and it became the bedrock of a lot of farming communities. If you take that away, a lot of these farms are fucked. God. The threat of homelessness keeps people showing up for work, so capitalists/employers have a politically effective victim example, even if it's expensive. Well, yeah, for sure. But I think that what we need to do is conquer those capitalistic concerns and get those programs anyway, because fuck them. I think people deserve better. We need to show a little bit more neighborliness.
Programs that actually used by large meat processing monopolies to subsidize their political interests in DC, which actually, when I put it on the floor, it was a bipartisan issue. AOC voted for it. But we will try to make sure. We actually didn't have any PPP loans, because I don't have. But
didn't have any PP loans. No PP loans.
I'll tell you something. It's very important that we have farmers surviving and small family farms survive. And we need to start looking at input costs. The only place we can have that discussion is the Farm Bill, because it's a must-pass legislation. So I actually just start the White House. I'll use separate.
It really is crazy that the first time around, farmers got absolutely fucked by Donald Trump. And then a bunch of them voted him in again, thinking surely he won't fuck us a second time. And then they got fucked even harder.
Agriculture, and I said I would like to sit down sometimes with you and have also discussion, because also.
And now like there's going to be a lot of hope and praying and gnashing of teeth that they're going to get bailed out by some kind of farm bill from Congress, and like maybe, but genuinely, I don't think they give a shit this time.
Farm bill is a health of our nation too. How we can have healthy food, so our children are healthy, we have a better choice of food, and farmers not incentivized to produce unhealthy food in mass production. How we can have more choices of food. Farm bill is also a health bill, and we have to have competition for value and have a better, more innovative agriculture. And it's not happening. So I hope we can have this conversation. You know, we have new HHA secretary. You might not like him, but you know, but RFK wants to have this conversation.
Yeah, you know, it's insane. This to me it's kind of like saying, look, Patrick the deranged clown doctor, who's known for you know, chainsawing limbs off of his patients. He's actually really good when he's talking about cancer treatments. Like, he's actually our best oncologist on staff. Like, I don't want that expertise from that person. I don't trust it. The same way, like, I do not trust RFK for shit. Dude killed like 40 children when trying to go anti-vax in like American Samoa. He's already tried this on a much smaller scale, and a lot of children died. And now he's gonna do it on a scale exponentially larger. And children are already dying from a preventable outbreak of measles. And like, who knows, guys, if we get a bird flu situation, so many people are gonna die here. They're just gonna let it happen. So I don't know. Throwing up RFK Jr. like, oh well, he has one good policy, just does not do anything for me.
We didn't try to find some common ground in the farm bill, so we might get you a farm community for Mr. Reagan. You know.
They literally cut a program that fed children with food from small farms. Well, yeah, because the government would have had to buy that food and then distribute it to children. You know, that's expensive. Why do that when you can give that money to billionaires? You see, if you cut that funding, what may happen is you give it to a billionaire and they piss, and then it trickles down, and it might just trickle enough liquid down into the mouth of a cancer child in a poorhouse somewhere, and they might perk up a little bit to be able to pull up their bootstraps, recover from their illness, and go out there and be the orphan boy you've always wanted to see in the world. I don't know. I've been going for like 6 hours on this stream. The analogy fell apart, but I think you guys followed me for like 80% of it.
Because it's extremely important how we can do that. And so I actually do have, if any of you are interested in farming, including you, I have agricultural groups because I have a lot of advisory groups in different counties, and we need prerogative. It's important for me to hear.
Good on your husband for deconstructing. I know how hard that can be. I grew up as a conservative evangelical, okay? Like, I get it. It can be really fucking hard.
All inputs. You know, I mean it. I actually get a lot of good ideas from people on the ground for a variety of things. I usually just meet with farmers, but interesting to look at people who may be not involved in farm but familiar with farm and have another perspective on how the farm business is, not just farmers, because if we look maybe a few things, you might have a broader perspective. I think we need to look at that, and farm bill is going to be an opportunity. After we're done with few other things later in the summer, in August we have a recess. We'll have a lot of town halls, and I usually do a lot of things on farming because farm bill will have to be reauthorized.
Man, she's gonna get yelled at so many times. Hilarious.
In September, October. And that's where the policy can happen. I'd be happy here for input. I would like to have you that. So we must not like each other to get to know you, but thank you. Thank you for the question.
Our next question is from Stacia from Muncie, number 329. And I apologize again if I mispronounce your name. Okay, we'll get a microphone right to you. Thank you.
It was, I needed some coffee.
Okay, I have friends and neighbors on disability. What is the plan to protect the disabled?
Excellent question. I love that these questions are so succinct and to the point. You know, like, yeah, what are you going to do to save us? What are you going to do to make sure my neighbor Stacy doesn't die?
That should be where parties which are involved with a lot of people in the disability community, one of my friends. But one thing that we need to make sure, we ensure that Medicaid that provide a lot of services for people with disability can provide better services. That's what Medicaid was intended for, to help people with disability. A lot of services.
Yeah, I feel like her argument that's coming up here is that really Medicaid has grown beyond what it's intended to do, and now there are a bunch of freeloading fraudsters and wasteful people on the program, and we just need to cut the waste, fraud, and abuse from the program, and it will all get better for people with real disabilities. That is I bet that's where this is going to go.
Services will cut, and a lot of money in Medicaid go to subsidize large oligopolies that don't provide services. So we need to have this discussion because we need to make sure that we have, and plus provide more choice for parents and for people with disabilities, including for seniors.
You know, gee whiz, if only, I don't know, there was some kind of large organization that controlled the flow of money that could negotiate lower prices from those oligopolies, or perhaps even have the power to break them up, to break up those monopolies so that they don't have as much negotiating power. If only there was some kind of powerful organization that could do that, like a government. Yeah, that's it. That thing.
Two, the low nursing home, what kind of care do people need? That has to be reformed. States have almost full.
What kind of care do people need? That needs to be reformed. What she's saying is she wants to kick people out of their nursing home. That's what she's saying.
Medicaid was created to help disability. Democrats made it help datability, not disability.
And yet, did anyone ever stop to help Dat Boy? Did anyone ever think to stop and help Dat Boy? That beautiful boy? No, not a single one of you did. How dare you?
Control of Medicaid, and
thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Suck It the Nerky.
Job with that. I think this session they're trying to do it. When I was state senator, I tried to push this issue. They were not very good. So we're trying to look at the federal level how we can incentivize or punish states for bad behaviors, and that is the discussion is going to be. We have to look, because federal government is funding these programs, but state has almost full discretion on Medicaid that provide a lot of service for people with disability. We need to make sure that we do better, you know, and that's something.
You know, the great thing about Republicans is that they constantly say we need to make sure we get better health care by cutting the funding for it. Yeah. You get better care if you get less money into your care system. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, negotiating with those companies to get lower prices? No. Only cut the amount of money you get. You'll get better care, I promise. And look, the real problem is all of these nasty states giving too much money to different disability programs. Like, that's fucking crazy.
So every time, we talk about how much money we spend. This is an enormous amount of federal money I spend, but I think you need to also utilize more your voice at the State House. It's much easier for you to show up, they're in the budget session, and I think some of these issues, we have to figure it out, so, and if you ever need to be helpful, happy to do it. Actually, we have Cecilia Copeland-Fishers, I don't know which city you're from. She's running, the rest of my other one. They have a task forces, the city work on disability initiatives with local government, and I try to collaborate with them as much as I can, because we need to make sure that we help the most vulnerable and that the benefits we promise, but don't waste money on people that are abusing the system, because then we'll run out of money not to help the people that we need to help.
Yep, exactly. See? Like, oh, we have to cut all the waste, fraud, and abuse, and then it will all work so much better.
Our next question is from Bob from Fishers, number 59. If you are Bob from the Fishers, number 59, awesome. We will get a microphone right to you.
My question is simple. Are you going to vote to increase the budget deficit?
No, I'm not. And I'm actually working very hard to make sure that we come after bad stuff in the budget, to make sure that we come after all of the fraud in the system, and able to pass taxes that will grow the economy. So this is something that is going to happen. This is going to happen in May. I personally put a working group together with all a variety of committees, and I'm working with...
Like genuinely, if these people pass cuts to Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, like people are going to be murderously angry. Like I don't know how you do that without people getting like seeing red. I don't know how you do that. Like, I don't know what their plan is, or if they just think like this is all a game and no one will actually be affected by this. No one will actually lose loved ones. Because the second some of these folks lose people they love, they're going to march. You know? I mean, you can say like Republicans are pro-suffering, but at like a certain point, is there not like a survival instinct that kicks in where they're like, where their brain says maybe we shouldn't, you know? Oh man, I don't even like genuinely. I don't even know that we get to a general strike with that. I think we get to like people marching armed before we hit that point. I'm worried about where this is going to go. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate it. Yeah, like riots so much sooner than either of those two endgame options. Oh, you got Mithril. Hell yeah. Oh, Republican politicians are absolutely pro-suffering. I still think that like some level of self-preservation should kick in as a politician, you know, like if you know anything about anything in history, like, you know, you're in kind of a fragile position, we'll say.
Legislation. You don't understand how rare it is to work on working legislation.
Nah, Brass Man, this is the kind of suffering that people are not capable of being apathetic about. You know? If people were going to be apathetic about it, they wouldn't have been turning out to these town halls like this before things even got super bad. And we're like hanging over the cliff, and it's slowly starting to tip down. Like another week, we're gonna. Then the suffering will really start.
And what I would like to do, you know, before we introduce this legislation, I'll make sure you're going to see what is in these bills and understand what we're doing, because a lot of times we write very complex stuff. You have no idea what it is. So if you sign up, I mean, that's how the Congress does. That's a whole. We put omnibuses to make sure. I don't know what is in this bill. Not just you. Nancy Pelosi says, let's pass it. We're going to know later what is in it. So it's not just you. I do not know. So I do not want us to govern that people don't know what we're doing, or we don't even know what we're doing. They put it last second on the floor and say, here's omnibus, vote for it, or we'll come in primary, you'll do it. So what I'm going to do, I want to make sure if you sign up to my newsletters.
Yeah, and Tristan MB, All of us here are going to fight for you. We're going to fight for every disabled person, every elderly person, every single one of us in solidarity. And it's going to take a lot of work. We're going to have to get outside of our comfort zones a little bit. We're going to have to, as I've been saying, it is a time of increased responsibility where we may need to step up in ways we never have before. But like, we're going to keep organizing. We're going to keep fighting. And remember, folks, April 5th, that is the mass organizing day, the next one up, with Indivisible and 5051. Last I saw, over 1,000 different protests taking place across the United States. Yeah, and like alienated, for sure, the Taft-Hartley Act made sympathy strikes illegal, but that doesn't matter. Like that's the dirty secret. You can take away union recognition. You can't take away union existence. You can take away the right to do it, and you can do it anyway. So, yeah, we're all going to do our best. If you guys have noticed me being really stressed and streaming a lot, it's because I'm trying to do my best to organize you folks, mobilize you guys so you can organize and mobilize others in your life. Two girls, one boob. Yeah.
And if I don't lose my voice to them, I do not on holes, but if we can have them conversations, I want to talk about these bills because I do not want.
Maybe go over protest safety as a segment on the stream.
And I want to make sure.
Oh, that'd be a good idea. Maybe I will tomorrow. Though maybe I will, maybe I won't. But as a shout out to the concept of protest safety, I believe, first of all, One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. And Prop Game 625, thank you for being a member on the YouTube. Let me just take a look here. Was it protesting? I think it is the pinned message. Yes. On the Discord, we have in the pinned message, we have information on how to be safe. There's also an additional pinned message in Chit Chat, the general chat of the Discord on protest safety. So go check that out. Especially, it gives you a lot of in-depth knowledge that you can use. It's good stuff. Charlotte Widnar, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. If they drive you into submission, be ungovernable. Absolutely. The harder we make it for them to consolidate authoritarian control by getting out there and protesting, the more likely we are to make it through this with democracy intact. We do have safety tips in the Discord. Yes, some very in-depth ones. I'd recommend. Maybe we'll put it together in like a Google Doc form so folks can like download it and print it off if they need it. Do you guys talk on Discord very much? Some of you. We have actually, I don't know how many people are in the Discord. Let me check real quick. Server settings probably has it. Right? Members. Well, that just tells me who is a member. How many members we got? Server profile, maybe? Ah, there we go. Holy shit, we have 1,272 members in the Discord. With it's 3 o'clock in the morning and there are about 300 people active on the Discord at this moment. So Yeah, there are a lot of people posting on there. There you go. There's a link if anyone needs it. The Discord is kind of bumping most of the time. Absolutely. A lot more bumping than I thought. I was thinking like we had maybe like 300 people in the Discord. That was a much larger number than I was expecting. Does BBBBBB feel comfortable with voice chat? They could provide a lot of useful information for the protest segment. Maybe, but BBBBBB is also very busy. I don't know if they're going to be here for that chat. We'll see. I'll ask next time I see them. See them in chat. Plus movies sometimes. We do stream some movies in there sometimes, yeah. Chat hive mind. Okay. Anyway. Here we go.
That we're not going to be raising deficit.
Yeah, I can't hear that.
On the mic, dude. So he says Republican Party is going to put a bill. I don't know what the mic. Yes. No, I said I will, and I didn't. You know, well, that's why I want to make sure. I actually no, we did not. No. We have a budget. You don't even understand what the discussion. This is what we're doing right now.
No. I did not fuck all of you over. No. I didn't fuck you over in the budget discussions. No. You guys just don't understand, you rubes.
It's instructions that is going to have a resolution. And I'll be honest with you, the biggest problem is not the House, it's the Senate. The Senate doesn't want to do any offsets to anything because they're making lots of money. Big oligopolies campaigning very hard. And that is the chance. So I am not, and that's why I am voting. I'm working right now to make sure that we can at least balance this reconciliation. So that is what I'm doing. So I can reassure you that I understand finances, I understand the significance of our fiscal situation, and I wish we could actually reduce our deficits, reduce deficits and debt, but at least we cannot add more to it. I understand because it will cause inflation, and it will cause more problems if we do that. So that is my answer. I am not.
Yeah. These people are really concerned about rising inflation.
I'm not going to allow it to continue increases to our deficits. It's a national security issue. But I'm trying to find solutions to this issue, and hopefully you'll be open-minded.
Our next question is from Deanna from Carmel, number 234.
Stop being condescending. Some of the tax cuts, just need to very popular your question about tax cuts. Some of these tax cuts do bring growth. Some of them don't. But President Trump wants to help people with lower income. So we need to
Imagine Donald Trump, the guy who literally shits on a gold toilet, caring about what poor people think.
So that is what we need to do. So, but some of these tax cuts bring growth. Those are a variety of tax cuts. And none of them, not all.
Imagine the guy who has spent his life not paying contractors for their labor. You imagine thinking he cares what working class people think. He's spent his life screwing us over. Why on earth would he give a shit about us?
Of that grow the economy, but he wants to make sure just smaller businesses have an opportunity for growth. So they're looking at the So ways and means to me looking on the tax cuts. I am trying to figure out what to do with the spending so we come up the floor and offset some of this stuff.
Okay, now we're going to go to Deanna, who's been waiting so patiently to ask her question. Thank you, Deanna.
Thank you for being here today. Before I begin, I, like a lot of you here, clearly disagree with some of the things she's saying. But I want to say that we are not going to be able to hear what she has to say if we continue to behave in this manner. This is ridiculous. You know what? We need to be civil and we need to listen and hear both sides. I need to make that clear. I applaud her for the way she's handling this behavior. Okay,
I mean, I do have a begrudging respect for her for continuing to stand on that stage. But all of that respect is then instantly vaporized by the fact that she is voting specifically to fuck over every single person in this audience.
Quiet.
Okay, my question. This week, President Trump expressed his desire to end federal funding for NPR and PBS, which polling shows is opposed by a majority of Americans. Would you support or oppose this action?
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you that I will, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because unfortunately, first of all, no, I answered the questions, but I'll tell you why. I said yes, but I want to give you an explanation. I'll give you an explanation. I think we live now in the world where really, unfortunately, we don't have transparency in the media. We live in the world that media is very cheap. But the government shouldn't be subsidizing media. If you like NPR, and you can be listening on NPR, sell advertising on NPR, and then be very well funded. If somebody likes Fox, they can do the same for Fox. So you have a choices. Government shouldn't be paid and subsidizing media, period.
Nah, I think it's fine. I think we should, hot take, everybody. I think it's fine for the government to fund Mr. Rogers. I think it's fine for the government to fund, Elmo. I think it's fine for the government to fund Reading Rainbow. I think that's fine, actually. That reminds me. Was it... I need to find this. It was an interview he did. Yeah, here we go. Found it.
Tell us about that.
Well, when PBS took Reading Rainbow off the air in 2009, primarily as a result of No Child Left Behind. That's a story that a lot of folks
Really?
don't get. Yeah. Okay. So No Child Left Behind is doing exactly that. And so the mandate is to teach kids how to read, the rudiments of reading. And there was no money in the budget to encourage, to foster a love of reading. And so Reading Rainbow got...
So it seemed more like a luxury than education?
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Well, that's, look, we have spent so much money on the machinery of war in the last 10, 12 years. We are having to make really ridiculous choices. And we're sacrificing our kids. Literally sacrificing our kids. So
tell us about...
Yeah, one of the things that we need to understand is that, this is what cuts do. These cuts, they don't need to happen. We don't need to cut, Sesame Street. We don't need to cut Mr. Rogers. We don't need to cut, Arthur or Reading Rainbow. We make those choices through our elected officials. And folks like this are just, they just want to sell it. They just want to scrap it for parts, sell it for short-term gains, and then never have to deal with it again. How dare children learn?
They do it here right now, and we notice that.
Well, no, unironically, Vox Syndicate, yes, that is why 50% of Americans can't read for shit. It's why literacy has gone down in America. It's because one of the fundamental things that we stopped doing was was teaching children how to enjoy reading, how to be interested in reading. And instead, what we tried to do is pivot more towards rote memorization, just like memorizing what the words say, memorizing how to write them, replicate them, etc. And that doesn't really teach critical thinking. What teaches critical thinking is, understanding how to enjoy a book. And then through enjoyment, wanting to think more about it and understand more about it. And we cut that in order to focus more on STEM and spend more time on kind of this concrete approach to schooling. And that's just not how human brains work,
I just want to say thank you for a place to learn. Blue heart emoji, pride flag emoji, transgender flag emoji, pirate flag emoji, people hugging emoji. It's air for me, I believe.
Yeah, and you're not crazy. The world is crazy right now, but we're not crazy for seeing it and pointing it out. And unfortunately, I wish we'd be more wrong. But things are spiraling pretty badly right now. But yeah, we need critical thinking and teaching children how to enjoy and think critically. Those are not things in educational budgets anymore. We also just don't teach. We don't pay teachers enough to be able to invest their time into making a good educational environment. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. They don't want an educated proletariat. That is part of it, yeah. And the other part of it is a lot of them, like, it's harder to test critical thinking and understanding of things rather than did you see, like, how many times did so and so knock on the door in the yeah. Remembering basic details of a story is not understanding the story. And like my partner, for example, had to like go to war against like the entire curriculum of the state and like make it work for the kids in her classroom when she was a teacher. And like basic things like making sure there were books that all kinds of kids would want to read is not something that is usually prioritized by our educational system, which that makes a big difference when kids like are learning how to read, It's harder to learn how to read when kids feel like none of the stories are about people like them or people they could be, And yeah, it's just the system is wonky. But the solution to fixing it is definitely not cutting some of the few methods of getting positive child-friendly media out there that is outside the scope and control of corporations. Growing up, when I had a book report thing, I didn't even feel motivated to read the book at all. That might have been undiagnosed learning disabilities, though. And that is also another big issue that has been improving, but like Dyslexia was super undiagnosed. Autism, ADHD, super undiagnosed. And like when I'm talking about like ADHD in like children, that doesn't even necessarily mean like you need to like we need to medicate all the kids or whatever. But like when a kid gets like diagnosed with like ADHD, one thing that the school can do is provide an individualized development plan that allows for kids to take like attention breaks or like get up and move their body a little bit more than other kids in order because their brains function better when they can do that. You know, if you try and have them focus the same way that like a student without ADHD might be able to, they cannot do it. And so, yeah, take more time taking tests. Exactly, Lee Kessner, for sure. But like, if you give students those accommodations, they do great. What if reading just isn't my thing? I just cheated using audiobooks. Audiobooks work too. Audiobooks, I believe, also work as reading. For a long time, I had kind of like an elitist attitude towards it. Like, nah, you have to read the book, blah, 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 blah. But like, I don't know. I really like reading books because I like visualizing the picture in my head, and it's easier for me to like visualize what's happening in the book if I'm like just reading kind of in silence or have like a lyricless background noise going. But that's just kind of how my brain works. And I recognize other brains work differently. But if you can like absorb a story and like get a lot out of it, and you can still like think about it critically and like, I don't know, create a lens, I think it still absolutely still counts. I was cheating. I don't think we should sugarcoat that. You read the book. You got the information from the book. It's fine. God, I really fumbled the ball. I just remembered that I listened to an audiobook earlier this year so that I could interview the author of King Leopold's Ghost. And then like the election happened and we weren't able to do the interview. Damn it. What a good book though. If you need a good audiobook / history book on colonialism, King Leopold's Ghost is really fucking great. Patrick Lucas, I have never read the Earthsea quadrilogy in full. I would love to. I love the way Ursula Le Guin writes. Amazing stuff. It's not, Comrade Girl.
I used to mispronounce names from books until I saw the movie and went, wait, that's how it's supposed to be pronounced.
God, I saw like some kind of, I think it was on Instagram, just like scrolling Instagram. There was like an Instagram reel playing of a guy who hears epitome pronounced correctly for the first time and just goes into an existential spiral of like, I've been saying epitome my entire life. I said it loudly and proudly. I thought it was a long. I thought it indicated that I was had an extensive verbal palate. That's how I feel sometimes when I encounter a new word that I have only ever read inside my head. Oh, a big one for me when I read Harry Potter as a kid. A big one for me was Hermione. For the longest time, did not know how to pronounce Hermione. For whatever reason, I read it as Hermoine. And that is going to haunt me until the day I die. You pronounced it the same way. Okay, I'm not alone. Solidarity, Sake Tanuki. Solidarity. English is weird like that, right? It should not haunt you because those books aren't even good. It shouldn't, and yet the books continue to haunt me, and thus my mispronunciation continues to haunt me. For years, hyperbole rhymed with Super Bowl. The hyperbole does sound a lot cooler than the Super Bowl, though. You know, like if we come up with some kind of like, I don't know, super football, we should have the Hyper Bowl. It's you know, the super football Hyper Bowl. There we go. Nailed it. New sport acquired. Anyway, let's finish, or at least get a little bit closer to finishing this. We have now been going for 6 hours, though, folks. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, and super chats. Let's go.
You know, almost everyone there, and actually been on NPR a few times, and I'll be honest with you, they try to be fair with me in some ways, and we talk about economic issues, and I appreciate some issues that they're willing to talk with the Republican. A lot of times it's generally just attacks. So I had good conversations with NPR, but I think we need to decide, and if we see that the media is very tilted, why the government should be spending, because ultimately country is, you know, divided in some way. Why are we spending money on providing to one side but not the other side? And what should we start funding some conservative media too? Because unfortunately public media is not doing, you know, news that are not tilted, and unfortunately they become very polarized. So
yes, you see, the children are being indoctrinated by Elmo into being too kind. Therefore, we must cut the funding. What an insane argument. Like, do you understand how fucking cruel you have to be to claim that, like, oh, well, this show teaches people how to be neighborly, therefore it is biased media? God.
I just see so much. I mean, I've been dealing with media, a variety of media, and I even go in very hostile media just to be able to have conversations. I go to MSNBC, I go to CNN and NPR, and it's not easy. Usually my colleagues don't even go, but I'm willing to go just so we have a different views and conversation. And usually it's tough for politicians.
What is the show in question? It's all of the shows on NPR and PBS.
It's real tough, but I don't think government should be really paying money and spending money subsidizing any media. There's plenty of way to fund media now, and it's actually quite well funded anymore.
The entire point of funding it is so that we have, like, children who are kind, who grow up being kind and entering the workforce and treating each other kindly. Like, that tends to benefit all of us, as opposed to raising a generation of self-interested assholes. Like, I don't know.
Our next question is from Ben from Westfield, number 225.
USA Hole, welcome.
From Westfield,
welcome, Raiders.
Number 225.
Hope you had a great stream.
If you're Ben from Westfield 225, do you want to raise your hand real big and tall, or I will ask your question if you want. Okay, I'll go ahead and ask it for you. So this is from Ben from Westfield. He said,
hello, Ally
I've been a
and
registered
HD.
Republican since 1976 in Hamilton County. Always voted for Dick Lugar. Why have Republican Congress members not not rein in President's illegal, unconstitutional order?
She's so mad. Look at her face. She's so mad that got a standing ovation. fucked.
Executive
Do your job. Do your job.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
You want me to answer a question? I'll answer a question. Executive orders, it's not a way to govern. But until Congress can...
Oh, what was the question? What are you doing to rein in Donald Trump's executive, like illegal executive orders?
No shit. I think Steve Rogers would want her to write friendly letters explaining how important NPR is. Maybe we should all write her friendly letters telling her how much good PBS has done for us.
Yeah, maybe. Might be worth it. You couldn't join the stream because I needed to create your own thread. Banana Brains, could you help Tristan MB get into the Discord? I'm not exactly sure what the problem is, but I can't troubleshoot live.
Pass the law, Congress, the executive order has been governing our country for a very long time. And unfortunately, to pass any law right now...
Chuck Dies, thank you for gifting us up the USA hole.
So, in a Senate, we cannot pass anything. I'll just tell you reality. It is reality. And unfortunately, right now, I agree. And unfortunately, right now, there is no taste to do anything bipartisan. So everyone voting a partisan vote.
Wait, there's plenty of opportunities to do something that's bipartisan. You just have to work with the Democrats. Like the every single time she's saying like, oh, there's no chance to do anything bipartisan. You could literally do it right now. You could do it right now. You grab a few friends in the house.
So that is the reality what's happening right now. Congress is not going to, until Congress decide that Congress is going to do a job, so it's not going to happen. And right now,
Gee whiz, that that maybe might fly if you weren't a fucking member of Congress, lady. Like, you can't just throw up your hands and be like, oh, Congress can't do anything until Congress does something. Like, you are part of Congress, ma'am.
I agree with you. Congress has to pass laws, has to work on issues, but Congress cannot come to an agreement. And until the party agrees to deal with this issue we agree on, nothing is going to happen. And the same situation was happening under Democrat president. You know, nobody would care. So right now we have President Biden who running wild. You know, our president, now presidents do. And I do not like this because I might like executive orders today. Honestly, I don't know what's going to happen in 4 years. So I'm...
And it turned out she also didn't know what was going to happen in less than a week, because this was 6 days ago. And the global economy is tanking, and we're about to get fucked by reciprocal tariffs from every single corner of the globe. Good job, Victoria Spartz.
Willing to try to reform our institutions that we start doing its job, and I do as much as I can in a short majority. Unfortunately, it will take more than me, and I hope you can talk to your senators too, because, you know, if Congress is not continue doing its job, we're going to be run country by executive orders, which is not a good thing for stability of the country. That's been happening now for decades.
Yeah. You really care about the stability of the country, which is exactly why you just allowed like a over 50% tariff to be put on products from our biggest manufacturing partners on the planet. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you care about global stability. Fuck you.
It didn't happen under this Congress or not in our Congress. So that is the reality what's happening. You know, the only way we can do it if party decide that they want to work together. You know, and I'm working extremely hard to find common ground. Actually, as a matter of fact, I passed 12 bills on the Democrats. You know, that is not that easy. But it is very, very narrow basis. Actually, on the Democrat president, and some of them were tough legislation. But I think that is important for us to do that. It's important to find...
She's a Republican.
common I don't think in this environment it's happening right now because people may be upset. Maybe people have a reason to do that. Maybe people just do it for the protesting. But unfortunately, no one wants to do anything right now, and that is a tough reality. So until Congress is going to wake up, nothing is going to happen.
Bitch, you're in Congress. You can't complain. Wake them up then. God. Haven't we seen most people squirrel off from these by now? She almost looks like she's enjoying this. She's trying to be more pugilistic, but I definitely do not get the vibe that she is enjoying this. Because this has been over an hour of these people booing her, yelling at her, and like mocking and jeering her. Like, this is like catastrophic for your image as an elected official.
Okay, thank you. We have another question. This one's from Amy and Carmel, number 121. Excellent. We'll get a microphone back to you, and I'd just like to remind everyone we appreciate you being quiet so we can hear our question asked and answered. I do.
I'm Amy from Carmel, and I work in the affordable housing field. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it. What will you do to ensure that those who are most vulnerable will have access to decent and affordable housing, especially those who are elderly and or have disabilities?
Good question.
There are few aspects to affordable housing. One became the price of housing, become not just unaffordable, it's becoming unachievable, not just for people, on the lower income, but even the people in the middle income people. And I think you've seen the prices, and it's a combinations of things, so we have to deal with the pricing. If we don't deal with inflation, mortgage prices are going to go up, so we have to deal with spending and inflation because it's become more and more unaffordable and achievable. But we also need to make sure that how we can stop this inflation and have a better economy for people with disabilities, for people, including seniors. We right now spend, when I was a Senate, I did a calculation. We on Medicaid, we're providing seniors, nursing homes, we spend enormous amount of money. Seniors don't get the services, and you saw that a lot of them don't even go to
Too true, Tristan.
How some of these programs for the most vulnerable actually go directly to help most vulnerable and have them make a choice. What is the best care? Our Department of Child Services spend $50,000 per child per year. 5 to 10 goes to foster family. I was asking, where is the rest of the go? We can send the people to Harvard Business School for $50,000 a year. Where the money going? Some kind of services. And no one could give an answer. This problem's
because children sometimes need a lot of money and assistance to continue living, because children with special needs have really specialized special needs sometimes. Like, these anecdotes are not the wins she seems to think they are for her positions.
Getting very, very expensive. So I said, let's just, give it cash. It's cheaper than going to save money. So we have to start reforming some of these programs to allow people to actually need this help, to make sure they get it, but not all of these groups of intermediaries.
I love how she's like, look, we need to cut these programs to make sure that only the people who really need this get it. It's just so that, let fewer and fewer people get it. That's it.
Everyone, whether it's in hospitals or PPMs, you can even see how much money made in pharmaceutical, and people cannot get affordable pharmaceutical. It's every area. Where is the same the services, whether it's nursing home, whether it's foster care. We have all of these intermediate agencies spend enormous amount of money, give to a variety of organizations, and I go on the ground, and I have some very poor communities in my district. And
without talking too much about my personal family life, it can cost. I know it can cost a lot to get specialized care and services when there are difficulties, with a child's development. That can cost so much money. But no, that's all fraud and abuse, apparently. All those fraudulent parents getting their children abusive wheelchairs.
I'm not there. I actually had a bipartisan bill that I passed with the chair of education committee at that time, Democrat, on juvenile justice prevention for at-risk youth. Because I've seen what's happening if we don't deal with kids early. You know, the kids get into criminal justice system and then we try to get them through jails. We passed legislation. We were sending money to the state. It doesn't go to the ground. So we need to start looking how the money goes, where they go, why we keep spending money, and nothing happening. So I think that's what we're trying to do, make sure we reform these programs, that we make sure the benefits for the most vulnerable, for people with disabilities, seniors are protected and improved. We need to do better benefits. I see how people struggling, but we spend more money, benefits don't get better. We have to have better outcomes, we have to have better health care, and look at how we can reform. And that's what we're going to do, because we always have limited amount of money. We don't want to be doubling taxes on all Americans. We want to make sure that we keep taxes low. If I make sure with money we have, we do a better job. And that's what we're going to start looking at some of these programs, including for the most vulnerable.
Our next question is from Richard from Zionsville, number 273.
Oh, wait. Tristan, are you talking about... Yeah, if you join the Discord, one of the first chats you'll be in is the landing pad. If you're just clicking on the pinned messages in the landing pad, you'll see like if you miss a stream or want to see older content, it's just a link to the channel. But off to the side, there's a bunch of other threads for all kinds of different discussions. Like the way it looks for me is like this, you know? So if I click the pinned messages up here, you got all this stuff. Over here, you just go pick a different part of the Discord to look at. I think that was the issue, maybe. But anyway. Yoink.
Richard from Zionsville, number 273. I'm not saying I'm going to go ahead.
Wait, there's people outside? There have been people outside for over an hour?
And asked Richard's question, and he had a very specific question. I thought.
Oh my God!
Thoughts on Social Security. Are any of our Indiana offices being closed? Richard from Zionsville wants to know.
Indiana offices?
That's what he asked.
Yeah, I didn't hear where of anything.
We won't rest. Wait, sorry. Do your job. Do your job. We won't rest. We won't rest.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
I don't. We try to keep all our offices closed too.
People are aroused.
And if you're not mean to my staff, I'll keep my office open too. If they feel they're very worried about that, we'll have to make appointments because my job.
It is not set up so that you need a Facebook account. But depending, I think you can log into Discord using a Facebook account, but that has nothing to do with me.
Also make sure that we keep people safe. But I think, we're going to look, I know there is a lot of drama with a variety of agencies and everything else, but honestly, we're trying to make sure that we automate, bring technology, and make some of these agencies work better for you. And that is really seems like a common sense. We should all agree on that, but maybe it's very hard for us to agree. So I understand, but hopefully we'll find common ground at least in some of the issues.
We have another question from Tanya and Fishers, number 257.
Okay, good.
Tanya and Fishers, number 257. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask Tanya's question for her, scanning the room, making sure it's here. Tanya from Fishers asks, can you provide more detail of your involvement/efforts to Doge and why you think that this will help your constituents here in the 5th District?
So I want to make sure that maybe we're getting too tired, but I think I'll at least go to 7:40 and then we'll have a personal questions, whatever you want to do. Okay, I'll just stay around here for another half an hour and do that, but let me just finish it with, let me finish a little bit, you know, thank you, appreciate it. So let me finish a little bit, a question about doors, you know. So I came from the auditing world, I came from the auditing profession, and in a lot of things when people come, this is a lot of business people.
Damn, imagine getting rolled this hard. Like, it's been an hour and it's just been constantly getting rolled. What a great constituency right here.
IT world, and what they're trying to do, they try to automate some transaction and do like some simple accounting things, you know, and the government really is so behind on all of that you would be very surprised how bad it is. You know, the simple transaction disbursed with no authorization, you know, with no approval and justification. I don't think you would be running your own business like that. None of you would just have your banking account run like that. So this is the people from a business world, so I have a good understanding of what they're doing, and I'm trying to work with them, and I work with them quite closely, I'll be honest with you, but I want to make sure that things that are bad actually go eliminated through Congress, and not because that is job of a Congress to make sure that the bad stuff and fraud goes through Congress. So my job is working with them to make sure that we can
Seems like they kicked out a lot of people.
Pass proper legislation that we don't have to continue dealing with fraud and abuse, and keep the promised benefit to the people, and have a better system to monitor how your money are spent. That's what I try to do, but I work very, very closely with them personally, and unfortunately, there's no lies, so it's probably
bunch of fucking liars.
You don't want to listen to me in all of the details, but if you're very interested, I will be providing more information, and I send my newsletters and always give details on different things. But hopefully you can agree through things with me in the long run.
We have a question from William from Westfield, number 172. William from Westfield.
I'm walking. Everybody, let's go.
We'll get a mic to you in just a second, sir. Thank you for being patient.
Walk out.
We have
solidarity. Walk out. Walk out. Don't walk. Get out. Tell them what we're
Okay, we have a question.
Walk out.
We have a question from
Walk
William from
out.
Westfield.
Walk out. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh my God. Just, I love the pugilistic nature. Let's go.
Walk out.
Not working.
Can you scoot just a little bit, sir?
Damn traitor. Let's go. People are gonna be way angrier next time.
Answer the questions. I can tell you this, that I would not be standing close to the Congresswoman because she's going to get hit by lightning for all the lies that she tells.
Holy shit. Holy shit. This is making me incredibly hopeful. Godspeed, Indiana. Right? I have a bunch of other vids going over different town halls recently. All of them make me feel like this. All of them make me feel like, you know, this is where our hope needs to be. Our hope cannot be in any one politician. It needs to be in people. Our hope needs to be in mobilizing people, in organizing people, and in like spreading messages throughout those people. Like, hey, you know what? Not only are we going to kick these fascists to the curb, we're also going to get Medicare for all. Not only are we going to get them out of the White House and every other, you know, spot of power in Washington, D.C., we're gonna make sure we make every person in this country housed. You know, like we need not just a return to normalcy. We need better than what was normal. We need better than what we had. Because when we get this power rolling, when we get this this entire movement truly snowballing, we're going to have a unique window of opportunity to make things better. And we should be seeking to make things better than what they were when the New Deal happened in America. We need a new dawn for that. We need to be willing to demand better for ourselves and our kids.
But this is graph from Congressional Budget Office. Actually, a lot of Democrats now like, and Republicans don't. So if you don't like, and actually, listen, CBO is not perfect.
Look at people are leaving.
The country would completely run wild, and we would completely bankrupt the country. So actually, Congressional Budget Office right now, that's what the graphs are. They not done from me. Budget Office right.
Sorry, real quick. This power suit is great on this lady.
Now, that's what the graphs are. They not done from me. I don't create them. They do this graph, so this is the reality. My party is now questioning a lot of this. What CBO is counting because they don't like some things. And I said, well, you cannot just change accounting when you don't like the result. So I pushed back on my own party and I said, we have to be accounting the same accounting. We need to make sure, and I am not allowing them to change accounting methods, and that's for the big fight with the Senate. So we'll see what the Senate is going to come. Senate wants to change accounting. I don't think it's right. And I am not agreeing to that. And that's a resolution. We're going to see how it's going to come. I haven't seen it. Senate probably going to vote next week. And if they're going to change baseline, I'm not going to be supporting that. So maybe for a different reason, there are a lot of, but if Senate is going to change accounting methods to show that tax cuts have no effect, I am not supporting that. We need to be honest. We need to see what is going to economy, what is not, and where is the bad stuff. We need to start balancing the books. And CBO might be not perfect, but we need to have that. So that's what Thompson is good. It's big on the table, but that's
again, all of this is horrifically undermined by the understanding that what she is pushing for, alongside all of her Republican friends, is the biggest tax cut in U.S. history that would go predominantly to the richest people to ever exist in the United States, possibly the world. And that tax cut is so colossal that in order to get the money for it, they need to raid Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. That's why she's talking about all this waste, fraud, and abuse. It's not because she cares about the waste or the fraud or the abuse. It's so that she can justify giving a bunch of money to the rich assholes that fund her party. Like, that's it. Full stop. And not only that, but all of this stuff about balancing the budget is horse shit. Because the proposal for those tax cut also bakes in an increase of the deficit by $5 trillion. So this is horse shit on every level. And it's so infuriating.
That's what this graph said. They're not created by me. Be happy. You can look online and see that. This is also
good on those people outside.
They have reports. They do that, and I send them. Yeah, it's from their reports. Yeah, I'll be happy. And if you want to email, I provided. This is the handout they do. They actually issued new economic outlook yesterday. So this is probably from my August town hall I did on the fiscal issues, but from yesterday might have a little bit different, but I don't think it's much changed.
We have a question from Melissa from Carmel, number 362. Okay, we'll get a microphone to you.
I'm going to get any easy questions or not? Oh, no? Okay. Toughens me up. I'm telling you always the truth. You might not like, but I'll tell you always the truth. You might not agree with me, but I'll tell you the truth.
Hi, I'm Melissa.
Let's listen to Melissa, please.
I work at a school, and we've just learned that Trump signed an executive order to completely eliminate the Department of Education, which funds the majority of our school. I could lose my job because of this, and I want to know why this is in the interest of Hoosiers like myself.
Great question. the audience has left, and they're still getting standing ovations for these questions. Republicans really might be cooked.
Meeting with a friend to go to a specific nearby protest on Sat confirmed.
Hell
Wish
yeah.
me luck. I'll read safety stuff, and I will STF you.
You do not have to shut the fuck up, but thank you for the $5 super chat. The safety stuff, again, it's under chit chat. It's in the general chat. It is pinned. If you want some good safety tips from a medic that has been to many protests. Like half the audience left, and you still get a standing ovation for that.
Department of Education is not what's teaching kids. It's people like you are people on the ground. That's what's teaching kids. Department of Education.
Yeah, you don't have to tell that to a goddamn teacher. I'm pretty sure teachers know who's teaching the kids.
Average salary of $140,000 a year. That's not what teachers get paid. So we're not talking about.
Alexis Fandom, thank you.
I genuinely worry about World Pride. It's in DC this year. I feel like Trump might make an example out of the people who show up.
That is probably going to be something that happens this year. Unfortunately, I do think that means that means it's more important to show up now, more than ever. And I also do think that this year Pride is going to be much bigger than it has been in years past. I think it's going to be. I think a lot more people are going to turn out. You know, I don't have any like evidence of that outside of the fact that like people are turning out for special goddamn elections this year. I think they're going to turn out to party at Pride.
Moving, taking funding away. We're talking about actually giving this funding to the states more directly, so we eliminate some.
You know what's funny about that though? You're just talking about giving the funding to the states more directly, but you're not actually doing it. So what has instead happened is that the department got eliminated that was giving money to the states. And now you're talking about doing something else while there's nothing doing that. So while you twiddle your thumbs, the lady who just asked you this question about why she's going to lose her job is just basically being told, because we didn't really think about it. We didn't really think it through. And the other thing is like, we had a mechanism to distribute this directly to the states. That mechanism was the Department of Education. The Department of Education that also, integrated schools in Little Rock. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's an important organization. Who can say? Yeah, these people have caught the car, and it is going to mangle them under the axles.
The bureaucracy, and it's very interesting. Let me tell you, one issue when I was state senator, I disagreed a lot of issues with teachers' union, but I work on the regulation of teacher profession, and they did not like all of the federal testing. That is one of the issues. I'm working to help them to provide more flexibility, that they're not teaching to the test, and the teachers have an ability to actually teach kids. And the teachers are reported properly, not regulated non-stop with no more regulation than even state doing. So in the meantime, we have to think also how we make sure when we send money to the states, we also make sure that states use this money well, because no, they don't.
The money was given by the Department of Education to the schools. It's federal money that goes to the school. The states don't always use it well. It's legally required to go to the schools. What the fuck are you talking about, lady?
Always use this money well. That's a different discussion. But we try to see how federal government can do better job of things we should do: national security, protecting the border, have strong military, have interstate commerce, and some of the issues.
Yeah, notice how none of this has anything to do with teachers keeping their jobs.
Give states ability to innovate and educate kids better, and the more teachers better, that we actually have best and brightest coming into.
Yeah, but you know what the Department of Education did? It provided funding to ensure that students with disabilities were treated equally. It provided funding to make sure that no one was being discriminated against in schools. Like, the funding from the federal government went specifically to making sure that schools could teach all children. And that is not something that should be up for debate on a state-by-state level. That's why it was federalized, because we knew from our history, our not too distant history, that states would implement programs that would discriminate against students on the basis of sex, gender, orientation, race. We learned we could not trust states with that. That's why we had a federalized authority come in and make sure that everyone got a fair shake.
Profession, which become very hard. I taught a little bit. I taught at college a little bit. I taught at the public accounting. I didn't teach at schools. I was high school ambassador for some schools. I've seen how tough it is.
Why are they lying about this at this point? Because they don't want people to literally tar and feather them and run them out of town, you know? They need to like try and maintain this veneer of deniability for as long as possible, so that their core supporters don't turn against them. But like, it's very clear to me that it is not working. Whatever core of support she has is clearly not motivated enough to turn out to something like this. And if they have been motivated to turn out to something like this, this is a very bad sign for her if this is representative of her core of support.
I have children.
What state is this? This is Indiana.
Schools, I know how tough the job is, but I can tell you education is not acceptable. But right now, our educational outcomes is not acceptable. Our kids, we're spending more and more money, and our kids don't get knowledge and be able to survive in a society that is fast moving and requires a lot of new skills. I cannot believe they cannot teach reading, simple mathematics, and kids in some simple things. So we have to think about that. And colleges with the...
No, we still have a Department of Education Spitfire. Donald Trump cannot actually dissolve the Department of Education. I believe he put out an executive order about it, but like the president can't get rid of that. It was created by Congress. Congress has to like get rid of it. And Congress has not. However, they have been cutting jobs from the Department of Education, and that is going to affect how they're able to fund things, how fast they're able to work, what they're able to do. And they've also been cutting funding to the Department of Education, so they can't properly fund, accommodations for disabled students, for example.
Debt that kids accumulated destroy an opportunity for them. A lot of them with enormous amount of debt and worthless diplomas have to work a big part of their life just to pay off their debt. That is driving very perverse incentives and outcomes when they don't have that. And it's interesting now because it's also some of the high end, including the President Obama, was more bipartisan issue about educational outcomes, but now it became so partisan that is definitely no one wants to deal with that, but we have to deal with education of our children because it is national security crisis, because only 30% of our kids, for educational health reasons, are able to join the military, are eligible to join the military. 70% of our kids are ineligible. That is not a good idea. So we have to think, I want to make sure that the money we're going to fund education, and if we have to, good causes, we're going to fund better and come after fraud and abuse, but not
a
lot of bureaucrats that don't help education. And
there it is again, fraud and abuse. every single time she's talking about fraud and abuse, by the way, there's not a fraud and abuse here. Like, the fraud and abuse that they're talking about is just a pretext to axe these systems, again, so that they can give more money to private interest. That's it.
So I think the department did a terrible job in DC. You know, they're doing a terrible job, and we need to do a better job on the ground and help states to deliver better.
I'm sure you're all aware we have less than 30 minutes left, so I want to tell you, I know you appreciate my reminders, how much we appreciate your decorum and civility. I have a question from Christy in Kokomo, number 336. Okay, we'll get a microphone right to you. Thank you so much for your patience. We've got one coming over that way soon, I'm sure. The floor belongs to Mr. Keller, sir. Let's listen, please. It's not your question. Let's turn to the person whose question is now. Thank you.
First of all, Congresswoman, thank you for coming. I know you've seen a lot of what's happened in America and with town halls here recently, and you didn't have to do this, so we thank you for coming. And I'm also, you said it yourself that you're not used to town halls like this, so I'm proud of my fellow Hoosiers that we're getting involved with the process. Our question, you often talked about supporting jobs in the economy, yet you voted against protections for steel workers and automakers in this district, as well as a workers' right to organize, federal workers. You also support an administration that's allowing DOJ to basically cut Social Security and Medicare by removing $880 billion from the departments that administer these services, programs that many working-class Hoosiers all depend on. Can you explain how these actions align with your promises to protect American jobs and help working families?
Damn! That was classy as hell. I don't think she's gotten one friendly question this entire town hall.
Actually, in spite of a lot of things that people talk about, I actually worked with a lot of issues with a variety of unions. And
you see, unions famous for not wanting worker rights. You're right. So true, Queen.
There are some issues we might agree, with some issues we disagree. Actually, healthcare, that's one of the issues that is wage suppression as for union labor and as not for union labor. And I told them I can be very strong ally, and we had good meetings recently with them, and I said we can work together and agree on that. I always been supportive of competition on the market, but I never been a person who believed that union cannot exist. I think union actually can be very helpful to organize if they serve the people, if their leadership serves the members, they could actually help in some ways, because when companies come to places like Indiana, and we try to bring manufacturers to Indiana, and we don't just compete with Illinois and Michigan and Ohio, we compete with Tennessee, Texas, Florida, Carolinas. I want to make sure that we have good energy prices, we have water resources, which is trade requires for a lot of type of jobs, and we have educated labor. And if union has provided this labor, that's fine. But I am not going to support to mandate it, but I am not against to help good leadership of good unions to deal with issues. And I'm working very closely.
This is a load of bullshit. This is just like, I'm not opposed to working with good unions, and but I'm not going to allow other people to have the right to organize unions. Okay, you know what I'm saying? But we'll work with the good ones.
I have a variety of them in my district north of here, and we're trying, and President Trump is very supportive, and he actually put in charge of Department of Labor my colleague, who actually lost the race at very pro-labor union, which a lot of Republicans didn't like, but he doesn't look at that union and anti-union. So I do believe the competition should happen. I believe in right to work, but I also believe we can work with unions, and if they have good leadership, they can help the member to have good jobs and have more organized labor, where we can say when a company comes to Indiana, we have trained people, we have good people, but they need to offer value. We are not going to be just the protectionists if they're not helping members, and a lot of things for.
We're not going to be protectionist, huh? What an interesting stance to take after defending tariffs for like 40 minutes.
happening in the early 2000s.
God damn it.
Happening. You know, they were.
I feel when I listen to Republican politicians speak, I feel like I'm on crazy pills. Because I actually understand what they're talking about, but the things they say make no sense whatsoever when you take into consideration their larger agenda and what they've been doing recently. It is disorienting in the extreme. I'm always saying this.
Not really, serving the members of leadership, always separate leadership and the members. And a lot of things happen that, in a lot of other perverse incentives that make industries move to China. We need to bring them back, but we need to be smart. And
there is no way to bring those industries back. Like, the thing that I think a lot of people don't get is how cheaply China can produce things, in part because all of the infrastructure got built in China to do those things. We're talking billions, maybe even hundreds of billions of dollars invested into factories and manufacturing and building up the talent. And you can't just build that here when they are already capable of making something that might cost $10 to manufacture, just baseline. Here, it costs them 10 cents. That's the level we're at here. Unless you want to tariff them by 200%, people are still going to manufacture in China. It's not going to bring manufacturing back unless you actually tariff at that level. And even if you do, suddenly you have to find someone who's willing to invest hundreds of billions of dollars to build all of that same manufacturing capacity up here, but it's going to cost you more because you have to fly in all the specialized parts and equipment from other places on the planet. It's going to cost you because of the tariffs. So what cost $100 billion to build in China now costs $500 billion to build here. And that's and at a certain point, even if you build up all of that stuff and get into production, you need people who are specialized. So you need people who can learn how to do it. And that takes time. And on top of that, once you have the people and the factories, then you need the actual materials. Well, where are you going to source those materials? Are all of them going to come from the United States? If not, you're already producing for more by virtue of the tariffs on everybody. Because if you have to import any of those things, they get tariffed. And then the other part of it, and this is key, is that even if you have employees who are fully trained up, and you have the factory and all of the specialized equipment, and you have all of your materials domestically grown, whatever, not even tariffed whatsoever, then you have to contend with the price of labor. And the cost of living in the United States is significantly higher than the cost of living in China. And thus, what is a reasonable living wage in China is nowhere near that here. So then you have to contend with the fact that you have to pay American workers a lot more because of the cost of living being higher. And then you realize, oh shit, even if we're talking about all things being equal here, same factory equipment, same skill of worker, etc., same cost of materials even, then you have to take into account that oh, well, you can't actually compete at that price. All I'm saying is that the genie's out of the bottle. You aren't going to be able to bring those factories back. The material conditions that allow that just do not exist. God.
I'm very open to work with unions, and I have been working with a variety of them, so I always try to find common ground, and if there is any specific issue you are interested, I'll be open-minded regardless of politics. I just said I believe in right to work. I believe in right to work. I believe in the choices. I believe in that. But if unions want to organize, I have no problem with that. And I'd be willing to help them to organize well. But I just said to you, I think I answered your question. I think I answered your question, but hopefully we can find some.
Okay, our next question is from Gail from Cicero, number 4. That's Gail from Cicero, number 473. And I know
I was just saying, what a coward. Sorry.
Awesome, folks, so you may hear my voice more. I'll ask Gail's question for her. She said, do you feel you represent all voters in your district? And do you consider carefully your decisions in light of all constituent wishes? And she added in, based on phone calls, emails, postcards, etc.
Yeah, I really do, and actually, referendum is all of us, it's election, right? So if you believe, you will never be able to agree on 100% of the issue. Obviously, I don't agree with my husband on 100% of the issue, but I try to do my best. First, when I look at my decision, see on the law and decision how constitutional it is, because my first oath is to Constitution. Then second, I look, what is the majority of people in my district think, right? And ultimately, I won Senate, and I won 2 elections in here, so ultimately people believe that I did the right thing, majority. I would like to see more common ground and more people from other side be open-minded and vote for me on some issues beyond the party, but ultimately that's a choice you do. You might like someone else, and that's a choice, as we have decided in election. But I do meet with a variety of groups on every issue. I do not take side until I listen to all of the sides. And I try to figure out what is the right call. So I meet with some of the group that disagree with me very vividly. And it's not easy. I'll be honest with you, this town hall wasn't easy because I know there are a lot of calm people with maybe different views, but I didn't want not to have it, even though, as you know, I wasn't advised by security people, everyone, to do it. But I felt like we still need to have a conversation.
Damn. The teacher that did not get a good answer to her question just walked out. Yeah, China's not good, guys. I was just using that as an example because that's where a lot of labor has been outsourced to. Like that's the entire premise of the the Chinese economy was on making itself deliberately a go-to location to build up factories and build up production capacity. So like it's just had like 60 years of investment of billions and billions of dollars, and the wages are much lower there because the cost of living is much lower. That's the only point. I'm not saying China's good or like even great. It's that there's an argument to be made there that it's basically a dictatorship. So I was just talking about the economic realpolitik of why manufacturing is not coming back. Yeah, obviously not playing defense for the Uyghur genocide. Poof. Jeez, guys, you're getting a little spicy.
Regardless, we agree. I need to hear you. I need to hear your voice. I need to hear your frustration. Hopefully I can address some. Maybe some I cannot, but hopefully you stay in touch with me and stay in touch with the office, and we'll have more of that. And I think I appreciate you coming. I'll be honest with you. I do this third host for a long time. No one else does it, and most of my colleagues advise against it, But I always do that, and I've done it, and we never had such a participation. So when I started going to more participation, we moved, and I tried to find venue a little bit closer by previous venue after we sent a letter. I don't know, maybe we'll start doing stadiums, but I think you might not show up next time. So, but what I'm just saying, we always thought about doing something, at the, here at the on 191st Street, the fields, football fields over there. But I was like, well, that's a little bit complicated, right, in Grand Park. So this is probably not that far and everything else. So
wait, is it true that there is child labor in Chinese factories? In Chinese factories, sometimes. But also one of the dirty secrets of a lot of garment manufacturing is that in a lot of factories, regardless of where you go in the world, unless you have people inspecting them specifically for that, you can find child labor. You can find it in the US, but in particular, it is the way the supply chain works in a lot of especially fast fashion companies. There's a lot of places in Indonesia and stuff that rely on child and or slave labor, and then companies will buy from them, repackage them or recut them or reformat them, and then sell them as fast fashion, like Shein or Shein. Shein got busted for relying on a supplier for clothing that was using hundreds of child laborers. So it does happen, and sometimes it happens on one end of the supply chain, and it is done so deliberately, kind of like how Nestle also uses slave labor, but then they have plausible deniability because they work with other companies that just, we didn't know, yeah. Yeah, Foxconn's net system appears to be an outlier, and I know that because I looked into it just afterwards. I was like, how common is this? And Foxconn was particularly egregious. The Apple product manufacturing plant in China was infamous. Absolutely. Oh, I know it wasn't directed at me. I'm just people are interested. And I think it's also one of those things where a lot of people just don't know, Oh yeah, there is a misconception that because China brands itself as communist, they don't suffer from the same supply chain abuses. I would argue their supply chain abuses tend to be a little worse. But one of the conceptions I had prior to kind of looking into it with Clarice was that American supply chain issues when it came to clothing and stuff were better. And that is not the case. If you get stuff manufactured in the United States, there's a decent chance in the supply chain there's forced prison labor or the abuse of an exploitation of undocumented immigrants. Why are things made in China so crappy? They're not. A lot of things can be made very cheaply in China, but things can also be made very well in China. China has a lot of expertise in manufacturing, and so there is a very wide range of skills that are used. And some people, when they order knickknacks from China, don't care about the quality, and they have factories that will just pump out low quality, easily breakable stuff. But there are also factories for more higher end mass production. But there's been nothing here, like the trans community here, pushing people to actually address their ignorance and depression and authoritative drive to colonize. Do you mean in China? Because there actually have been some prominent like trans folks in Chinese media. The state has been getting like more authoritarian of late, though, and there's been a crackdown. It sucks, but it is also in tandem with the United States kind of cracking down on folks like me. There was toxic drywall from China being used to build flat houses in Florida. Well, the issue with that is that people order the toxic drywall because it's cheaper. It's people in the business guys in Florida poisoned the people there by demanding like that shit, demanding cheaper and cheaper shit. Oof. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tristan. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted.
We'll try to stay in touch, but ultimately, I hope we can have this, and I hope, we can have this conversation, and we might actually even agree on one issue. Here, so hopefully maybe we'll agree more. But I appreciate the questions, and I'll try to do my best to listen to all of this, guys, and you can make the decision on November, and ultimately always have a choice.
We have a question from Jack and Carmel, number 150. Jack and Carmel, 150. Okay. I will ask the question. He said this is a constituent request. How have voter service requests to your office changed in 2025? And he noted especially Social Security and appointments. I'm not entirely sure what he means by that, but he did also add thank you.
Okay, well, I think we should try to streamline.
Yeah, we went over an hour, and then I just figured, fuck it, we'll finish the entire thing.
The website is going to launch website that is a little bit easier, but we haven't done it yet. Hopefully it's going to be soon. Our IT services are not as fast, but hopefully they get better, But you always can, if you have some requests, you can do it through website, but you can also come into office.
Yeah, labor's cheaper there. Safety standards are looser in some cases. Material tends to be cheaper.
So call into office. We have actually open door policy. Our offices are open. Unless I'll be advised for security reason to have by appointment, but I think, regardless how you feel.
Props to the protesters.
Employees of the federal government, so if you don't like something, that's not their fault. They're not there, they're there to serve you, and we don't necessarily might agree even with me on issue, but it doesn't matter. They work there to serve you, so we try to do our best, and I think David is
Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership on YouTube. Let's go!
A lot of people say, we don't even agree with your politics, but David is great. So for me, feedback about my people is most important, my employees. So if we can do better, let us know. But we try to streamline some technology and make websites. So we haven't changed anything. It's still the same, but we'll try to make sure that our website is a little bit user-friendly, because this is a generic website that we had in the freshman, and now I'm trying to make it better. So but I don't think there needs to change right now. We have a question.
Has your paycheck been checked for waste, fraud, and abuse?
From Deb in Westfield, number 227. Wonderful. We'll get a microphone right to you. Thank you for your patience as one comes right over your way. Perfect. And thank you for the audience for being a great listenership.
Our middle class has been dwindling for decades. And I really appreciate what everybody's trying to do with tariffs and bringing jobs back here. But what's our middle class going to do in the meantime?
I really appreciate what you're doing with all these tariffs.
They're becoming
address the problem about lack of affordable housing, lack of health care, and now who knows what education is going to look like for these folks. So how do we not only maintain the middle class, but try and grow it?
Well, I think and President Trump is only there for a few more years, so that he's, the question, this is a huge problem, and I think we need to make sure how we can help more people go in the middle class. Actually, real estate and affordability is one of the issues that a lot of Americans, is the biggest asset that Americans own and allow them to build some wealth and grow and be able to do it. No access to capital, where now small businesses struggle to get access to capital. That's a huge problem to the middle class. So we need to grow the economy. Growth of economy helps with different jobs, but then we also need to see.
Man, we need to grow the economy is just so. I'm feeling the Joker energy rising up in me. Just this desire to just laugh without mirth. Like it's on like the day the U.S. collapsed its own economy, talking about how much they want to grow the economy. Fuck these people.
How are we not creating now this environment where large oligopolies close to the government get all of the perks and benefits?
The answer was there all along. Indeed.
That's a reality. That's a reality. They get grants, get subsidy, they get credits. They live in Washington, D.C., and they get a lot of benefits, where people in the middle class and people in the lower income not able to get all of this. So I think this is becoming a distortion, because unfortunately, if you let politicians to make decisions, not actually the markets, not you, which causes are good, but actually allow that to centralize the power, more and more money go to the wrong causes. So we have to think how the programs we have, they allow people to go from low income to go to middle class, how young people have opportunities to be able to acquire real estate and have good paying jobs. So I think growth of economy is one thing, but I think we need to look at the other side. What are we doing with financial markets? Because ultimately, no matter what it is, even small business, large business, or even family, it's access to finances, be able to build wealth, and how we can have people actually not just living in apartments, but also be able to buy some
They want
houses.
to grow their economy through inflation. Kinky.
Yeah, if you inflate the prices, that means the economy is bigger, right?
So I think it's going to be.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Saki Tanuki.
We have more disparity now with the wealthiest people and the rest. I think this disparity has to be addressed, because if we don't have more people in the middle class, the country is not going to be as strong. So we have to look at that, and we try to look. But first, we need to re-energize the growth in the economy, because it will help. If we don't have economic growth, it's very difficult, because right now we're in trouble financially, and economic growth will help us.
Thank you. We have a question from
An opossum. I don't want to read that message. I'm going to read that message out loud for posterity. This is like what you'd get if you put Thomas Sowell's brain in a blender and tried to get the blended neurons to fire. That is a 10 out of 10 comment. It really is just like almost like a stream of consciousness. I think this must have been when the what the Supreme Court was talking about when they released when they relaxed regulations on putting shit in the water. Just a nice stream.
Barb and Carmel, number 39. Barb and Carmel, number 39.
Hell yeah! Every single one of these. Tax the rich. Let's go.
Since Barb isn't here, I'm going to ask.
Dog, so many people have left. You're still getting like standing ovations for tax the rich. You guys are cooked. Look at how mad she is. Oh man, guys, there is I know all of the news is bad. I know all of the news is bad. I know things are going to be rough. But like, I feel a change in the political wind from these folks. from folks on the ground who are turning up every single day all across the country at protests like the like the 50-51 indivisible stuff, like, you know, showing up at your local Democrats meetings, showing up at your local DSA meetings. I'm seeing the change, folks. It's happening. You can be a part of it too. This is all in a district, and I just want to remind you guys, this is all in a district that she won by 18 points. She won this district by 18 points. That is a huge margin of victory. And now all of these people are showing up to boo her in her own district. This is utterly incredible to me. It's why I'm watching this stuff. This is real time, like, radicalization in a place where we have not really seen it before.
Quick question on her behalf. So, Congresswoman, this is from Barb.
Trump's latest message is that he operated on the economy like a surgeon. Yeah, that's exactly what happens when you have ChatGPT write all of your tariffs and then apply them on every single nation on Earth, including a group of islands that is inhabited by exactly nobody, no human being, and the only thing that lives there are penguins.
Barb Carmel, she says, are you going to vote to continue to fund Ukraine and support NATO?
So, this is a question. I've always been a supporter of NATO. It's an important institution for the security of Europe. We need to make sure that Europeans do better too. We need to make sure that Europeans get to their 2%, because that's in their interest. So we need to put pressure on them. We need to make sure that Europeans have smarter energy policy, because that's an economic interest, and we can help in a lot of ways for that. I'm not going to be sending blank check to anyone. I'm sorry, we have no banker, no blank checks.
Also, we're not sending them money. We don't send money to Ukraine. We send military hardware. We specifically send military hardware that we manufactured in the 1980s, over 40 years ago. That's what we send to Ukraine. It's literally stuff we bought and paid for 40 years ago. And now we're just giving it to another country because we're not using it and we wanted to get rid of it anyway.
We need to have strategy, and we need to know where the money are spent. And let's just be very honest, we're dealing with a lot of foreign governments that leaves much to be desired.
Like, I just have to like make it really clear. She's saying this because she thinks her constituents are morons.
Okay, let me just stop at that. So we need to be smarter. You know, I mean, any government we have to oversee, but when we send money of Americans to foreign countries, we need to be smarter. What we're doing and what it is, you know, so I think that's going to be a conversation about foreign policy, which will be broken. But as you know, strength of NATO is also have to be from inside. Americans cannot constantly pay the tax to everyone. We cannot constantly do that. We have to make sure that we have some, they do their job too, and Europeans step up on that too.
Our next question is from Dylan from Westfield, number 293.
Damn.
Wonderful. He's right over here, so we'll get a microphone to you very shortly, sir. Thank you.
Like some others, I really do appreciate you being here. This is not the friendliest environment for this particular evening. After you elected to Congress, you swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, so help you God. Since you took that oath in January, the current administration has repeatedly ignored the plain text of the Constitution, by illegally, by illegally dismantling agencies established by acts of Congress, your branch, even putting Elon Musk in charge of deciding which funds appropriated by your branch will or will not be spent. The president and the executive branch have stolen your exclusive constitutional authority over appropriations. As our elected representative, you should find this completely intolerable.
Pan the camera, do it, pan the camera.
Microphone is not working.
So my question is, when are you going to live up to your oath, defend the Constitution, and reclaim the powers that the voters of this district have reserved for you? In other words, when are you going to start doing your job?
Yeah. I've never seen anything like this.
Answer to this really important question, so let's be quiet so we can hear the Congresswoman's answer.
My oath to the Constitution I take extremely serious, more than anything else. And you might disagree or agree. I actually departed with my party and did quite a lot of things, including the certification of election. I departed with that issue, so I do take it serious and look at things. The fiscal issue that we all the Congress looked at, regardless what we like or not, and I honestly, a lot of things that President Trump do not like. But I want to make sure that you understand, Congress doesn't look at the 85% of what's happening. That is a broken system that we have to fix.
So full disclosure, I did try and look for where she was getting this 85% figure from, and I genuinely have no idea. There's a quote by Rand Paul from several years ago about how, like, if the government closes down, that reduces its spending by 15%, but 85% must continue. And frankly, kind of what it sounds like is that she's talking about Congress doesn't look into the what are called entitlements or, mandatory spending. And what is the mandatory spending? It is Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. So when she's listing this 85% number, that's what she's talking about. I think the most of it. It's like that I think that's like a solid chunk of that 85%.
I am trying, so let me answer the question. I am trying to fix, because regardless what we like or don't like, Congress needs to start doing its job, passing laws, and look at our appropriations. I am one person, but I force the Speaker of the United States House to put a working group, and hopefully we'll have some result to how we can reform our budgeting. It's broken. So the question of the presidential branch and the money spending, impounding money, that's a constitutional question, probably should go to Supreme Court to decide, because it's an agreement on the disagreement of that issue. What they can do not, but what I try to do, regardless what they do, if Congress believes it's right, we have to put it in our appropriations, our reconciliation. If we believe it's not, so we have to start passing law. What did we pass? CR again. We continue passing CRs because it's been neglected for decades. So I've read Constitution, I understand Constitution, that's why I try to change structure. And I fought with my own previous speaker. I took my own speaker down because he didn't want to do his job. And that is not very easy. And I am working with this speaker to try to figure out how we can do a job, which is not very easy. to do coming after your own party, because I believe beyond that I need to start doing job. You might like my words but not, but when I have no ability even to vote on that, you have no representation or someone else who is going to be in this office. So we have to reform the structure. Until that structure is reformed, nothing is going to happen until we pass in CRs and with this. So right now I'm working on reconciliation that will have a vote of the House and the Senate, which actually can be done with 51 votes, not 60, and we are going to have things in there you're going to see. So you'll be able to see what I vote for and what we agree with President and what we not. We have actually deliberation with White House right now, with the Senate and the House, and we have to come to an agreement, and you'll be able to do it. So hopefully we'll have some good results. I'm doing my part to find some solution to some of these issues. Unfortunately, it will have to be done on a partisan basis.
Man, fuck Chuck Schumer for allowing this to go through. He should have shut down the government, man. It makes me mad that Chuck Schumer empowered people like this.
Appropriations in September will have to be bipartisan. We'll see where we're going to get there. It's very hard, but we'll see where we're going to get there.
Let's hear the question asker, please.
I'm in Australia. What happened? Oh, this lady did a town hall like 6 days ago, and it's basically just 2 hours of her getting yelled at, and it's great.
Please.
The point is, I want you to take those votes. What I don't want is for, after you pass whatever budget, the power that you have to allow the president, a co-equal branch, to say we will not spend that money that you are on the record allocating. So Musk, who has no constitutional role, is deciding where the money that you've decided gets spent. That's wrong, and you should want to reclaim that authority.
And that, we have to place on the general, whether I agree or not, I agree with you. And the impoundment by that branch has to be resolved in the Supreme Court, because it was passed in our...
Oh, bullshit! Oh, it has to be resolved by the Supreme Court. You're giving him the power to do it. You are giving him the power to do it. You are not acting when you could. God.
And that is an issue. That is an issue. So administration is argued one way, Congress another way, and that is, a lot of people believe it's a constitutional issue. The president can't do it. The Congress set the maximum level. If they can do better job with less money, they should be able to do it, because that's government efficiency. And a lot of Democrats believe in that. I think this is an issue the court probably should take and resolve or decide it. But regardless what it is, Congress has an ability to direct a lot of this spending in a different way if we pass specific bills, but we don't.
The federal branch has to spend the money that Congress appropriates. It's not an optional thing. They can't just sit on the money and say, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to spend it. They cannot do that. Legally, this is established with the Supreme Court. They can't do that.
We didn't pass the appropriations for a very long time. All of the stuff done through CR. All of the spending. This is not appropriations. We cannot even come up with appropriations now for a very long time. I mean, this is a reality. This is not money that we appropriate. Let's just be honest. It's not. So we are not actually passing appropriation. Congress hasn't been able to pass appropriation under previous Congress, with previous branch, and in the current. We cannot even do that because Congress is not doing its job. And I try to do as much as I can to make the Congress to do a job that I even launch a fight against both parties in Congress, which is very hard. Very hard. And I'm trying to do something with this Congress because I can do so much, but as much political capital I spend in to fix this, I don't think anyone else, but I'll try to do my best because I have an agreement with you. Congress has to be appropriating funds. Congress has to be passing appropriations. And we are so deep in the hole that we need to actually have a task force to at least move the needle, or some fiscal commission at least move the needle, and we are not doing that.
Yes, we need a fiscal test in order to find all this. If only we had, I don't know, like say some kind of job inside of the government, some kind of independent entity that could operate within the government to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Like a inspectors general. All of those people that got fired by Donald Trump the second he got in office and then never rehired or appointed anyone again. Yeah, Tristan MB. A lot of advocacy for building a better world is understanding that you may never see that better world, but the fight is important nonetheless.
Answer your second, please. We have just 5 minutes left, and I have a
How are you
going to
fight fascism?
From Noblesville, number 84. I don't know if you're still here. I'm back. Okay, we'll bring I think she's actually. Yes.
Oh, she said she was dead.
So this will be our last question. This is Des from Noblesville.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I wrote this question 3 hours ago. I have no idea what I wrote, so...
We'll bring it back to you, actually. And I apologize. I believe in using first names because I'm trying to be polite. But we realized there could also be more than 2 Debs from Noblesville, and that's my error. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. First of all, thanks for having this forum. I think we've heard a lot of opinions tonight. My question, words are great. Words mean nothing if there's no action. So my question is, based on the feedback tonight that you've heard, what are you going to do, and what will you have the courage to do?
I want to make sure that, and we might have actually less deep disagreement with what you're saying, but let me tell you, I want to make sure that we're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that Congress is actually start doing its job, and I will do to make sure that Congress has as an institution, and I pick a big fight on that. That is number one thing. Number 2 thing, I'll make sure whatever it takes for us to make sure that we come after fraud and abuse and save programs like Social Security.
Yeah, this is the framing that they're going to use. Are there protests outside? Over half the audience has gotten up and left at this point and are now outside chanting. And you can hear them, yeah. But this is the framing they're going to go. They're going to go with, we are actually saving Social Security by cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, i.e. making it inoperable and kicking a bunch of people off of it. Insane.
Security, Medicare, and
I'm fixing your bike by taking taking the tires and breaking the bike chain. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it, you fools.
I'm not trying to fet post or doom post, but I have seen this play out a lot. Even many years before this one. Some politicians refuse to listen to anyone. No matter who yells or how much.
That is very, very true. That being said, I expect that if cuts get made to these 3 programs in particular, people are going to die and people are going to get really mad really quickly. It's not a complicated prediction, but yeah, at that point, what happens is anyone's guess. But thank you for the $10 super chat, Media Breakdown. I appreciate it, and you're right.
Anything for the most vulnerable and make it better, because we have to promise the people. We took people's money. I know that you all have concerns, and I know that you hear a lot of different things. But I'll tell you, what we're trying to do, what I personally trying to do, is to help to make sure that these programs become fiscally sustainable, that we don't have to be increasing
hey, we can do that by raising the cap on Social Security and just making the rich pay their fair share, because right now it caps out at like $250,000. And if you make more than that, you still just pay the same rate as someone who makes $250,000. So Elon Musk, the world's richest man, pays the same as somebody who makes like $250,000 a year, which is a lot, but like Elon Musk should pay a lot more than that into our Social Security fund.
Taxes on all Americans, that we have an ability for growth of the economy, and we want to make sure that we have a good paying job and have an opportunity for people to go into the middle class and not just for very few on top. So I want to make sure to do that. I understand your frustration with President Trump and Elon and Dodge, and they were elected by the majority of Americans. That's the reality. That's the reality. President Trump was elected to be president, and he is the majority of Americans. I know, by majority of the vote, okay? Let's just say that, majority of the vote. I know that you're frustrated, but I hope, and I know you're frustrated with Elon Musk. He just helps to order things. As you know, he doesn't have the power to on the vote, right? So he has to show transparency.
He has to show transparency. Almost all the things he's posted about in the name of being transparent have been lies.
The Congress will have to decide to put it law or not, and this is the reality. I know that you're very, very well frustrated, and I'll work.
Yeah, he's not giving the orders here. That's why he's going into different departments and ordering different departments shut down. But he doesn't have any power. He doesn't have any power. That's why he went to the briefing of the cabinet meeting, cabinet secretary meeting. That's why he was there, because he has no power. Teehee.
Some farm and healthcare. We find little common ground here, so that's good, because maybe we can actually be able. But
media breakdown. I understand.
I know that a lot of you frustrated, a lot of you may be upset, but I want to thank you for coming. I know that probably some issues you don't like to hear what I have to say, but hopefully we'll find some things that you like. And hopefully we'll have a discussion and conversation and continue, this dialogue. So hopefully I appreciate you that you didn't make it so bad that my team will refuse to do next town hall. So I appreciate it very much.
I'd have so much respect for anyone who said, "Why are you being a little asterisk, 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 asterisk?" Or, "What does orange skin taste like?"
Right? Like, at a certain point, I think these are going to turn a lot more hostile, right? Because, like, at the moment, people are angry, but their anger is being kept in check by, like, social niceties. Like, it's a righteous indignation. And there's a lot of room for that anger to get bigger, and it's only going to get bigger. No one in this administration is capable of, like, modifying or creating less enraging behavior out of this administration. Like, no, there's no one here with good ideas to, like, bring down the temperature, And this is where we're at after 2.5 months. We've got, at least another 22 months before the election, before the midterms. So, like, bare minimum, we've got 22 months, 21 and a half more months of this. And, like, it's going to be rough. Especially with, like, these tariffs being wielded willy-nilly, and, like, that's hitting a lot of people who've retired. That's hitting their bank accounts real hard today and tomorrow, probably as the next week or so unfolds, because we haven't even been hit by the reciprocal response tariffs from the world. I know France is pushing for the EU to block all investment into the United States until these tariffs are undone. And like, things are going to get real rough economically. We're going to see what happens as a result, because initially what's going to happen is that older folks with investments are going to notice this stuff, and then it's going to, in like a week or so after that, it's going to hit day-to-day living. You know, it's going to hit the, you know, your prices in the grocery store, your prices ordering food, your prices getting clothes or shoes or, you know, rent. And it is, all of us are going to feel it. If you're in the working class, you're going to feel it. And it's real scary. But my hope is that it radicalizes a lot of people. I tried so hard to talk to my parents. I told my mother they will go after the post office. My father's worked for the post office for like 30 years. He needs that job. I'm scared. Yeah, I'm scared too. But like when I watch town halls like this, I feel a little bit of hope, because a lot of other people out there are more angry than they are scared. And I think that while some people are going to be more scared for like the next week or so, I think after that, they're going to get real fucking pissed. Especially folks who believed what he said he was going to do. You know, they believed that when he said that he was going to make the economy great. It's a betrayal. Are we supposed to lie to people and say just vote away their power? No. People got to get out in the streets. People got to get loud. People got to like be civilly disobedient. People got to do shit. But you also got to get involved in your local Democratic Party and your local DSA. You got to get involved in your local political apparatuses so that we can have a say in how things get done after we kick the bastards out. Have you seen the Democratic approval ratings right now? Oh, libs are pissed the fuck off. My mom, who is like literally like a year and a half ago, was asking like, oh, why do people not like that Hillary Clinton? She's so nice and so competent. Like a year and a half ago was saying that. In the span of like a couple months of Trump being in office, she's agreeing with me on socialist policy reforms and like talking about the need for like radical protests and like outside the box thinking when it comes to opposing Elon and Trump and whatnot. And it's like, if my 74-year-old lib mom can like, you know, welcome to the revolution, you know, like, I think that there's a lot more hope in the air than people realize. Yeah, now is the time to radicalize, folks. So I think there's a lot of hope, and I'm real excited. It's astounding how fast you can move in and start fucking shit up and pushing them left. Exactly. You know, people are primed to move, you know? Trump is the man. He helped my family start their own business. Was it a Merkin business? People are aroused. Oh, that was the wrong button.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Trump is the man. He's so good. He's so good for business. That's why he never pays his contractors. You know, not paying your employees is actually that's the next level move of a good businessman. Love my president. Hell yeah. Donald Trump, great for business. Entire stock market crashes. Folks, when I said if we covered this entire thing, we'd go about 8 hours. I was not joking. We are about at 8 hours for the stream, folks. You've been enjoying the show. Hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Because, folks, that is how I'm able to exist on a day-to-day basis without succumbing to the elements. And, we did it. We did it. We managed to make it through. This is not really we covered one thing I wanted to cover today. But that's okay. That is a-okay. A lot of us older folks aren't physically able to go out into the streets.
More
Salmon
Pingu
Moose.
droppings.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Can I link to that? I just closed it. Here, let me grab it. There we go. Media Breakdown. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And it's okay. You can be a little bit gloomy. Don't intend to be the gloom today. Normally I'm upbeat on these streams. You're very, very welcome. And I understand, because sometimes I need to scream or I need to cry, and that's okay. It's a normal reaction to watching Thelma and Louise drive off the cliff, More Pingu droppings. There must be one nearby. Soon we will collect the taxes they owe us. I do want to do the Sam Cedar thing. I do too, but also one of the issues with the Patrick Bet David boys is that they go for hours. It's a multi-hour show. And folks, I'm sleepy as fuck. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to play some more video games. Maybe I'll do a video game while we have some fun reacting to Sam Cedar, because I want to keep playing the first Berserker Kazan. I was enjoying it a lot. The Patrick Bet David show had an annoying, loud right-winger. Is that not just the Patrick Bet David show? It's 3 a.m. here. It is 5 a.m. here. I am very tired. Oh, wait. A lot of us older folks aren't physically able to go out there and march in the streets, even though we are one of the populations most likely to be adversely affected. We can make phone calls, but what else can we do? Excellent question. So something you should take a look at is the effort going on right now. Let's see. One thing you can do is you can post comment on different changes that are going to be or trying to be done, right? So an example here is the HHS wants to do a new rule, basically allowing insurance companies to not insure trans people for the Affordable Care Act. They want to make that change. But you can leave a public comment. I'm not sure when it's open until. I think you can still leave public comment. And making public comment on these proposed rule changes can do a lot of good. Additionally, if you have any skill with art or music, putting together like what's called agitprop, or like propaganda against Donald Trump, Elon Musk, etc. We have a channel in our Discord for that, for people to share different agitprop, like poster ideas or pamphlet ideas, stuff like that. Making calls, of course, is always good. There's 5 calls to make that easier. And I know you already mentioned it, but I figured I would mention it to chat so I can post that link. Another way you can engage with this, you can get folks out, get the word out, organize for 5051. And you might not be able to physically go to 5051 protests, but you can get the word out, talk about why it's important. 5051 has protests in every state on April 5th, so tomorrow. Indivisible also has a number of events. I thought I had Indivisible up. 1 second. Indivisible.org. Take action now. Find a local event. There we go. Another thing you can do is you can go here, mobilize.us/indivisible. And there are going to be a lot of events near you that you can attend digitally. And you can like participate in like phone banking for different campaigns, or getting word out for different things. It's really, really handy. I have actually really, really liked my experience with Indivisible. A lot of online stuff. You can also filter for, virtual events on here, which is really handy. So yeah, just there are different options. You can also join Indivisible events on April 5th. So far, last I heard, there was like 350,000 people organized just through Indivisible alone. Got to bring that number up to 500K though. That's the goal. Yes, you can also submit a Freedom of Information Act request to DOJ, and if DOJ does not respond in 20 days, you can bring a class action lawsuit against the agency. Here is a form letter you can use to kind of base yours off of, and then you just have to mail it in with a stamp. What else here? Oh, if you're interested at all or have connections with like the local business community, or if you know of any businesses that may have like people who are undocumented working there, you could also share around or create little flyers to hand out this packet, which is basically a family preparedness plan in case ICE comes knocking. Put together stuff like that for your local community. You can also, if you're like, relatively mobile, but like maybe not mobile enough to go to a protest, you can like put up posters in your community. Show some solidarity, like throw up anti-Elon posters in your on your local telephone poles, stuff like that. And if you check your area, sometimes there are disability orgs that need phone help and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Zines are also good. But yeah, a lot of different ideas, just throwing them out there. And of course, if you are able to go to a Tesla takedown protest, I'll just drop that link as well into chat. So you can protest Tesla, get that stock price down, maybe trigger Elon Musk into a financial panic. So with that, I think I am absolutely at my limit of being able to talk at a camera for the night. But if I hope you guys had a good time, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. You're not going to trick rich Democrats into socialism. No one's talking about tricking them. Talking about fucking beating them. Very politically outspoken, radical leftist granddaughter to whom I do not want to attract any attention. I'm a realist. I understand that we will eventually be checked on our belief by the thought police. I don't want to attract any attention to her, so I need to be careful with what I do. That's fair. I sound like a conspiracy theorist. I think it's worth being cautious with how things have gone lately. I'm so glad you found this stream too, Dare Dragon Warrior. Revolution is so unrealistic. Losing to Republicans repeatedly works better. Yeah, but I don't think I'm not really sure we're not gonna get like a French Revolution. I don't think, but like, who knows? But I do think that we're gonna have like a political revolution. I think enough people are gonna get involved in the political process, in the political battlefield, and I think a lot of people are gonna turn out for that. And if you want to call it a revolution or not, I don't really give a shit. But a lot of people are going to get involved out of necessity, out of the pure material conditions of it all. And I think what's important is what we do after people get involved. And I think as long as we're able to kind of like agree that like, hey, let's get Medicare for all. I think coming out of this at the peak of our populist power, that's when we're going to be able to demand stuff from the ruling class. And Medicare for all, better organizing rights, all that kind of stuff. We need to have that front and center in our goals and in the way we comport ourselves in these protests. And it's not at all about getting them to magically agree with us. It is about getting them to be more afraid of our populist power than they are of pissing off corporate overlords. That's the name of the game. That's how politics works. Okay, I am absolutely tapped out. I have put together too many words. Now I'm gonna go pass out. Good night, all you lovely beans, and I will see you on a new day. Bye.